Here comes the chat. Do 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 do. Here comes the chat. So I guess you got a Pokemon Mega Evolutions drop, Spider-Man, Football Club 26, and Yu-Gi-Oh, I guess. And also you get a promo card at GameStop. And I guess, I mean, from what I saw, GameStop is selling the Spider-Man box for like $500. And that's insane. Like, that's actually insane. If they're actually selling this for $500, like that is for pro members $480. Like that is a crazy deal for that. I'm pretty sure. Maybe. I mean, we'll look and see what they're selling for on eBay, but I'm pretty sure that's a crazy ass deal for that. What's up, Death? Sorry, I missed your stream. Reporting for duty today. That's crazy expensive, bro. When it got released, it was almost $1,000. So $500 is actually like a crazy deal. And they're selling for $600 on eBay. So if you can get that for under $500 at GameStop, that's a crazy deal. Like, even I want to go get it, but I just don't collect cards, so it's not like, yeah, literally, like so many of these have sold for like around 600. These boxes could be worth a lot in the future potentially. Everyone's like hating on the Spider-Man boxes for some reason. That's why, that's why they went from 1,000 to now 500. But I can't believe they're selling for, if that price is accurate, obviously. Who knows if that price is actually accurate. But if this price is accurate and they're only selling it for $474 at GameStop, bro, that's crazy. That's a crazy ass deal. Like I literally almost, instead of starting the stream, went to GameStop for the Magic box. Like that's how insane that is. I'm obviously, I didn't do it. I'm not interested in buying this stuff, but it is intriguing, I guess. What's up, Ryan? Muma, what's up, Muma? No Amazon today? Nice chunk of GME. Yeah, that's literally why I don't buy Pokemon, though. It's because I'd rather buy more GameStop. Even though, like, Pokemon, I mean, this is Magic, but same idea. Same idea. But I find GameStop shares more attractive than buying, like, Pokemon boxes and stuff like that. Even though, the future of, like, Pokemon and Magic seems very bright. Like I've said before, I like digital assets. I don't want to have a sealed box sitting in my fucking closet, or a bunch of sealed boxes sitting in my closet. Like that's not interesting to me. I'd rather just that's why I like the digital vault, because I can just have like digital cards. I just prefer that. I don't want to have stuff. I don't like stuff. I'm not like a materialistic person. I just don't like stuff, man. I really don't. I've never had, like, there was a time in my life where I did like stuff. And I used to blow money on stuff all the time. And it's just, I don't know, it's not it. It's just not it. It's just not it. What's up, Matt Romano? But congrats to anyone who picks up that Magic the Gathering box. That's a good ass deal for that, I feel like. Only thing I collect is guitar pedals. That's kind of dope though, because you probably play the guitar and you probably make a bunch of dope sounds and record it, and you do like the I forget what it's called, but you can like record like a riff or whatever and then save it. And then you can record another one over that, or like record like a, I don't know what it's called, but yeah, looping, that's what it is. Yeah, that shit's sick. One of my friends has one of those. I've messed around with it a little bit with like bass and yeah, that shit's fun. I've never been like a music person. I like the drums a little bit. The drums are pretty fun. I like the guitar and the bass. I've just never gotten into it. But that part of it's cool, like the pedals and stuff. All the sick noises you can make. That stuff's cool. So that's a little different, you know. You have a use case for that. Like, you know, though Pokemon is an investment, it's just boxes that sit in your closet. You know, GameStop's a number that goes up and down on a screen. It's nothing that special, but I just don't like stuff. That's really what it comes down to. I don't want stuff. $14 billion for TikTok? Is that real? Rosh, you're literally the only person I follow on Twitter. I don't think he's here, but he's literally the only person I follow on Twitter. I think there's like, damn, Halo 3 launched 18 years ago? That's crazy, bro. What a good game. Halo is such a good game, bro. Even Halo Infinite. I know a lot of people don't like Halo Infinite, but Halo Infinite's a fire game if you like can learn the movements. It's actually really fun. There's a lot of sick movement, and you can do pretty dope stuff with like the grappling hook and stuff. Like Halo Infinite is actually a really good game. I would say it's a good like competitive game. It's not like Halo where, you know, old Halo, you could have fun no matter what, like whether you're playing competitive or not. I feel like Halo Infinite, you gotta play competitive. Is this the commercial for Halo?
Junk food we can think of. I think there's gonna be a big
Halo
line.
Mountain Dew, bro. Some Halo Mountain Dew.
I'm not too sure. We're gonna find.
Music. Well, we're clapped. We're clapped. I started at midnight. I got up at 10:30 a.m. about 2 hours. Wait, what? Midnight? They do deliveries at midnight? The one where I live only does it in the morning. They do midnight deliveries? Are you doing flex or are you actually working there? That's so odd. I didn't know they did midnight deliveries. Where I live, they don't do that. I would love that shit. Even though I wouldn't like the graveyard shift. Like being able to go deliver at night would be awesome. Cuz there's nobody on the road. And it would be like just nice and cool. It would be chilling. Obviously the, you know, the graveyard shift part would be hard. That backwards schedule is not easy. Are you doing flex or do you actually work like in the vans? Oh, well, you have to be doing the vans. That's a long shift. That's like 10 hours. There's no way you're doing flex. Flex is only like 4 hours. I'm doing like next morning route if you bought something. I worked for Bezos Driver Rivian. I just didn't know they did midnight. I thought it was morning only. At least that's how, like I said, that's how it is when I was working there. They didn't have a choice for like midnight routes. That's kind of interesting. Obviously it's Friday, so no earnings. But you have Nike earnings next week. I think that's the only thing we really have to look forward to as far as something else to stream about. We have Carnival Cruise, but that's in the morning. Oh, that one load. I think Nike's on Tuesday, but it won't load for some reason. So we'll be watching out for that next week. People kind of like Nike, I feel like. But other than that, that's really like the only earnings to look forward to. PC price index. I saw the inflation rate came in a little low. Oh no, it's actually up. I was thinking of the other one. Personal income flat. Well, up month over month it looks like. Personal spending up a little bit. If you bought something right now, there'd be an option to get it by 5 a.m., 8 a.m., or 10 a.m. next day, at least in Minneapolis here. Huh. Yeah, I don't know if we have that in where I live. I'm not sure. Maybe, I haven't worked there in like a year, so I'm not really sure. It could have changed for sure. Damn, GameStop gave back all the losses from yesterday. So far, it's been volatile, bro. That's almost a $1 move, bro. The volatility is back, baby. The volatility is back, baby. Let's go. Don't you just love seeing volatility, bro? Don't you just love seeing volatility? I know it makes some people upset, some people can't handle it, but don't you just love seeing volatility, bro? I love it. It makes me think something interesting might happen, but we'll see. We'll see. Or it's just making the options overpriced why the stock doesn't move. It's a possibility. Damn, my computer is slow today. Might trim again. It worked well. I'm not gonna trim again. I wish it went lower. I had a like 80 share order at 24.69. I was really hoping that would hit, because after that, all I needed was like 50 more shares, I think, and then I would have had the perfect amount of cash to exercise the warrants, and I would have had the, as much shares as I could have had. So I kind of wish it would have went down more, but it's volatile, so maybe it will. We'll see. I don't know. I'm not interested in selling anymore. Like, I want my warrants, bro. I think those warrants are gonna work. Like, I don't see it not working. So I don't see any point in selling, honestly. At this point, at least. The past like month or two. Of course, trimming was a good idea, but the warrants, bro. The warrants. But do what you want, do what's best for you. That's what I'm doing, I'm probably not selling anymore. At least I don't think I am. I don't see it. I don't see it happening. Maybe if it goes up like a fuck ton, that's a different story, but yeah, next week, bro. Next week's when we get the warrants. Crazy. It's that close. Yeah, next Friday. Well, we get them on the 7th, but you got to have all your shares by next Friday. Bitcoin had a little bounce, but overall crypto's still kind of down. We'll wait for that. Core inflation rate held at 2.9. Alright, I won't read these, obviously, because I'm going to go to the gym here in like an hour or two. I just want to see what we got going on. You think I got the day off? We got to lock in on packing / moving. Had a good weekend. All right, Hugh G. Good luck, bro. Good luck. You think no dip at issuance? Very debatable, because like they're not taking, you know, it's not like a normal dividend, you know, like when you get a dividend on like Coca-Cola or something like that, they're paying you out of the share price. Whereas GameStop is issuing brand new shares for this. So you shouldn't see a dip, I don't think. Unless, you know, a bunch of people get their warrants and they instantly sell. But that's going to be short term, you know, that's going to be a short term price action move. It's not going to be like, I of course, you know, it's going to dip at some point, you know, stocks don't go straight up, but I think at this point, the only reason it's going down is because of traders. You know, people taking profits, whatever it may be. I don't, if there's still people shorting for like a long-term short position, I would be so surprised. And for that reason, I think traders aren't very smart, personally. I don't think they're very smart. I think they're smart, but I don't think traders are very smart. And I think they're going to get fucked over, just like they did at 23, 24. You know, everyone thought they were going to time it, and fucking next thing you know, it's up like 10, 15%. Like, I think the volatility is going to shake a lot of people out, and, you know, a lot of traders are going to take profits extremely quick because their options are going to get overvalued, and the stock price is moving up and down so fast. Like, I just don't think this is a good environment for traders, personally. Because, I mean, it depends what kind of trader you are. Because volatility is like, as a day trader, volatility is fucking awesome. But if you're someone trying to like time this, you know, to be able to like hit the bottom and then hold for the squeeze, it's not going to happen. And I think that's what most people do. So, you know, it might dip, but any dip is going to get bought, I think. There's so much money on the sidelines. You know, there's so many people waiting for it to go back to the lower 20s. I mean, look at the price action lately. The price action the past 2 days is nuts. We haven't seen dollar swings since fucking last year when I was trading it. That's why I was trading it, because it was doing dollar swings. You haven't seen this in a while, so, you know, it could dip, but it also could be the starting of something pretty crazy. Because when was the last time you've seen volatility like this, honestly? Do you recall? Because I don't. When's the last time you saw GameStop down 3-4% one day and then now up 4% the next? Like, when was the last time you saw volatility like this? What's my name? What's my name? What's my name? What's up, RV? How you doing, bro? How you doing, bro? Hope you're feeling good. Hope you're feeling blessed. What's my name? What's my name? What song is that? Why do I know that? What's my name? What's my name? Where did that even come from? But yeah, I mean, like I said, do whatever if it makes you feel good, you know, what makes you happy. I wish I would have bought more shares, personally. But, you know, is what it is. I have a lot, so I can't really complain. But I want my warrants, bro. I want my warrants. Bugging me now too. I'm pretty sure it's an RV song. Yeah, I don't remember. We can look it up, maybe. Maybe Google will bless us. What's my name? I just don't know the rest of the song. Rihanna? No, it's not Rihanna. There's no way it's Rihanna. That's not Rihanna, no way. Is it Leonard? It's not Leonard Skinnerd, is it? There's no way it's Leonard Skinnerd. Or Playboy Cardi. I don't know. I don't know what that's from, man. My name is Sheila G. Jawani. Really? Is that actually it? I'm gonna take your word for it. That doesn't sound familiar, but... Are you sure? I don't think that's it. I don't think that's it. Are you sure? I'll see. Let me see. Nah, that's not it. That's not it. I don't even that's not even English. That's not even English, bro. I'm thinking of a 90s R&B song. I thought it was like a rock song. Yeah, it was a nice $2 swing, high to low, quite interesting times. Yeah, I think so. I think this is... Yeah, I can't play it live. I'll get clapped. But that's not the song we're looking for. It's a guy. It's like, what's my name? What's my name? Some guy. System of a... It might be System of a Down, honestly, but I don't know the song. It could be System of a Down. Moose again. What's up, Moose again? What's up, Marius? Wait. We have another Marius in the chat? Or is that... What the hell? We have two Mariuses? I'm confused on that. Well, there's a Marius that's like a member in the chat, and now there's that Marius. Is that the same? This is my phone account? Ah, okay. I was like, what? That's so random. What's up, Life of Vasant? Other one's 10 at the end. Ah, I gotcha. Did I miss anyone? I don't think I missed anyone. Hope you guys are all having a good morning so far. I'm sure if you're invested in GameStop, you're having a good morning so far. Woo! 5%, baby. 5%, and there's not a single person in the chat, bro. There's not a person here. There's nobody here, bro. There's nobody here. Nobody cares. Oh, man, chat. Oh, man, chat. Bunch of fake fucking holders, bro. Bunch of fake investors, bro. A bunch of fake investors in this fucking community, bro. Bunch of fake investors, bro. Bro. It's up 5% and there's nobody here, bro. That's insane. That's actually insane. Housekeeping! 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 You gotta love it, bro. You gotta love it. I mean, hopefully it keeps going up, but, you know, we'll see. That's a massive move, dude. That's massive. For GameStop, you know. For as of lately, I feel like that's pretty massive. Isn't this like the biggest update we've seen? I mean, you haven't hit the high yet, you know, 2720. You know, you haven't hit that yet, but isn't this like the biggest update we've had? so far. You know, it's still early. The market's only been open for 20 minutes, you know. But I swear this is like the biggest update we've had. I'm not a person. I'm a robot. You think I'm a robot? What? Only real queens in this chat. Slay. Yeah, where's Break Nation, bro? Where's Break Nation? I literally haven't seen him in here in like 2 weeks. Or maybe even 3. He ain't even slaying, bro. He's out there slaying Pokemon. The real G's. Amen. Amen. I have no clue. I don't believe in Max Payne. I don't think it's a real thing. I think it's just something for Reddit to post about. I don't think it's actually real. I mean, it is a real, like, stock market term, but I don't think it really means what people think it means. Max Payne is stubbing my toe, exactly. Exactly. That's Max Payne. Is it, wouldn't Max Payne technically be 0? I feel like 0 would be Max Payne. I would definitely feel maximum pain if the stock went to 0. If it goes to 26, that's not maximum pain. I don't feel anything. But if it went to 0, you know, that's a different story. Break was secretly Tatnerner. That'd be crazy. Could you imagine? Could you imagine, bro? I always think it'd be interesting if there was like a multi-millionaire or a billionaire or something in the stream. I'm gonna try, even though Twitter's stupid, I'm gonna share the stream on Twitter. I'm gonna say, come hang out with real GameStop investors instead of bots. I think that's a good one. Jeez. What's up, fake roaring kitty? All my Twitter posts ran out, so I haven't been posting on Twitter. You guys rang? Bring, 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 bring. Hello, billionaire here. Yo, what's up, Rosh? What's up, Rosh? How you doing, bro? Wasn't I gonna do something else? I swear I was gonna do something, but I got distracted. What was I gonna do? I got so distracted. I forgot. I was gonna do something. I literally don't remember. Oh well. It is what it is. God damn. Like, you know, it probably is a good idea to take profits here, but god damn, this volatility is sick. This volatility is sick. Oh man. Oh man. How can you not be like stoked about this volatility, bro? How can you not be stoked about the volatility? God, what was I gonna do? I was gonna do something, but I just completely forgot. I can't think of what it was. Oh well, I guess it wasn't that important then, eh? Pull a power pack? No, I'm just kidding. No power pack. No power pack. Oh yeah, I want to play Pokemon TCG. I probably will do it. I probably won't today, you know, during stream, but I want to go check out the new Mega Evolution cards. That's like my, you know, that's my way of testing the game, or like the new cards and stuff, is get on Pokemon TCG and play against the cards, but I don't really want to play Pokemon right now. But maybe later. Most likely, more likely this weekend. Most people don't like watching me play Pokemon. Yeah. I mean, most people don't like watching me play video games in general. It wasn't anything in here, I don't think. I don't remember what I was gonna do, bro. I thought it was something. I thought I had, like, something in my head before I started talking about the volatility and the Twitter, and then I just, like, forgot. Seems like a big run for a mil volume. It's just volatility, bro. I don't know what to say about it. Volume's not really that important, honestly. I don't think. I've never found volume to be important personally. So I don't know. Like, literally, I used to trade a blank chart. Like, no volume, no technicals, nothing. A blank fucking chart. Like, volume has never been relevant in my world. A lot of people put a lot of weight on volume, but it's all about where the volume's trading. Volume in itself doesn't matter. That's why you use volume profile, because you see where the volume's trading instead of just thinking volume matters, because you could have a fuck ton of volume, but if the stock's not moving, does it really mean anything? And you could have, you know, a small amount of volume and look, the stock's up 5-6%. Like, so what does volume actually matter? I don't think it matters personally. It's all about where that volume is trading. And I mean, we can look at the volume profile. We can see what's going on. Yeah, I mean, it's only, the market's only been open for like 30 minutes, so. Hey, didn't you buy calls on Micron, bro? Why was my thing muted? I must have accidentally pressed the button. Didn't you buy calls on Micron, Choi? So, like, why would anyone listen to you? You obviously have no fucking clue what you're talking about. You were one of the guys in here. Micron's going up $200. Fucking idiot. Fucking idiot. Oh yeah, yeah. It's gonna crash. It's definitely gonna crash. Oh, it's definitely gonna crash. Yep, totally. Oh shit. You go back to your little Micron chart, buddy. You go enjoy losing all your money. You don't worry about what we're doing. You go back to being broke. You have 56,000 shares, so you lost $500,000 last week. Or wait, what, was Micron earnings last week or was it this week? I don't remember. So you lost $500,000 and you think you're smart? Oh shit. Oh shit. Imagine losing $500,000 and thinking you're smart. Oh man. What a genius. What a genius. Oh yeah, bro. Look how smart you are, bro. Damn. You're really good, bro. You're really cool. Look at you. Get out of here, bro. Get out of here. Get out of here. Oh man. Imagine, bro. Imagine losing $500 or $500,000 and thinking you're smart. Oh man, that's great. That's a good one. That's a good one, buddy. That's a good one. Don't worry, you'll figure it out one day. You'll figure it out one day. Guy's Stephen Hawking level genius. Fuck, maybe the wheelchair. I don't think he's as smart as Stephen Hawking, but maybe he's got the intelligence of the wheelchair. Oh man. I have 10 Bugattis here in my garage with my Lamborghinis. You know what's better than these Lamborghini? You know what's more valuable than these Lamborghinis? Books. Knowledge. 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 Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh man. That's funny, bro. That shit's funny. I love that. I love that, bro. There's too many haters on the internet, bro. They're just funny. They feel all safe behind their little keyboard. But they know they would never say anything IRL. They're all safe behind their little keyboard. I got 56,000 Micron shares. That's 56,000 Micron shares. I'm rich. I'm rich. Fucking loser. Even if you are rich, you're a fucking loser, bro. Straight up. I don't care how much money you have. If you have millions of dollars and you act like that, honestly, I don't know how you have millions of dollars. Straight up. I literally don't even know how you have millions of dollars. You probably got it gifted. You know, your parents probably did all the work and you got lucky. That's the only, thing I would imagine. Cause, yeah. There's no way someone who actually made all that money would act like that. Like straight up. There's literally no way. You wouldn't go into a random fucking stream and talk shit when you're an idiot and you have no clue what you're talking about. Push start and I go, and it's Lambo season. It's moving too slow. Keep posting option plays? Bro, I haven't posted about options in like 4 years, so you're showing how stupid you are even further. It's been 4 years since I've posted about options. It's okay, little buddy. You'll be okay. Someone will like you one day. Don't worry. Someone will be your friend one day. You go rub your fucking nipples with your money, bro. You go take your piles of cash and rub your nipples. Do your thing, bro. Do your thing. Can't hear you, Choi. Both my maids were asking me questions while I was giving away a Bugatti. Survive and thrive. What's up, Survive and Thrive? How you doing, bro? Trader Twin Dad. What's up, bro? Took $100 so I can buy FC26. Nice, bro. Nice. I like that. I like that. Is anyone getting Mega? Is anyone in line at GameStop right now? Or did anyone get any boxes? I don't know when the drop is, but is anyone in line right now? Or is anyone getting Spider-Man as well? I think that Spider-Man is in. I think Spider-Man's more interesting than Mega, personally. But is anyone getting Pokemon right now? Or Spider-Man? Or anything? FC26, Yu-Gi-Oh. Keep doing that thing you don't do. You can rub some of that cash on my nipples. Fuck yeah. I want to get some prop money. I think prop money would be funny, bro. I want to get a fucking big old like stack of prop money and just fuck around. I think it would be so funny to have. I want to get some prop money, bro. How much is it? I think it'd be so funny to get prop money. It's $10 and I can get a stack, bro. Shit, son. I can get a stack for $10, dude. Get a money gun. Oh shit, that would be awesome. How much are those? Cash cannon? 20, bro. Pff, shit, son. We're about to run it up. Get a cash cannon and some prop money. Oh man, that'd be a good prop. That would be a good prop, bro. That'd be so funny. I saw some lineup picks, look busy. Yeah, I saw a couple on Twitter. I was gonna go to GameStop potentially, but I just don't want to buy anything. And I imagine now it's a little too late. I think they open at like 10 where I'm at. Oh, 11. Wow. Yeah, I'm good. I'm not gonna go wait in line. I'm okay. I'm okay on that. I wonder how I wonder, is that real that GameStop's selling Spider-Man for $470? Like that's insane, bro. That's actually insane. That's so cheap. Potentially so cheap. Push start and a go, and it's Lambo season. If you're moving too slow, probably wouldn't ever see me. Yeah, I want to see something. I want to see something. Where is it? We gotta go to... Look at this fucking guy, bro. Look at him. He's got a Lambo, bro. He's rich. He's rich, bro. He's got a Lambo. And he lives in a fucking residential neighborhood. Look at him. Look at his fucking avatar, bro. Him and his, what is that? What is that, bro? You think you're cool in your little suit and your little red Lambo, and your Lambo probably costs more than your house? You think you're cool, bro? That's crazy. That's crazy. Your yard looks like trash, bro. Maybe you should have spent some money working on your yard instead of buying a Lambo. Wild stuff. Wild stuff. I think you should have worked on your front yard there, buddy. Your front yard looks like dog shit. He's probably not here still, but I thought it was funny. What a morning. What a morning. I haven't even gone to the gym yet. We still got the gym. We already had a good morning, bro. We already had an awesome morning. And I haven't even gone to the gym yet. What's up, Unknown? I feel like I haven't seen you in here in like a week or so. Hope you're doing good. I wonder when Larry's gonna do another thing. Another live stream. That shit was fun. It was fun to just spam questions in the hopes that Larry answers. Wrestling. What the hell? Is that Jesus? Bro, it's Jesus! Jesus is wrestling! What is this? Bro, it's Jesus! He came back! It's the resurrection! He's back! Bro, the Jesus choke slam, bro? The Jesus choke slam? What is this? The Jesus choke slam. What is... Ding, 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 ding. And the winner is... Jesus Christ! And in the blue corner, weighing in at 148 pounds, Jesus Christ! That's fucking amazing, bro. That's fucking amazing. That's the best clip I've ever seen, honestly. Holy shit. Holy shit, that's so funny. Oh, man. Someone clip that. Someone clip that, bro. That was hilarious. Unfortunately, I wasn't recording. I should have been. That was a clip for sure. That was a clip for sure, bro. I can't believe I didn't record that. That was hilarious. Jesus Christ! Jesus Christo! Oh, man. That's fantastic. That's fantastic. That was awesome. I wish I would have clipped that. If someone can clip that, please. Please do it. I don't think there's a way for me to do it. That was funny. Jesusio Cristo! Goodness. Goodness. Push start, then I go. And it's Lambo season. If you're moving too slow, probably wouldn't never see me. If I told you everything that I've been through. I think it's only fair that we listen to Lambo season. Right? I think it's only fair. For some reason, that song's been stuck in my head. I mean, I guess it's not Lambo season anymore, but it's close enough. It's close enough. Maybe if we play Lambo season, it'll go back up, you know? Maybe. Maybe. You never know. I'll be back real quick.
Push start, then I go. Man, it's Lambo season. If you're moving too slow, probably wouldn't ever see me. If I told you about everything that I've been through, probably wouldn't believe me. Bounce back from all that shit and I always make it look easy. Sometimes the money get to the pride, other times money don't make it to your side. Get it, then we spend it like it wasn't ours, cause you can't take it home with you when you die. Live fast, die broke, only you decide. Outside lights off, unsupervised. Bad wings when the doors go suicide. I ain't ever been this high. Bloodshot red in my eyes. Please don't fuck up my vibe. Floating through space and time. Colors coming out of my mind. I ain't ever been this high. Push start, then I go. Man, it's Lambo season. If you're moving too slow, probably wouldn't ever see me. If I told you about everything that I've been through, probably wouldn't believe me. Bounce back from all that shit and I always make it look easy. But but still wasn't none of this easy. Let me in the cold, they ain't need me. It's funny cause I ended up freezing. The diamonds all recent. Pastor probably think I need Jesus. I just need a new account of regions. Lambo season. I ain't on my side, I'm anemic. The hard times made me uneasy. Came out the city, but it feel like the city ain't leave me. Till my heart stopped beating. I ain't ever been this high. Bloodshot red in my eyes. Please don't fuck up my vibe. Floating through space and time. Colors coming out of my mind. I ain't ever been this high. Push start then I go. In this Lambo season.
In this Lambo season. Play it again, don't fuck up my vibe. I want to try this one. Hopefully this doesn't clap us. The Devil's Waiting Room. Oh yeah, some nice elevator music, bro. Oh, this isn't as good as Lambo Season. Like, Lambo Season's actually a banger. I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. Lambo Season's actually a banger. Nah, there's certain songs I can listen to. Like, there's a lot of Reese Brunk songs you can listen to. Certain songs you can listen to because they don't have a copyright. Not every song has a copyright. It's just hard to find the ones that don't. Like, I might get a copyright from playing that little bit of that one song. You know, maybe it's not necessarily that artist that has the copyright, but maybe like the elevator music at the start has a copyright. You know, maybe the beat has a copyright. Like, it's very very specific. Like, I can play a lot of Reese Brunk songs. There's certain songs I can't play, like I probably can't play Robbery because that's one of his biggest songs. I haven't tried those ones, but I just assume I can't play those ones. But then there's like he has a whole new album too. But he has where is it? Like, I've listened to so many of these songs on stream and never had an issue, but then there's like this one, Try For You or whatever. That one got me clapped. So it's very just specific on the beat or the song, like, just very depends. What's that song with a funk beat? I think it's Funk Wave, right? I like this one, but where is it? This one? This one? This one's fire. I like this song. This song's fire. I go blow my nose. I'll be back.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Now fill my cup, give me
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. That's Funk Wave by Reese Brunk. I don't know if it's on Spotify. Put this on at the course tonight. We'll miss a chip. Hell yeah, this is chipping music, bro. This is chipping music for sure. Straight chipping music. He has a few good songs. I wish we could listen to Mac Miller on stream, bro. There's a song I want to listen to, but I'll probably listen to it on my way to the gym. I think I'm gonna go to the gym actually right now. So I'll throw on some Kitty for you. I'll throw on Mr. Kitty for you. Mac was good. Yeah, Mac's pretty good. Pump time, yes sir. Gotta get that. I actually don't know if I'm gonna lift, but I am gonna go do cardio. I don't know if I'm gonna lift. We'll see. Probably not. I don't know. I don't know. I just haven't been in the lifting mood. Like all I want to do is cardio. I did do chest yesterday. I did chest yesterday, but I just haven't wanted to lift. I don't know. And like chest kind of gets everything in a way, you know, you're not targeting specifically your arms or like your back or anything like that, but it does, you know, I feel like it does hit everything in some way. Going to the airport, fetching my girl. Later, Rosh. Enjoy your weekend. All good. Bless. See you Monday. All right, later, Survive. I mean, I'm going to have the stream running. I'll be back in like an hour or two, but appreciate you guys. I'll just have the stream running for anyone who wants to, you know, listen to Roaring Kitty or whatever. What's up, Michael Casper? Oh, Michael Casper, I'm about to go to the gym, bro. You're gonna have to listen to Roaring Kitty now. What was the one we were watching yesterday? I don't even remember. Now we're gonna have to find a random one. I don't even remember which one we watched yesterday. I think you guys need to watch an old one. I think the old ones are the best, honestly. I think the old ones are the best when he was actually doing research and stuff. I think these ones are the best. Let's do this one. I don't know if we've ever done this one. But either way, I'll be back here in like an hour or two. God bless. God bless.
Up tomorrow. Maybe. We'll see. Sometimes once I get right to the finish line, I find some stuff I need to change. So anyway, keep an eye out for that, and then I can start working on some other stuff. But okay, market. What happened? Say Wednesday. What happened yesterday? I'm not even sure what happened yesterday. I forget. I have a little idea as to what happened today. I checked in a little bit. I saw things were down a little bit, but nothing too much. Look at it. I mean, if you don't, unless you see color, as we always say, I don't see any color. Brazil down a little bit. Whatever. What's that chart look like? Not great. Not great, but look at the RSI heading south below 50. All right, something to keep an eye on. Could be what's Russia doing? Out of curiosity. I hadn't been checking out the emerging market. China looks okay. Wow, jeez. Took out those highs already too. What? Let me just check Russia. That'd be one I'm curious about. Brazil, Russia, the BRIC countries, you know? Okay, so it didn't get to its new highs yet, but that still looks good. Maybe something unique about, was there some news out in Brazil? They got a lot of political stuff that sometimes hits the wire, and you will sell off on that. Thailand, not much. There's nothing to dig into here. This is a mostly nothing day from what it looks like so far. Also, can you see me okay? I had to... All right, that looks okay. Okay, what do we got here? Commodities. Okay, so I did see that some of the commodities sold off a little bit today, except for natural gas. That was holding up good. But now let me just check. Well, oil's doing nothing. We don't even need to check that damn chart. Wait, gold's still above 2,000? Is that not up to date? Looks like it might be a little bit out of date. Is it out of date one day? Maybe. Okay. Yeah, I slowed down a little bit, but still noise, right? It doesn't matter. I'd like to. So I remember if you mentioned, I checked out these. I made a couple of trades, which I'll talk about in just a sec. But I had thought about adding to silver, and I didn't do it yesterday. And then today I saw stuff was pulling back a little bit. What'd silver do today too? I saw everything pulling back, but it's just not that big of a move. It's just all right there. So I'll keep my eye on it. I'd like something more, but I didn't even dabble. I'm comfortable with the current, even at 5%, 6%, or whatever it is. I remember I bought some IAG a little bit. So right now I'm just waiting. Either keep going up or come back down. Maybe I'll add, but I'm not doing anything right here. Just watching from the sidelines. And then copper still holding up 290. Did it ever break 3, by the way? Oh, it did. Is this a day out? What's this, August 19th? Oh, it's above 3 today. Oh, this looks like it's a little bit out of date then, huh? What do you think? I don't know. That's fine. Wow, copper breaking above 3. Whew. Okay. It's kind of is it the bellwether that people talk about? I don't know. Not as much because we're more of a services-based economy. But you would think it's those base metals, you know what I mean? Do they kind of lead the industrial world a bit? Wow, that's a big move up. Oh, what was the news on copper today? Let's check. That's a big move, huh? Oh, so copper was up today too. I mentioned natural gas. I missed copper. Tops $3 per pound. See, that was in the news today. Yeah, it sticks out to me too. More than 2 years. City lifts price outlook as LME stockpiles. Okay, so inventory stockpiles. All right. Price will drive the stockpiles and vice versa, and blah blah blah. Oh, Kirkland's was up again today. I just see that right here. Hey, RFP crushing it. We'll get to individual stocks here. Tier high is Rio Tinto delayed restarting a smelter, more actively traded, and not much. Okay. Still a big move. Cool. That's not bearish, really. I think. Okay, and then shipping was up too, or the company Maersk was up. But other than that, not much happened. We see gold miners down today too. This is gonna roughly mimic. Yeah, it looks the same as the gold chart, right? There's nothing else here. Maybe a bit more volatile, I guess. But all right. And then silver miners. I forget that this is an ETF. SIL. It can't be that big of a market cap. Out of curiosity, what is the market cap for this? 655 million. Yeah, that's not that big for ETFs, right? Just curious. Erroneous on all accounts. Okay. All right, not much else. I don't know what happened yesterday, but that's fine. I figure if something, we'll come across it eventually. You know what I mean? It's okay that I miss a day. This happens. This is how I function, really. For the sake of the stream, maybe it changes, but me personally, I'm not checking stuff every day. How can you? And then stuff will move, and then I'll check it. I'll say, oh, this is what it's been doing the past couple weeks. I just wait for it to move. I guess that's a benefit of being a relatively longer-term value investor. You know what I mean? Okay. In the risk column, we see gold. Tech was up 7% today. Well, copper, because copper was up big, and Alcoa is going to be up too for similar reasons. Yeah, it looks great, huh? Tech, great. Still only a double, though. You remember what I didn't add too much because I didn't think there was much upside, but still a really, below $10 is a great time to buy that company. It really is. A relatively lower risk play, in my opinion. I know it's commodities and stuff, but still. Alcoa, that's just crushing it. That's one of the top positions. Oh, it's right here. Look at this. It's, what position is that? No, it's top 20. Now it's top 20. I should have went a little bit heavier, but the thing was, I thought I was going to be able to, might be able to average into Alcoa. It was one of those big companies. I thought it might bump along, but it bounced back so strong. I probably trimmed it a little bit, but not much. All right, and then Freeport. See, that was the one we just checked. FCX. Savagne's pulling back. That's going to happen with gold and silver pulling back. What's in palladium? What palladium do today? Just 2240, roughly. Rider. And not much. What's Bitcoin doing? Yeah, is that up to date? 12,000? Why do I think that this isn't up to date? Maybe I need a refresh. I'll do that in just a sec. So it broke below 12, huh? But noise. There's nothing going on there. Just keep an eye on it. Still looks decidedly bullish, but we'll see what happens. In GBTC. Oh, this is a riot, huh? Yeah, all right, down day, whatever. See what happens. Oh, what's Tesla? See, these are all like group. I categorize them all the same. I group them all the same in my mind. Tesla holding up there. Oh yeah, Tesla was an all-time high yesterday. Oh, cheers, cheers Elon, and cheers Tesla. Holy hell, huh? That is something. I still think it's coming for that big round number 2,000 for no other reason except it's a big round number. That's it. You know what I mean? And prevailing sentiment and all that stuff, right? But I just mean price point. I think it's coming for 2. No position, just based on charts and sentiment. Oh, this is a riot. What's the market cap? This is my favorite. This might be my favorite stock that I have no position in. There's so many people tracking it. Oh, it's a riot. 350 billion, officially 350 billion. What a hoot! Oh, this is a riot. That's something to behold. Damn, look at that thing, huh? Really bullish, really bullish. How high can it go? I don't even know. It doesn't feel like it's over yet. That's all. Those are my only takes. I feel like it's coming for 2, and it doesn't feel like it's over yet. I think I said this before. For a lot of these more trendier stocks, and I mean even like Bitcoin, like these trendier plays, like. If we were gonna rotate out of them and sentiment was gonna go kaput and that people were gonna be done with them, they had their chance in March and April this year. That was it. That was a chance for everyone to be like, you know what, I'm done with this stuff. Get me into more maybe traditionally, more like traditional like value investments and stuff. Away from the growthier type things that trade at high multiples. Like that was a great opportunity for people to be like, I'm done with it, and it didn't happen. And you could tell pretty quickly. Tesla's a special case, right? Because Tesla just retested the lows. Like it retested the low. That was bullish. Tesla pulling back and only hitting its past resistance, now support, was bullish. And you knew it right out of the gate. You knew it as early as April. And I mean, I don't know about Bitcoin. Now I'm just curious. And when it didn't happen, I probably personally got really bullish on all these things. It's been a critique of mine, right? I feel like I've said that in so many videos and streams now. It's been a critique of my own that I wish I had gone even heavier. But see, look at this. Was this look, same thing for Bitcoin? This is Bitcoin, right? Yeah, 4,000. They all like held up, and these are just a couple of sections. But if you pick any of those trendier, I mean, like would you group NVIDIA with this too? They like they held up so damn well. What do you do with that? There's other. Well, I could just check the risks. Galactic. I mean, there's more. Oh, I do have NVIDIA. Oh, Netflix. What Netflix do? Now I'm just curious. You know what I mean? Like this is how I try to learn myself. Is I'll be like, oh, what the hell happened there? Yeah, never even pulled back. They barely pulled back. I didn't realize how little they didn't even. They barely pulled back. See what I mean? Bullish. Anyway, the time will come where this rotation out of these types of stocks will happen. It's inevitable. I don't want to say it always happens, but it so tends to happen. You can kind of bet on these types of rotations. It's just human nature. It would truly be a shock if it didn't happen eventually. I'm not saying it happens tomorrow or anything like that, but this is just usually how investors function. And some people are saying this has gone on longer than they usually do, which may be the case, but so it could always change. Absolutely could always change. I try to avoid absolutes for that reason. And I try to be flexible for that reason. That this is why, I mean, back in the day when I was a younger value investor, I'd like kind of scoff at these things, right? And maybe I'm affected because they've been going up for so long. It's totally possible, right? Not lost on me, but I don't know. I can kind of get the case, and I think, I don't know. Anyway, no positions in any of these stocks. This is just for fun. All right, so 713. Okay, that was a good time. That was the dashboard. Not much going on today. Maybe some pullbacks, just some stuff to keep an eye on. All right, let's check the portfolio. Let's see, RFP. Was there news today? Damn. Did I make a note to add to RFP? Because I didn't do it. Damn. When did I do it? Let me see. No, I definitely did it. Was it the first week? No? Really? I have it in the... that surprises me. I could have sworn that I did. Oh, okay. Well, maybe that's the thing. Maybe I should have explicitly written that, huh? Okay. And it was this. No, this has been helpful for me, by the way, because it's kind of a lot of work for me. If you've seen the other videos, I don't like scrolling and pulling shit up, but like having to add something to the buy list in the spreadsheet's a lot of work. Just tossing up this notes has been pretty quick, and then the next day I just pull this up and look at it. We only take a couple of notes. It's been sick, And I don't always act on everything here, but it's just a quick reminder for me. So I didn't even add RFP. Okay. In my mind, I was always going to add because I was going to add about 25% to the position. I was kind of waiting for it to pick up. And I think I did mention this on the stream. It pulled back below 3 one day. No, I think it was last week, this day. And I saw it in the morning. And it came right back up. And I thought, all right, no big deal. Because it was looking like a good support. I know it's silly, but I mean, it's such a big position because fundamentals, right? Hopefully that's clear. But I watched these charts for adding and trimming and stuff, and I saw it go below 3, and I thought that was a good opportunity. And I thought that day, I mentioned it to a friend, and came right back up, and I thought, all right, I got a little bit of time, and then boom, 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 boom. See what I mean? So these things can happen quick. And I still view it as like even from here, a 2-bagger, 3-bagger, even potentially a 4-bagger. So it's kind of silly that even a 25% move, I'd be, oh, it's even bigger than that, though. It's a 50% move. Oh. Oh, let me fix the opacity there. I see that. Hold on, let me see if I can fix the opacity there. My bad. I just had to fix this because when I was recording the videos for Gamestop, I had to mess up my green screen. I had to flip things around. Okay, sorry about that. 50% move. Damn. See what I mean? It happened so quick. I feel like it was this last Wednesday? Yeah, it was Wednesday. It was a week ago. Damn. Anyway, maybe it pulls back. I'm not pulling the trigger now. Now it's getting right back to this. Oh, this was a little bit of support here too. We're always testing this stuff, right? I wouldn't say it's high conviction, but I'm always testing. It's just tests, and I saw that where it was. Oh, not that strong, right? It's only a couple of weeks, not that big, but it still caught my attention. This is why standing buy orders can help. Right now, I can't do it. There's just too many damn positions. But in theory, that's what I'd be doing. I'd be like, if I add like, hey, let's buy this here. What I would do is I'd just add a standing buy order. Just put it out there, whatever my limit is, and it gets triggered when it gets triggered. You can't be thinking about this stuff. Right now, I have to. It's the nature of my current situation, but that's what you'd really do. I could even do it during the stream, like toss it in the order and just have it sit there. And then it gets executed, no thinking. That's the way to do it. That's why it's good with teams and stuff like that. It's just tougher as an individual investor, especially with so many positions. So at this point, I'm going to wait for a pullback. And it's fine because it's the second biggest position in the portfolio now. Check it. Number 2. What do you want me to do? Like, I'm upset. It's up 50% in a week, and I'm upset, right? Like, it's so silly. This is the life of a value investor, right? And it's almost 3% of the portfolio. So that's sick, right? It's awesome. It's just that day I was like, I got to add. So, oh, well, that's cool. I still think it could keep running. What surprised me today, was there any damn news? That was what surprised me. Did I miss anything? I didn't see anything. And it's a really quiet company because... Oh, is lumber up again? Oh, I should get in the habit of checking that, huh? Because that one's been berserk. Sorry, let me scroll back over. What the hell's lumber? Is it still making like all-time highs? It's been cranking. I probably have it in the... I probably have it in this risk column, don't I? I should. I do. I think I mentioned I do. Wow, look at that, huh? I have exposure to lumber, if you want to say it, by way of like residential real estate type plays, and RFP. I mean, it's tangentially related, but wow, this is crushing it, huh? Super overbought, super bullish. It's the thing, you expect quick pullbacks and stuff. Sometimes you don't get it. That much I know. Holy hell, huh? Damn. Okay, what was the news? Out of curiosity, was there a news there? Is that why? Because RFP was all the lumber. I mean, this kind of, you see how big lumber was up. I guess it's safe to say. Wow. Damn. Oh, they all set a whole bunch of the lumber Canadian producers all-time highs, crushing it. An upgrade. Okay, so it got an upgrade today. Wow, 22% on an upgrade? That's something, huh? On RFP too. Which I mean, kind of a quiet stock. There's not always news, and it's because some of the bigger investors have like control of the company, and they're like kind of quiet. They were too quiet for me because I've said this a couple of times, but like I wanted to keep adding to the position. And even when it was still in the 1s and the 2s, like I wanted to go super heavy. I said to a friend, literally this day, it was a phone call on April 1st. It was trading at $1, and I said, this is going to be one of those 10 baggers coming out of one of my 10 baggers because I tracked it all the way down. It was super, super high conviction play. And there were plenty of other 10 baggers too, right? Like Camping World was a 10 bagger for me. I didn't think that was going to be a 10 bagger. Whereas RFP, I'm like, this is 10 bagger potential right here that day, April 1st. And I wanted to keep buying more on the way up, and I did buy some. But I was just so quiet. They weren't saying anything. They weren't doing anything. The insiders weren't taking action. The value investors weren't saying anything. They had announced back in like January or February they were going to do a very small like buyback program, but he didn't know if they were buying back in the open market. And it was like really kind of weird, and I just wanted a little bit more. But still, you could see my conviction, right? I mean, as it's clear to me as it's clear to you, right? That it's the second largest position in the portfolio, and I haven't even been trimming stuff. But I think it could keep running. It's leveraged, but a lot of it is like pension liabilities too, and yeah, just when when lumber's crushing it, and in the assets that it has is in favor, it's really in demand. It generates a shit ton of free cash flow, like a shit ton of free cash flow. Let's check out the historical fundamental. I don't even need to pull it up because I looked at it so many times, but keep it rocking. And just to make sure, it was just an upgrade though. That's kind of weird. Would they upgrade it to or anything? Just to outperform? Nope. And I don't even heard who is. Oh, I mean it's RBC. No. Who was it that upgraded them? Yeah, RBC Capital. I don't know. Well, it's just a big move. I guess lumber. It's just lumber driving it. Cool. 4 and 4. Is it just issuing stuff maybe? Look at that. There's even a small sell there from the SVP. All right. Okay, let's keep going here. NGD down. That's because gold's down. I'm still keeping it there, so I didn't add anything. I also didn't trim anything. Just watching it for now. CNR just kind of bumbling around, taking its time after that big jump last week. It's hit right at a route resistance, which a lot of things are with the market and stuff. Okay, so this is something I did see happen. So first of all, look at Antero. Okay, now it's the seventh largest position in the portfolio. So this is one action I did do. So huge sell-off yesterday. In fact, I didn't even fully read that whole press release yet, but they were doing a offering of a convertible senior note, which generally I don't love. It just depends on the circumstances and stuff. And so it sold off like, what was it, 15-20%, something impressive. And I definitely mentioned in one of these, I'm not going to go hunt it down, that to add to AR, and I didn't. I was waiting. I had added maybe a little bit. I added maybe last week, but not much. Like it still wasn't a top 20 position or anything like that, or even top 30, I don't think, because I still have that RRC exposure. So I was kind of waiting, just because I was waiting for a pullback, really. And then I got it yesterday. So this was the news. It was a convertible. 18th, yeah. A private placement it's a private placement too, not floating it to the public. 4% convertible senior notes due 2026, so a little bit of a time frame there, a little bit of a time cushion, I'd rather. And then I didn't look through the full details of the convertibles. Wait, there you go. The initial rate, the conversion price of approximately $434. Okay, approximately 20% over the last reported sale price. Wait, is this a second press release? Oh, it is. It is a second. Oh, you know what? I saw this first press release. I was going to say I didn't think it was priced. I didn't think it was priced that first time I saw it. Also, they're using the price after the sell-off. Yeah, it's a 20% over the last reported sale price, which was after you made the initial announcement. The hell? Kind of a weird thing. Company stock exceeds. So I mean, it's just a convertible note. So I wish they had. Do they have any commentary on it? That's what I wanted to see. Repurchase their notes. Okay, so there's some nuances to the notes and stuff, but at the end of the day, they issued convertible notes. You know what I mean? That's what the market sees. That's what I see too. You hope it's opportunistic, but you're like, why now? I mean, natural gas has been cranking, and natural gas stocks have been cranking, and maybe my question is, are they a little bit bearish on natural gas prices? Did they box themselves into a corner? I'm not as dialed in with Antero as I am with some other companies, so I'm not totally sure. But the way I see it is what I've said about natural gas many times, is that this could be a multi-year trend, multi-year turnaround for natural gas stocks. And Antero management seems like they're aligned with shareholders. They've even been buying back shares. I double-checked that. They bought back, 20% of shares or something? Now I got to pull it up. Plus, they have a pretty solid... I got it up. Nice. Don't they have a pretty solid stake in Antero? want to say like, is it not Paul Rady? He owns 6%. Is that it? Okay. Let me just check. This is what I do for like confirmation when I want to see like management. I'll pull up the proxy, and then you got to do beneficial ownership. Try to get right to it. Boom. Sailing Stone 8.4%. Paul Rady 5.6. Yeah, and Paul they own 10% together, which isn't a ton. It isn't a ton, but it's something. And that guy by himself owns 5%. And then I think, let me just check that share repurchases too. It's Gamestop. Gamestop all over the place. Now I've had it up because I was just checking it for the video. Oh, it's taking a while. Close out of some stuff. A little bit slow today, huh? Do I have? I have. I might. I think because I have Final Cut open. Damn. I probably should have closed that. Yeah, check the share repurchase. They went from 310 to 268. What's that decline? 13%. Not a ton amount, but it was kind of surprising too because they're so leveraged. It's like, what the hell are you doing there? It's still a $1 billion company. But anyway, a big part of my thesis now, and I'm not afraid to say this, well, two things. The first is the fundamental case for natural gas is that supply is being curtailed, and I do expect natural gas prices to rise over the next 6 to 12 months too, going into the winter and everything. I think it could break. Are we already at? What's that? What's the natural gas futures curve? Can I pull it up here? Contracts. Yeah, you can see it. So okay, we're already above 3 for the futures contracts, but I could see the spot price getting above 3, and that's all super bullish, and it's kind of getting priced in by way of some of these natural gas stocks. Anyway, so I remain bullish for fundamental reasons. And then if the economy gets back cranking along, this is the market trying to get ahead of itself, like trying to crank back, and just natural gas demand could rise. And that's the thinking. But then I've also mentioned probably numerous times now, I'm losing track, how the sector's gotten his ass kicked for five years. And we can see, I'll just pull up RRC as just an example. And these things, I mean, as this is happening, supply is getting cut, and then eventually it turns around, and then you get a multi-year bull market in it, and you get this final capitulation, which of course a lot of things, this final capitulation was for a lot of reasons, right? I mean, the pandemic and everything, but sometimes this is like the catalyst to turn things around, and this is super bullish, and I'm thinking, like, I'm not saying this is definitely going to happen, but I feel like it could. And look at, we're almost getting over. Oh, this is RRC, almost overbought on the weekly, huh? And yeah, they like these cyclical types of names. It's not uncommon, so it could be happening right here. And so I'm operating under that assumption. But I'm willing to say that I'm wrong. That's perfectly fine. But so far as I still think that's the case, just like I thought it was gold. This is the thing. I've seen it happen. I've seen it happen like a handful of times now. I think I mentioned this about gold. Back in let me use a 20-year chart for this. But it seemed to bottom right around here, and then on every pullback, this is what I'm getting at. I mean, we're still very early if this is a multi-year term, but every pullback, I was saying I'm operating on the assumption that this is the turnaround, because it seemed like it had been, what was this, 5 years? 1, 2, 3, 4, something like 5, 6 years, and it's like, okay. And I'm also looking at the prices of the individual stocks, just like I'm doing with natural gas. You see these natural gas players trading at fractions of book value. Now, book value is in question, right? Nevertheless, the point is that when the stocks themselves are just trading at super discount prices, and you've seen capitulation in the prices and so forth, and for fundamental reasons, it looks like things could be turning around, and then the charts start turning around. Then when you get these pullbacks, I kind of operate in the assumption like this is just a pullback. We're not taking out the lows or anything like that. And it's and same thing for here. You know what I mean? It didn't even retest those lows here. And so it happened with gold. I feel like it's happened with commodities generally too. Although a whole bunch of oil names took out their 2016 lows. I mean, oil prices, that's a kind of a little bit of a more special case given all that's going on with that commodity. But that's anyway. So I'm working on that assumption. So Antero sells off, right, for a very largely a business specific reason, issuing convertible notes, and then it raises the questions of liquidity. I mean, of liquidity risk and solvency risk, and then it's back in the headlines because it's a legitimate risk with Antero. Let me turn this off. and then let's pop up the bonds. Let's just check this out. I feel like we just did this, and they were still trading, not in the gutter, but definitely not super compelling. Oh, this is better than I remembered. Did they get up? Did they rise? I thought they were more in the 60s. What was I looking at? Maybe I was looking at a different name. It does look like they're up a bit. Look at this. They're up. Right? And because it's a little bit of a safer, I mean, they just raised some notes, so you would expect these to hold up well. It increases the chances these bondholders are going to get paid, but still discounted, right? I mean, trading at a 30% discount to par. But was that the 2023s? What's the 2022s? What have those been doing? Out of curiosity. Wow. Yeah, hold it up okay. So 84. So a discount, but like my type of discount, right? Other people won't like this. I think 70. That ain't bad at all. Oh, you know what we were looking at too? We were checking to see how low it got back in the day too. But these bond prices are holding up. These bond prices are holding up really nice, actually. I forgot this. I feel like I was focused too much on where they traded at in March and April. Okay. Interesting. So anyway, when I was one thing I was doing is that, I mean, so AR pulled back business specific reasons. Then I'm like, well, okay, let's just keep an eye on natural gas and let's keep an eye on RRC, and we need more time for this. But like natural gas is crushing it this week as well. Now it's up over 240. This is super bullish, right? But it's volatile. It could pull back and crash down next week or something like that. But this is bullish and really bullish, huh? I mean, we'll see what happens. I never got oversold on a weekly basis. That's impressive. Okay, but so that's been up. Like if that were tanking too, and then I'm like, well, what's RRC doing? What's range doing? It's like this still looks terrific. Although notice how it got overbought quite a bit on the daily back in April, but it didn't get overbought. That's bearish. Hopefully it gets more aggressively overbought. Not a big deal, but something I do look at. On the weekly, it's getting. Oh, it's okay. On the weekly is more bullish. Okay. It never got overbought on the weekly back in April, May, but now it's kissing it right now. Sick. Okay. Anyway, RRC still looking good. SWN, not as good. How about EQT? EQT still holding up okay. Wow, RRC. Oh, I did a good job picking RRC, did I? What's the other one? Cabot? Is it Cabot? Oh, I got it. Nice. Boy, RRC looks the best, huh? Sheesh. I didn't realize how much better it looked than the other ones. But still, they seem to be holding up okay. So anyway, so now I'm operating under the assumption that this whole trend is still intact for now, and that huge sell-off, while somewhat legitimate, might have been overdone, especially if indeed the backdrop is natural gas producers are coming back in favor, and yeah, and I'm not totally sold. I think that's the case, but I'm not totally sold. Like I sure wish there were more insiders buying. Remember that director bought a shit ton of RRC right in early March and stuff, and so even AR is not buying that much. They're not buying anything on the open market of stock. So I don't know, just something. Yeah, we'll see. And then in my mind, I didn't set a stop loss, although I should. But in my mind, I got like some stop losses in my mind as to when I'd start reducing. But for now, I'm just watching. And so anyway, I pulled. That's a long, a little bit of a long story. Anyway, so I pulled the trigger on Antero, and now it's the 7th largest position. So I trimmed OVV, and what I should have done was trim RRC. I almost did. I hid the order up. And I'm like, all right, let me just hold, because really what I should be doing is replacing some of RRC with AR. Now I just added a whole bunch of natural gas exposure, but I thought maybe AR got a little bit overdone on that sell-off based on that news. When this it improves their financial situation, right? But it could be dilutive for shareholders, right? That's the risk. So I probably will trim RRC just because of that, but yeah, we'll see. It just looks so damn bullish. You know what I mean? That was the thing. I pulled up stuff. I'm like, damn, this still looks really good. But really, that's what you're supposed to do. I don't know if I want this much natural gas exposure. We'll see. But and then SD, I think I might want to add some more SD based on that. Did we talk about that on Monday? I think. But I'm just waiting on that. I'm just waiting. So that would be quite a bit of natural gas exposure. But it's holding up. I bought some more SD outside of the Roaring Kitty portfolio. Just because it looks really interesting. So, yeah, I'm keeping my eye on that. That's one, too, that kind of... anyway, but I could add that to the Roaring Kitty portfolio, too. Add more to it. I feel like that was it for the major. Like I said, I mentioned I trimmed OVV just to raise some cash. My cash is getting low. I should have the cash allocation right up top here. You know what I mean? But I can pull this up. Cash down to 2.8%. I mean, I tend to, yeah, I don't know. That seems low. It's because I got that huge position in GameStop. I need to start going through and trimming a whole bunch of these positions. That's what I got to do. I mean, a lot of them are big winners, right? But that's the thing. Some of them still look damn cheap. So I don't really like to bet that, the market's going to give back all the gains and stuff. Like, that could happen, but I don't feel super comfortable betting on it. But I should just trim cash. That's usually what I do, is I'll trim cash just to hedge. That's my hedge. I'm not usually shorting stuff, but yeah. Okay. And what else was going today? So RFP, that's a big move up. Still only less than a $400 million market cap, huh? That's something. SBSW. Oh, UFI is taking off. It's not gonna pull back to 10, is it? Good thing. Good. We did add. I did add to it, just not huge. I think we said 10. I wish I could. I wonder if I can Command F and look at all. Really? I feel like I've definitely taken more notes on that. No? All right. Okay. Okay. Damn, that's okay. I'm okay with that. I think we talked about I could park some cash in there. I'll just wait for right now. Because it's not like super... That's the thing, like AR and SD, those could be like 5-baggers. That's kind of why I put a little bit more in them. It's that asymmetric upside, you know what I mean? This would be a safe place to park cash. I'm not saying it can't lose money, you can. But for me, this is a safer place to park cash. But I'd like it a little bit cheaper, huh? Now I'll just watch. NGS. Oh, I held on to this company. That's good. I almost. So check out this company. It's about damn time. It took forever. And I saw it on March 18th. I saw this. Oh, it was March 19th. It happened in the morning. I didn't pull the trigger that March 19th. Damn. No, excuse me. I already had the position, but I didn't add more on that huge sell-off. But I did see it go below 3, and I'm like, oh. And then I thought maybe it'd come back. But I was adding all throughout here. But really strong balance sheet. I want to pull this up and check this out. But super small company, 120, not super small, 127. But I believe they do have equipment for producing natural gas, so people rent their stuff. And it was like a super strong balance sheet too. So it's maybe people are just filtering by the phrase natural gas, and they're coming across this company. And but let me just see how. Let me see how I didn't know. I wasn't sure about the upside, but I was. But the balance sheet was so damn strong, and I thought I have to own it. I have to keep the portfolio. And even earlier this week when I was looking at potentially oh, what happened? It'll come back. I was looking this week. I'm like, no, I better keep that natural gas equipment company in there. Oh, all right, I'll keep going. There. Okay, here it goes. Come on. Yeah, so these are small, like revenues-wise, not that much, but look at all the purple and green, huh? Sick! It was $18 in book value, straight at $5, and so I wanted to buy. I think the position might have been larger, and then I put it into what I thought would have some companies that I thought maybe had some more upside, but like legitimate historical earnings. It's like this one looked really good. It still looks somewhat compelling. Maybe now it's getting people's attention. Actually, now it could be. Now it's people weren't talking about it that much. Now, should I add to it? Oh, wow. I kind of forgot the historical price on this one. I see the book value. Oh, might be an ad. Was this the weekly? It's only now getting above 50 on the RSI. It was so slow moving. And why is that? Is it because... I really wasn't sure. I mean, even the size of the company didn't make much sense. It was not that small. No, that ain't it. Do the insiders have a ton of it? I don't remember. I don't. You know what I mean? Like, if is there a low float? Is that part of the issue? And people couldn't even. No, there's not. I have no idea. I have no idea for such a strong balance. No one just. It's like no one cares about it. You know what I mean? It's kind of weird to me. Now it's probably a buy. Let's make our first note of the day. That's the thing. I don't need to make notes about all, like, a lot of the stuff we just talked about. I don't need to make notes for all that because I'm starting to get back into the, like, internalizing stuff. Like, I know about RFP, and I can't be writing the same damn notes over and over again. I'll go crazy. I know about UFI and gold and silver. We got all that. This is more just some new stuff to jog my memory. I'm just gonna say add to NGS. I could use a little bit more of that. I think. Look at this balance. How can I compete with this balance sheet? $18 in book value. Now the question is, what is book value comprised of? And actually, here's where these charts can kind of come in handy. It's mostly fixed assets, and as I recall, it's equipment. We'll pull it up. Mostly fixed assets. Hey, these graphics I don't use these much, but they're kind of helpful. And you can see it's mostly book value. But like, look at how well it was historically run, right? And you could say, oh, well, these were the boom years and blah blah blah. But just excellent equity growth. Tremendous. It's one of those ones that doesn't like, what were we looking at? We've been looking at a number of companies like that, where it's just so historically well run. You can buy you could have bought it based on this alone, trading at $5, all this purple and green, no liquidity, no debt concerns, or you'll buy it on that. That's it. A 1 minute kitty corner video, done. And then you get the whole natural gas angle, and then forget about it. So that's what I mean. This could even be a triple from here, under the right circumstances. But maybe I add. I was kind of just waiting for people to catch on. It's like it was doing nothing, and everything else was flying by, all the other positions. And I'm like, come on. You could see it doing nothing. And then I started to wonder. But this is definitely a safer way to play stuff. So I just want to see. A late 10Q? Yikes. What's that about? Also, yeah, why did it run up today? What the hell is this? All right, this is their votes for what'd they vote on? Just the board nominees? That's what was filed today? What the hell was it up for? Anything in particular? Oh, they report yesterday? Wow, they had to. So they reported yesterday. Well, that's a safe guess, right? Provider of natural gas compression equipment. There you go. So I don't even need to pull up the 10K. Demonstrated its resilience during quarter. Net income of adjusted EBITDA, 13% increase over the fourth quarter, and an increase of 5.3% when compared. So it's EBITDA was adjusted EBITDA was up year over year. Rental revenue, an increase of 11. Revenue was up 11% year over year. Company has ample liquidity, $15 million in cash. How many shares outstanding? 13. It's got $1 in cash, low debt. Forecasted capex of $8 million. Like, so simple. Don't you love these small? That's another thing. Benefit of being a smaller investor too. In the grand scheme of things, talk about those big, huge institutions. They literally can't enter a position because it's too small. But like 128 million can get involved with that, and they have like really simple balance sheets and really simple businesses relative to the behemoths, the big companies, and it's just kind of nice. Look at this, a couple of bullet points and you're done. You get the gist of it. And plus, it's kind of funny seeing the small numbers, right? Like 15 million in cash compared to everything else. It's like not that much. And do they have any comment? Okay, in spite of continued weakness, it's good to check out sometimes you just get the quote. Continued weakness in energy demand and volatile energy, largely a result of the COVID, blah, 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 solve financial, our ability to rapidly reduce our cost structure. We haven't been able to address our customers' requests. Revenues decline. Oh, revenues did decline. I was going to say, that's kind of weird. There's no way revenues are up, right? Revenues decline in the quarter. We're able to post sequential gains in both gross margin and EBITDA. We continue to strengthen our balance sheet. And again, it already has a really strong balance sheet, so that's kind of interesting phrasing. Delivered free cash flow during the quarter. Wow. We said this about another company too. If you're announcing, I don't even care what it is, but if you announce positive free cash flow during this quarter, props. That's impressive. Cash balance grew. Commodity prices have framed for the low. Business has improved, slow and consistent, new opportunities, blah blah blah. All right, so there's not really much in there. Is anyone talking about it? See what I mean? Nothing. Nothing. This guy writes articles on everything. No comments on this. No comments on this one. It was up. How much was it up today? What does it? It's nothing. No one talks about this, which is fine. That's not that big of a deal. But I was, just looking for I don't know, emotional support. You know what I mean? But that's the thing. When you see a balance sheet like that, though, you need it less. You don't because usually it's more credit risks that you're like, am I assessing these effectively? But a company like this, you're like, I'm just betting on not the demand for its products to turn around, which they typically do. But with this strong of a balance sheet, they probably could have sustained a few quarters in tangible book. So I figured even if tangible book value can, let's say they have a couple consecutive quarters of losses. I'm like, even if they have 4 quarters of losses here, you're still going to have book value of maybe like, I don't know, I was just guessing like $10 or $12 or something. I'm like, that's still a decent margin of safety. You know what I mean? And then it could always bounce back too. So maybe it's an ad. I might add to it. Maybe get it to 1%. It's just such a strong balance sheet. I don't know that there's significant upside, but I can play that. Look at that. Previously, it never traded. Look, it was always traded at a multiple of tangible book. That's what stood out to me. I was like, what the hell? This is going to be a really safe triple or quadruple for people who got those lows, in my opinion. Not really safe, all relative, right? Relative to the other positions in the Roaring Kitty portfolio, I mean. I think it's going to get back to book value. Yeah, I think I had. Okay. So, interesting. What was that? Why was the 10Q delayed? What the hell's that about? Oh, delayed by a day? What's this? So it's not as alarming with a smaller company. You don't want to see it happen, but the smaller company. It's not that small a company though. $100 million. Okay. Okay. My apologies. Due to an increase of positive COVID-19 cases in the Midland, Texas area, including a verified positive test among the company's professional staff, the company was forced to close Hesser. No problem. See what I mean? So by pulling this up, now we have no reason to be concerned. And for a second time, which remains closed. The office closure was dictated by positive testing. Okay. You know what I mean? So I'm glad we pulled this out. Although we already saw it got filed. So it's not that big a deal anyway. Sometimes you'll see this filed and you don't have a 10Q for quarters of stuff. Usually if that's happening, there's something else in the announcement there. But so it's just a couple of weeks. No big deal. I mean, with this shit's going on here, that's what I mean. No big deal. What was this one? Oh, there was their vote. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm going to add to that. And let me just see. I want to check this though. Like, it'd be probably helpful to check out the risk factors. You know what I mean? I just want to ensure. Pull up a 10K, huh? How many times have we pulled up a 10K during the stream? Not much. Is that too big? That's too big. Let's go. What's the business? Major companies, Oxy. So they in a customer risk here too that I forgot about, 36%, but I mean it's energy and 28% of our revenue. Devon, see what I mean? So these are legitimate businesses too. You know what I mean? But a little bit of a risk, but it's energy. Someone else might use their products instead. But I viewed them as not bad. Market for compression equipment and services is dependent on the condition of the oil and natural gas company, including the CapEx budgets for domestic oil and gas companies. So of course it's going to sell off because they were pulling back on CapEx. Level of activity in CapEx is generally dependent on the prevailing view of future gas and oil prices, right? No surprise there, which are influenced by numerous supply and demand factors, including availability. We get all that part. I kind of just wanted to know the breakdown of oil versus natural gas demand. Oil and natural gas price, like they're kind of talking about them in tandem. Is one more important than the other? I mean, it says natural gas compression segment, right? I mean, I've always thought it was natural gas. The compressor industry participants can achieve significant advantages through size and geographic breadth. As the number of rental compressors in our rental fleet increases, the number of sales. They're pretty, I mean, I think it's safe to say natural gas is more meaningful for this company. But, okay. Yeah, I think this is an ad. This is solid. Especially if you're bullish on natural gas and all, but this is what I wanted to get to. Just see, sometimes they'll say, well, the risk of one of the risks, I mean, obviously for energy, any companies related to energy, we have a good idea as to what the risks are, but they may specifically say if, right here we go, decreased oil and natural gas prices, capital X levels, yeah, revenues drive oil and natural gas, which in turn, blah, 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 blah. Oil and natural gas, price for oil and natural gas, blah, 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 blah. So it was another play just on the energy, right? Just a diversified lower risk play, really. Yeah, okay. So they're pretty, they keep it pretty broad. Look at this, a reduction in demand for oil. Result of our operations depend on the level of activity in the energy market, including oil development. Yeah, okay. Increased regulation. So fracking is a risk to natural gas too, by the way. Which is kind of like a political risk in a way, right? Just so that's a legitimate risk. My thinking is like, oh, it could still happen, but if it were going to happen, like it's kind of surprised me that it didn't happen already, right? But could still happen. Okay. Compressor rental 6 months, right? The loss of one or more current key customers, right? That's a typical risk. Members of our management, blah, blah, blah. Not much, just usual stuff. But okay, that's an ad. It's an ad. And I don't even know if I need to wait for a pullback so much because of the strength of that balance sheet. And plus, I feel like I'm a little bit underexposed to it. I feel like it should already be 1% right now. It's okay. Maybe it pulls back tomorrow. I trimmed OVV. I mentioned that. I'll trim some other stuff too. It's time to do that again. I don't like that cash position so low. Like XCC, I'll just sell out of XCC. You know what I mean? I have some bigger oil plays that I've been trimming those. I kind of like the names in here though. Okay, just have to take a peek. CVE, I can start trimming that. Boy, that's turned out to be. I was up quite a bit, but not much. Yeah. Oh no, that is so I had calls on this as well because they had a tremendous amount of insider buying too. Canadian company, look it up, right? This was the other half of Canadian company. What happened was I don't even know how to pronounce it. Senevis? I don't know. Senevu? I think it's like French, right? Senevu? That's how I thought because it's a Canadian company. I don't know if it's based in French Canadian or whatever. I don't know, but it split from Encana. This is a number of years back, and then Encana became Ovintiv, OVV, and so I've kind of I was in Encana back in the day before I knew what I was doing, and so I've tracked them both closely, and then so I was buying calls on. You know what? Was this a Burry stock too? Did he ever own that? He might have owned it last year. I've trialed it because I've followed it since Encana, but he actually might have owned this too. I don't know. I forget if that's true. Anyway, I picked up calls on this one and OVV, and it turned out to be a good winner. Those Canadian companies seem to sell off worse than some of the other ones. I thought it went from like $8 down to $1. You know what I mean? Like that's a huge sell off, and I thought it got sold off more than the other stuff. And I figured, I have no idea, but maybe it was partly just because they're Canadian companies. And people just wanted U.S.-centric stuff. Maybe that's probably a bull claim. It could just be they were just more leveraged. I'm not really sure off the top of my head, but I don't know. I thought people were overlooking them for that reason, so I was buying them up. And I mean, CVE was a bigger position. I've been trimming it all the way up. Anyway, I could start trimming that one. All right, I don't feel like going through. I just want to see what else. Anything else moving? Oh, see OLN coming down. See, we just gotta bide our time on this one. There is no rush. There is no rush to get in this one. Let it keep coming. See what I mean? Look at this. No rush. Just let it. It's going to come to us. It looks super bearish. I know we said that on Wednesday. I'm pretty sure we said it on Wednesday. We said, got the position. And I mean, I had the position back here, but I had trimmed it because I think I put more in TSE or something. I think I did a good job trimming on that one, actually. I might have done it really early. but it never went up that much either, by the way. But this looks bearish. Look at this. It was up the RSI. This it never took out the all high. Never took out this high in June, and then it's just down. This looks bearish. And now it's coming against a little bit of a support here, which is kind of, see, this is a good thing. We look at so many charts, right? This is what I want to do part of the stream too, is be looking at more charts and stuff and have everything internalized already. I could have been doing a better job of that earlier this year before COVID all happened. And so that's one thing, just have my finger on the pulse fundamentally, but also technically. And we know not many companies have charts that look like this. So this is extra bearish because shouldn't be taken out, assuming there's anything to technical analysis, shouldn't be taking out lows like this. You know what I mean? And I know we looked at it. That's the thing. I'm not going to look at the fundamentals right now. We just looked last week. I'll give it some time. Now let's just see what happens with the price action. And I'll pull it up again next week. I don't feel like it right now. I feel good with the position of 0.6%. I don't have super high conviction to think that $10 itself was super cheap. And this there probably wasn't even news today, was there? Could be a bold claim. Yeah, no news. People just getting out of it. They're probably expecting the dividend to get cut and all that stuff. Cool. Come to Roaring Kitty. Come to Roaring Kitty. And what's TSE doing? What are some of the other chemical? Let's pull up the chemical names in particular. So they're pulling back a little bit, but still looks intact. NCC looks good. You know what I mean? That's bearish. Now you might think, oh, Ellen's pulling back. Like I thought this with Antero, right? I thought, hey, natural gas still looks good, so I'll buy some Antero. But Antero was looking good right up until that announcement. You know what I mean? Like, sorry, just to do this OLM. This is looking bearish over a 3-month period. Compare it with AR. This was looking bullish, and it had just broken out. And it was taken off on last week too, and then this happened. Then it's like it still looks like it's intact. It's not like deteriorating or. It looks like the rotation was taking place. So that's bullish to me, and that's why I pulled the trigger, but I'm not doing it on OLM. This is me trying to justify to myself. It's not like I thought through. All right, I have so many positions. It's not like I'm thinking through, wait a second, why am I not adding to OLM, but I'm adding to AR? But now as I think, I'm trying to, this is the manifestation of my decisions, you know what I mean? But okay. Let me just close out of some stuff, just because I got some stuff open on the computer, so I hope the stream doesn't slow down. Does OLN have publicly traded? Let's check this out out of curiosity. I'm sure these would trade richly, right? Yeah. Look, okay. I feel like we might have looked at them. Because a decent company. What's the market cap? It's at least a couple billion. 6.5. Oh, only 1.5. That's not as big as I thought. It's gonna say 3. A couple months ago it was 50% higher, over 2 billion, but interesting. Yeah, let's see what happens here. So I don't feel like pulling up the spreadsheet to say RK buy right now, but I'm just and I don't even need to add it to the note. Like I got the note in my head. I'll remember that. All right, TGB. Oh man, this thing's really taken off. I bought this at 20 cents. 20 cents. I got it right there. I think I got it these days. 4-bagger. Should I have bought more? I didn't think. It went up so quick. Look at this. What am I supposed to do? No pullbacks. No leveling off. Bam, 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 bam. I was just like, all right. A more developmental type copper producer. Damn. Whatever. It could go. This could double again, by the way. I think I haven't pulled up these fundamentals in a while, but I remember thinking $1.50 to $2.50. It kind of aligned with tangible book, if I recall correctly. And you had this huge sell-off. Could have bought more, but I was still diversified. This isn't so much a missed opportunity. It's in the damn portfolio. But even after this big run-up, it's still only. I've trimmed this, right? I hope I did. There's no way I made it that small. I don't know. A lot of uncertainty back then. Oh, we just talked about Bassett. Yeah, expect Bassett to do well. So this isn't. Let's pull this one up too, because this is another. I feel like we just talked about this on Monday. Kind of it's not a low risk play, but it's home furnishings. If residential real estate is crushing it, And I know like some stores are closed like that, and because of the pandemic and everything like that. But this seems like a decent play because it's got a strong balance sheet. And maybe I should buy more of it. I think I should. I've been holding off, but I've held off for similar reasons as NGS. Is that I thought, I don't know. It's hard to explain. Like it wasn't getting much traction, and not too many people were talking about it. But what's that? NGS? What's going on here? Why does it keep refreshing and stuff? Sometimes this happens midday because the tickers are refreshing because what I had checked off is changing because let's say the daily movers is moving around. Oh, it's here. My bad. Oh, good. I must have unchecked everything. I was wondering why there's so few tickers over there. I forgot. See what I mean? That's weird stuff showing other companies when it pops up like that. Bizarre. But historically, a decent look at, so that just got debt, but that's the damn leases. But look at book value. So it had book value about $15. This is the thing. It never got that. No, it did get down to $5. It was cheap at $5. That was the thing. And part of the issue was I missed it well below $5. It never got that cheap. Like it was traded at 1/3 of book value, but you're seeing other shit out there trading at like 10% book value at that time. And I always thought $34. I looked at this for a while in March. I looked at it for a while because I had followed it for a long time too. I think it's a toll position as well. They used to dabble in that. And so you see the strong bull value. They never had any debt, but it was well run. But it was kind of just like they were riding the residential real estate wave. But then there's a question of, okay, well, if it starts throwing off losses, even look at historical earnings. Historical earnings were peaked at $1.60. You know what I mean? So 10 times that, $16, right? Just as in your head. But it's so well run, but it's still just a brick and mortar retailer. And there's a lot of home furnishings that are crushing it. You know what I mean? But we were looking at Kirkland, right? That's why this came up. Oh, that's why that was up too. Oh, I know I just added that to missed opportunities. Don't remind me. It was somehow another missed opportunity the past week. oh, that one's painful. But I mean, see what I mean? Like comparatively. So this one's up. I don't even. What is it up? How many X? It's up 10, 11, 12X anyway. And BSEP is a double. You know what I mean? Like, so that was the right decision to not go super heavy into it for whatever. I just thought it didn't get that cheap, and it didn't get that cheap because of the balance sheet. But at the end of the day, it's still just a brick and mortar retailer. But and they have cash flow. You know what I mean? So I talk about earnings, but they had some solid free cash flow of close to $2 per share. So at $5, that's cheap. But I just didn't think it was as cheap. And now it's another way to play. I mean, consumer discretionary, demand for home furnishings, which you could now. It's got competition, right? It's got you can get home furnishings in many places. To be honest, I'm not sure how popular this brand is. This name, I haven't shopped there too much myself. I know of it, but I tell you what I like. What sticks out to me is how historically it seems like it was pretty well run. It seems with not that much debt. It seems like they did a good job. I like that. That goes a long way with me. And it's cyclical, you know what I mean? So that was the thing. I thought I thought this cycle could drag on longer. That was a thing. But I don't know. I don't even know if I want to add it here. You know what I mean? NGS, that's still trading quite a bit below book. But here, I could see it doubling from here. It's hard for me to see tripling. I don't know. How do you get... I can't... It's hard for me to get to $25, $30. It used to... Oh, it pays a dividend. They're still paying the dividend past 12 months? Wow. Did they cut it? Did they cut the dividend? I don't care. I'm curious, though, right? Surely they cut the dividend. I don't know. $15, $12. Revenue's declining, you know what I mean? But that's okay. Of course, excuse me. Of course they're going to decline. What am I seeing? All right, let's take a peek. Excuse me. Like NGS, like almost like it's so super cheap, right? Oh, and let me just pull that up again. What were the margins on NGS? Look at the margins on NGS too. That's why something that stuck out to me, and I forgot when we were looking at it. Check out these net margins. That is sick. In the energy industry, 10% plus. These are 3-year averages, but still, I remember thinking, what the hell? That's dope. Even more reason to add. You know what I mean? They got a little bit of a competitive advantage there. Maybe it's not sustainable for such a small company, but I remember thinking, like, how the hell did they pull that off? All this growth and stuff. Now, you know that DuPont ROE calculation, right? I mean, net margin is one of those, so that's at least part of the reason for their strong equity growth. Hey, look at that. I remember DuPont formula, huh? Wow, that's higher than I thought, huh? That's sick. 10-15%. And simple free cash flow margin, I mean, volatile. Operating cash flow margin, 30%. Wow. You know what I mean? 30% operating cash flow margin. You wouldn't think there's that much capex requirement for this, right? You're replacing some of your equipment, the compressors. Return on invested capital declining over time. I don't even remember how I defined that. Investor income divided by invested capital. I mean, I have an idea, right? But I have like special defined terms like investor income. That's probably net income plus interest expense, the investors in the company. I mean, you know what I mean. People who have provided capital, roughly, you know what I mean. Invested capital. I probably should have I probably do have a definition. You know what invested capital is. It's just the capital. That's probably the total debt and shareholders' equity and stuff. Common, and then investor. Oh, there you go. Interest expense, investor income. There we go. I have it defined. See what I mean? I haven't seen this one. Common net income plus interest expense. That's what I said. Invested capital is tangible long-term assets. So I have weird definitions for these things. You can Google invested capital. See how many ways you can calculate invested capital. You know what I mean? It's like so subjective. So I just calculated as tangible long-term assets. I took total assets minus the intangibles and minus short-term assets. Minus short-term assets. And I thought, that's in the ballpark of capital. So that's been declining over time, which you'd expect. It's always going to come down to the cost of capital for the company. Boy, that's a pretty clean decline, huh? That's pretty clean. Like they're as they're growing, they're just not earning as much. You know what I mean? And revenues aren't even growing anymore. Just stabilized. But that can be a good. As long as you're still generating cash flow, you know what I mean? That's not bad. This is a buy. Should have added more to this. When should I have added more? Could have been adding this whole time under 7. Damn. Like, that's why it's good to check those fundamentals every couple months, really. You'd think after every quarterly release, but I was tracking so many companies that I forgot how good this actually looked. And because it was probably never a big daily mover, you know what I mean? It probably wasn't. It was never up 5 or 10% of the day. Look, it probably. Let's look at the daily. Does it ever look like? Yeah. So man, a couple days, but everything was up those days. This is a buy. Damn. It's a solid buy. Okay. I just got sidetracked. You know what I mean? Went back to all right, back to B set. Back to B set. Where am I? Okay. All right. Check out the margins. So the thin margins. You're gonna expect these 0 to 5% on these retailers like this. Tangible book value. It's gonna be hard to. Post-COVID, it's going to be hard to get back to these previous highs but these assets are kind of in demand. You know what I mean? Any other type of retailer, but home furnishings, a lot of competition out there. How big is this company? 110, kind of small, being missed by a lot of people. It's smaller than NGS. Whoa, that's the thing. You might not think it has the strength to survive, but that balance sheet's really strong. They lose $3, $2. Still positive operating cash flow, but you can see what can happen during the down years. Look at, I mean, that was a housing bubble, though. You know what I mean? And still, they didn't lose that much. Yeah, kind of. They went from $18 per share to $9 per share in 2 years. See what I mean? You can have huge, but that's I feel like that's a little bit of an extreme. Could still happen. The whole economy went bust. But I remember thinking, no, but BSET's been coming down for a while. You know what I mean? This is on its way down this whole time. Is that true? It was at $30. Yeah, 20. Like it was going boom, boom, boom. And then I was eyeing it late last year. I was, and I remember thinking, I don't even think I pulled the trigger. I remember thinking, it's just not that cheap. I remember thinking it's not that cheap, and I never pulled the trigger. But I was watching it, and then I was like, I think when it leaped up, I'm like, oh, I think that's what happened. I kind of remember this. I was like looking at September, October. I remember thinking it's just not cheap enough for me. It's just not cheap. And then it leaped up, and I'm like, damn, I messed up. Maybe it was cheap enough. And then boom, 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 boom. Right. $5 was cheap. $6 was cheap. $11? Not that cheap, you'd think. Wait, how did we get here? How did we get on BSET? Was it? It's in the portfolio, right? It's already there. Okay. That might be fine. So this is the thing. So there's like there's upside and there's downside, right? And so as I'm looking through this, it's not a safe play, but it's on the safer side as balance sheet from the balance sheet perspective, and yet it's still a brick and mortar retailer, and but the upside, I don't see significant upside. Could be a double, so it's hard for me to. I don't know why would I put a percent in this when I could put a percent in a bunch of this shit up above it. It's just hard for me. Like I'd even rather put an RFP. I'd rather put an RFP at the current price point that I would, I think, in BSET, I think. So that's what I mean. They're all trade-offs, and it doesn't look compelling enough for me to pull the trigger on it. But I'm glad we pulled it up. And sorry, did it release news? I guess it doesn't matter that much. Who cares? Do you care? I don't care. It's probably good earnings or a good outlook. Yeah, they got clean storefronts. I've driven by their stores before. Are they higher end too? Oh, they didn't report today? What the hell? They must have reported, right? No? What the hell is it up for? I don't know. That seems like a big move for Bassett. Oh, Lazy Boy, furniture and home furnishing. Well, right. We saw Kirk up today too. Oh, what was this? June 3rd? Yeah. Courage and conviction. Yeah, I've seen stuff before. June 3rd. How much is it up? Yeah, it still look good. It's still decent at $7. And this was June. So what were we thinking in June? We were thinking things were getting frisky in June around this time, June 3rd. A lot of stuff got bid up that next week. Yeah, 70%. Okay. But let me just check this home furnishings things. Yeah, you did. Like I couldn't so long as those home builders and so long as that stuff's taken off, this stuff you'd think it's gonna follow suit. That's what I mean. If I wanted more exposure to it, maybe I do. I've been trimming the home builders, and you see what lumber prices are doing. Although when that crashes, I'm not saying it's gonna crash, but not everything goes up every single day. And usually things that go up aggressively pull back aggressively. To the degree is what's in question. Q2 EPS estimates topping. Lazy Boy, Haverty, Hooker, Bassett. Oh, Hooker. I've looked at Hooker before too. Kirkland. It says Kirkland's up 4%, but it was up way more than that, wasn't it? Oh, what was? I can't even look at home. Oh, damn. See what I mean? Oh, you know what? You know what's funny about home? I forgot I said this. I remember. I think I said this to my wife. I've talked about home. I already said it was a missed opportunity. Woe is me. Oh, what is it? 18? Oh, Cliff. What's his name? Cliff Sosin? Kaiser Sose? Is his name Kaiser Sose? Is it Cliff Sosin? I don't even know. Clifford Sosin? Clifford Sosin Kaiser Sosin. Maybe I'll start calling him So stupid. Oh, this guy crushed it. Props. Oh, I wimped out on this one. I did. I thought they were gonna go. I thought they weren't gonna make it. I remember saying to my wife, like it was in March and April. We were talking about a lot of stuff at this time, right? I myself was looking at their website thinking, you know what, they're probably going to be having a ton of discounted stuff, and I'm pretty sure I told my wife they're probably going bankrupt, so we might get some super discounted stuff, like home furnishing type stuff. There's tons of stores out there too. It's hard to see how some of these have any particular competitive edge, but I was wrong about that, and I should have trusted Cliff. And the same thing with PRTY. Wow, this one's crushing it. That's sick. I was interested in this when he was first buying. I right around 5, and then it pulled back, and I was still watching it right there. And then when this happened, I thought, oh, that's too bad. Cliff got like, damn. Oh, that's a bummer. I don't even want to look at these anymore. Anyway, excuse me. So you see how that's performed, and then you wonder. I mean, that's performed so aggressively. So these are one of the more speculative plays on home furnishings. Same thing with Kirkland. These are all the more speculative plays, and these are already 10 baggers. Is it conceivable these are going to take out their previous highs? You know what I mean? Like, are you? When was he first buying home? Yeah, he was buying at good prices, so he probably figured 15, 20 at least. I guess he could have thought 5 bagger maybe. I looked at the numbers. The numbers don't look that compelling. Bummer. All right. Do I want to? Maybe I don't know. I'll give it some more thought. Add to be set as relatively as lower risk play on home. On homes. It's home furnishings, right? But okay. All right. Anything else here? Well, it's 8:16, but we're like digging into companies and stuff. You know what I mean? Oh, Harsco. This was one of those companies I didn't know that well, but I added it in March and April when I was pouring over everything, and I'm like, oh, this looks like it'd be a good fit for the portfolio. And now I don't even know what it does. I forget what the time was doing because it's construction, right? I think. Let's pull it up. Oh, let's check the business. Oh, I gotta pull that business over. How many times I gotta? What's it do? Environmental solutions for industrial and specialty waste streams and innovative equipment and technology for the rail sector worldwide. What? What? On-site services of material logistics, product quality improvement, and resource recovery for. Okay, so it's a way to play commodity. So that's probably what caught my attention, right? Oh, some insider buying. You kind of know what's going to catch my attention. 700,000. Look at March. They had some in March too. That's what probably got it on my radar in March. And then I dug in. I go, yep, that fits the bill. Wait, what's that right now? Oh, 14. I have to pull this back. So on the chart, oh, look how low it got in 2016. Say industrial, that's what I mean. Oh, some things traded lower. Some of those industrials didn't quite get as low. Same thing with tech and all them. This doesn't look that upward. It doesn't compelling on the upside. Wait, I'll pull up the fundamentals for this one because I don't really know it off the top of my head. It's probably done its job. It's really good. You've done your duty, Harsco, of what I was trying to accomplish when I invested in you. Help me diversify, get exposure to industrial machinery, and you tripled. Job well done. I probably didn't get the full triple. You probably doubled for me. Oh, that'll come up. Okay, you know what I should do? So those are rerunning the reports because I just interrupted the list because it got added in the middle. When I checked it off, it got added to the middle of the list. But I wonder if I can have it add to the bottom of the list. That way it doesn't have to rerun the report every time. It's not a big deal. Who cares? Who cares? We're talking 5 seconds. Chill, kid. Chill. Yeah, what does it matter? Because I wouldn't be looking at that company anymore anyway. Oh, look at, and I like the size of the company too. $1 billion in revs. Negative tangible book value. Oh, purple and green in the past. At least you had purple and green at some point. You know what I mean? Did they stop the dividend? Look at these numbers. Like no earnings, like messy earnings for a period there. Maybe they were cleaning up the company though. I don't know. A lot of debt though, with declining revenues. Oh, big jump in revenues this year, huh? What the hell? Go, what did we say? Rail. This is a good example of. Sorry, you can't see that. That was just me trying to pull up this Google search so I can pull up the hell they do. Like sometimes I'll just go to the front page of the website. Clean Earth? What the hell? Clean Earth, huh? Hey, nice pictures. That looks kind of sick. Wonder where that is. Nice. Harsco Rail. Okay, so the rail is just one aspect of what they do. Our company. What do you do? It's not compelling enough for me to dive in deep. This is going to be like a 2-minute. Like I don't see anything on the fundamentals that catches my eye or on the chart. I mean, I see this $6 in earnings, but that's probably just to hit. I see the cash flow here. Operating cash flow $2. Simple free cash flow. The peak was 10 years ago. This makes me wonder if there. You see, did it spin off? Was there a spin off here? Because that's a huge decline. This was the thing. A commodity bubble, if you ask me. Some people disagree. Most people agree with that, though, right? And so probably its assets were super in favor. So I wouldn't expect this necessarily to be repeatable. Even then, earnings topped out at $3.75. That's not that much. Did it spin out? Look at the decline, though. It's over 50% down. It's not that for such a big company. It's kind of surprising. I don't see. It's not that compelling. So can you just remind me what you do? Like in something I understand better. I'm not too smart. I'm not a smart man. I understand some of those words. I understand those words. Okay, processing, treatment, disposal, and recycling solutions for a wide range of complex, highly recurring waste streams. Okay, they get rid of some waste. For which industries? Just general industrials, is that it? Okay. Recycling and disposal solutions. Okay, that's not a bad business. I like that. Stericycle. Oh, they purchased Stericycle this year. I know that company. How much they pay for that? Oh, shit. Wait, they said this year. I see it as a big purchase last year. Right? Now I'm trying to look up that net acquisitions. Damn, this stuff, son. I really screwed it. When I was building these fundamental spreadsheets, I was cleaning up one spreadsheet, right? So I was just trying to get everything in one view, and then I was trying to resize it so that we could kind of look at this stuff together. And here I am still blocking. And then I'm like, all right, I did it. And then I just duplicated the tab, duplicated the spreadsheets, and I'm like, I'm such an idiot. And I'm like, oh shit, I forgot to clean up this side. I forgot to scroll over. Because I figured most times I'd just be focused on this, but I have to say, I've been scrolling over much more than I usually do, looking at those individual years. But usually I'm just trying to grab the trend with these 3-year averages, but whatever. Okay, so was that this column right here, the net acquisitions and divestitures? I just want to see the share dollar amount. $584 million. Wow, that's a big acquisition. What's the market cap? It's only $1 billion. That's a big acquisition. What was it, a merger of equals or something? Started to expand clean sugar. Wow. All right. I like that business model, though. Wait, where's the other businesses? Oh. Material processing and environmental solutions to the global steel and metals industry. All right, that's really all I need to know. I don't know exactly what that processing materials. They're importer-exporters. You know what I mean? They're importer-exporters. Mill service and resource recovery. All right. I just need to know what drives the profits and stuff. Farsco is recognized for technical leadership. Blah blah blah. Just rails. Okay, it's like a good industrial company. You know what I mean? But I can't find the upside. Can't find it. I'm looking. I don't see it. Could be some transformational thing happen behind the scenes. That's cool. Is someone talking about it? But otherwise, I think I might sell out. You know what I mean? I see this, or then I see NGS. I think NGS, easy. Okay, who's this? Carsco company rebranding is moving forward. Next 6 months will be crucial. Ouch. February 27th. No one commented on it. So Steven Simpson, what'd he say? Okay, cleaner should make Carsco less cyclical over the long term. I could see that, right? Because it's waste. And rail still has plenty of room for improvement, but the steel business is still vital to the business. Look undervalued below 20, but the street will likely need much more confidence in a near-term bottom in steel. Yep, it looks like he got this right. He pretty much knows his shit. I don't always agree with him on certain stock picks though, bullish and bearish, both sides. One we really agreed on though was it CVGI? I forget. I think he may have written on CVGI. He actually thought fair value was higher than what I thought it was. Like he thought it was. If I remember this because I've looked at CVGI multiple times. We talked about it on the stream a number of times. I remember he thought CVGI looked compelling at $7 or $8. And I remember thinking, really? I don't see it at $7 or $8. And so, but in the back of my mind, I know that he likes it and he looks at a ton of companies. I don't even know this guy. I don't know. I just know that it's decent analysis. I know what I'm getting when I read it. That he's looking at important stuff. He kind of gets it. But I don't know where I was going with that. So when I see him say, all right, this looks like that might not be that compelling at this price, I think, all right, that's what I'm seeing too. So that's my quick take, if not the specifics of the valuation stuff, just the business. And it's reassuring, and I can do it. It's a quick rule of thumb for me. Thank you, Steven Simpson. I got him bookmarked here, I think. That's the thing. Where is it? I don't remember. Funds or something? Analysts? I should fill this out. That's just a couple of them. All right, but I think it's quality business, and I think the long-term returns from the deal will offset that initial cost of entry. Cool, that's good to know. I also have concerns that a weak sentiment for steel and steel-related stocks will weigh on those. Okay, really thinks it's tied to steel. Patient investors may want to use this pullback as an opportunity for due diligence in perhaps starting a position. Yeah, cool. That was when I was trading at what, 16? No comments on it. No one cares. No one cares. I care. I looked. Oh, he has one. There's one like. By Tom, I don't know. Okay. I'm gonna sell. That's it. How big is the position? That's the way I can raise some cash. Whatever. I think I have it in some other accounts too. I definitely like that as an industry. It's fun. So like I'm saying that now, that's clearly what I had seen at the time, even though I couldn't remember. And but now it doesn't serve the purpose I needed for. I want something more compelling at this point. Madrigal, this is a biotech. This and Viking I got in here. Those aren't considered. I consider them unrelated to the rest of this. Like my typical stocks that I'm dabbling in. They're related to Nash and stuff. That industry looks compelling. They're all speculative though. These are speculative biotechs. They don't have any approved drugs or anything like that. But one I think could be compelling. AirCap. I could start trimming this even more too. It's like a kind of a safe way. I think it's probably worth double what it is. Let me pull up those. This is good. I should probably spend a damn stream just going through all these damn companies. You know what I mean? Oh, I hate that I keep clicking around. I wish these were like different color tabs. I wish I could change the color of the tab. They're all green to me. You know what I mean? I'm not reading the name. I'm just going boom, boom, boom. Sorry about that. Click up. Open up AirCap. Oh, you know what? Let me clear these out. Make some space. Oh, what's Western Digital doing? Coming back down, Cirque. AirCap. Oh, I added to FPay. Here you go. And then you see it up at 0.5%. I did make that note, right? Add to FPay. I remember we looked at it. I wish I had more. That's the thing. I can't be wasting time taking too many notes. I should. Like, I remember we looked at it, and at first it looked compelling because I think the fundamentals weren't the right numbers and stuff. But then it wasn't as compelling. But the insider buying was super bullish. And that guy bought again, by the way. That's what reminded me. He bought. Yeah, he bought again. It came today. Did I pull the trigger today? I think I pulled the trigger today. And I pulled it up and I went, oh yeah, I gotta buy FPay. And then I pulled up the note and everything. That's what I mean. The note's been helpful. And I think I doubled the position. I doubled it. I think it was like 0.2. Now it's at 0.5. Another 100K. It's no joke. So I like that. Anyway, that was just the next one on the list there. I just saw that. So I'm pulling up AirCap. Damn, this one was a VR TV. What I should be doing, what am I doing? I don't know what I'm doing right now. I'm kind of just scrolling. I was looking at the movers and stuff, but now I'm kind of looking at, should I trim these? What should I do with these? Hope you don't mind. I mean, because I don't know what I'm doing right now, but now because I saw the cash was so low, and I added to Intero and Sandridge, and I wanted to add to RFP, but now I'm waiting for a pullback. I might even want to add. The thing about CNR, I'm trying to think off the top of my head, my top positions. I'd like those insiders to buy right now. Why aren't those insiders buying? You know what? Because the insiders are smart. They've been doing a great job buying at discount prices. They never bought above. Well, I wasn't really watching it that closely back here. Whoa, 700K. Yeah, James Metcalf. Like they only buy 7 and below. It seems they're doing a real good job about that. But now that it's 7, they're not buying it. But I tell you what, if they pulled the trigger, I'd buy more. But it's speculative that I feel kind of comfortable with this. But I also think it could be like a 4-bagger, and it's a play on residential real estate. I kind of like it for that reason. Anyway, this is my thing. I'm like trying to think about getting this cash up. All right, so I just pulled up AirCat. I think AirCat. X out of some of these things. Did I say sell? Yeah, sell HAC. I'm not doing anything with silver or gold yet. I'm just gonna wait it out. BZH, I'll keep that up there. That's like my one remaining. All the big ones I've trimmed, and I'm like, if this keeps running, BZH will do good. I mean, do I still have Hove? Do I still have it up there? I got it in some other. That's the thing. So there's Roaring Kitty portfolio, right? But I have some of these in some other accounts. And some of them have been huge winners because there were fewer positions and more evenly diversified across all of them. And I had things like HOV and Penn National Gaming. And in Camping World, they were like bigger positions, bigger percentages of those portfolios with those accounts. And they were up like they were legit like 10 baggers or 6 baggers, 7 baggers. And it's kind of funny. Like, I'm like, oh, yeah, I forgot this was in there. But I start with HOV. I got really lucky on the timing of that one. And there's like a handful of them where I'm like, oh, I got real lucky at that timing. Because I legit did. For many of those, I pulled the trigger on March 23rd. Like, I was sitting, waiting. And most of those were in cash. Those other, not all of them, but a handful of them, I just had them sitting. Like, at that point, they'd already taken a hit. Make no mistake. I wasn't sitting in cash since like January or anything like that. But at some point in March, I'm like, oh, that's it. Now we just gotta wait. I wasn't trying to time the bottom or anything. I'm like, I just needed to wait. I don't know what I was waiting for. It's kind of hard to. Some of the other videos I try to talk about it, but anyway. And then on March 23rd, I'm like, that was when I deployed the cash across all the accounts, and so a lot of the prices were the March 23rd price, which wasn't the low for most of my names. It wasn't the low. March 18th was the low, but it was low enough where I'm sitting on like 7 baggers, like 8 baggers, 10 baggers. I'm like, oh my, I wish I did it more for this portfolio. Home builders were big winners. I had a bunch of home builders in there, which turned out to be sick. Yeah, anyway. But why was I just talking about that? Oh, because HOV was one of them. Because I'm like, all right, that's one of my most speculative home builder, and it was up like 5, 6, I forget 6x or something. I missed a lot too, right? You hear me talk about missed opportunities, but I got a lot of them too. But now HOV was super risky for the Roaring Kitty portfolio, so BZH is like a kind of a higher, kind of a bit of a better play. But okay, going off on tangents now. And New Home's an interesting one too. I wish they were buying though. Okay, so I should be looking at this buying right now too. By the way, I'm pulling up the fundamentals because I guess I'm trying to get my feet wet with them again. But I should be looking at this is what these damn numbers are in here for. You know what I mean? This is what I'd be sorting by. That's what I'm gonna do. Let's do that. Let's do that today. I haven't done that yet. This is really sick because I want this stuff. Like this is a really Let's start. What the hell else we gotta do today? Anything? What agenda? Who has an agenda? We got no agenda. Let me just think. We'll look at the daily movers and let's check insiders because I saw a little bit of action today. This I might not be checking the market every day, but I'm kind of just always checking this. Oh shit, FET, they got some insider buying. Oh, that guy. Oh, that's a really small amount though. Yeah, they went heavy. They went heavy in November. 2 guys, right? 3 guys. 3 guys. Oh, I thought it was 2 guys. I mean, I think I think this is the same firm or something like that, right? Are they all the same? They just did a bond exchange too. I bought in at 20 cents. I was like a quick triple. Super speculative. Super speculative. I bought in that. Like, I should have been buying other stuff too, but I was watching this real close. I forgot why. And I friggin' bought in at 19 cents. It was that boom, 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 boom. But super rich. I mean, the chart looks terrible. But that insider buying was so attractive. I'm like, what the hell? I assumed like this chart, it looks like it's going bankrupt. And then that bond exchange, I think they pulled it off, so they were able to get rid of some covenants. That's not much of a buy though. That's real small. It's something though. When did he do it? Oh, it says he did it August 18th. You know who else saw something in that? Was that, what's his name? Tim. Oh, bearish one. Look at that. What's his name? Oh, it's probably here. So you can check the comments. It's Timothy? Timothy something. Timothy Stab. I don't know how to pronounce this. Stabos. He was. Not many people were talking about, so I was kind of surprised when I said saw someone I. Okay, this was what's the, August 19th. August said nonsense. Give it time. Everyone thought it would skyrocket after the deal got done. Yep, I was watching the deal closely, which is why it reversed and sold off instead. Sit and wait. $2 is not an overnight thing anyway, but $1 is reasonable over the next 6 months. Substantially added late last week. Oh, okay, so he was still adding. Who else was talking about this? Energy and Anal. I don't know him. I don't agree with Timothy on many stocks, but I read his analysis. I know where he's coming from some things, and he's a deep value investor. You know what I mean? If you're a deep value investor and you've done good analysis on other companies, even if I don't agree with the take or I don't invest alongside you, I will still follow your analysis and look at stuff like this. So then when there's that obscure stock that no one else is paying attention to, if you're paying attention to it, that okay, all right, there's something here that a deep value investor sees, and we may both be wrong about FET, but I'm surprised why this stock is on a manipulation at heights. SEC needs to be involved. I still think it will touch. All right, I don't know. Oh, he's got a couple of them. Kind of bring me up to speed. FY adding to my position in the low 50s today to bring this back up to it. Yeah, I kind of remember him being like more bullish than I was. It's super speculative. But that insider buying was good. Can someone explain the ins and the outs of the conversion feature and the potential for dilution? Yeah, that sounds like a question I would ask too. I'm not experts on those types of things. FYI, add him back. All right, he made his decision. Yeah, I mean that's kind of bullish for it. He's he's gotten some stuff. He's more bullish than I am on some things. But here, now I gotta pull up the fundamentals for that one. Wait a second, it's in here, right? No, we came up. Wait, is it even in the portfolio? Small. I actually think it used to be bigger. I had invested in this beforehand too. Not as an energy position. I had energy exposure, so I got. I got hit too by a lot of these energy positions selling off, but I had some FET too, knowing it was a risky position and that it would get crushed if anything came up. So I don't know. I may have sold out, bought back in, but it's definitely, right now is below when I first purchased it. I'll tell you that much. Yeah, I think I might have been getting involved in this dollar range, between $1 and $1.50. The insider buying. With the insider buying kind of caught my attention, and you see the chart. The chart looks terrible. I mean, even I wouldn't touch this. I wasn't touching it. I'm like, oh no, look at this thing. Just waiting. And then when I saw the 20 cents, I'm like, well, it's either going bankrupt, which is a strong possibility, or it could be a big winner. And now it's only at 50 cents. That's really not that. It's not that much of a bounce. I wish the insiders would buy more. Well, I already pulled up the fundamentals. We'll take a peek, but I need to check the news on that bond exchange too. I mean, I read it at the time, but is there any update? I think they successfully completed it. All right, so he's bullish on it. That's all I need to know. All right, let's check those funds. Was I waiting on some fundamentals on shit? Oh, AirCap. All right, we'll pull up AirCap. I owned Twitter at one point. I got a solid, not that big of a one, like 25-30% on it. I just thought I still think it looks, what is it, $8? What's it trading at? I think I bought it like, I would have bought it at, did I get it in the 30s? No, I want to say I bought it in like 35, 36. And then I like sold out because I think I found more. I think I like sold out right before this thing. So I don't know what the hell I was doing. And I just thought the fundamentals look kind of bullish. And then I think if they ever turn the spigot on, they tried to make some money off it. They probably could. And then when did it sell off? Was this news that they weren't going to do political? No, because that was later, wasn't it? I don't know. It doesn't matter. Just got my attention. All right, AirCap. Wait, how come FET didn't come up? I'll check it off later. Yeah, super leveraged. Who was it? Jeremy Raper. He was bullish on this. It was bullish on it like higher up. I couldn't see it. The leverage. It's like it looks like it's a well-run business. That's probably what he was seeing. But the leverage. Strong earnings, and that's the thing. So some of the investors, I might agree with them. Part of the reason is just because we have different styles of investing, and my style is just like a deep value, different style. And so again, this is what I mean. Like I could disagree. I mean, if I disagree with the deep value investor, that's one thing. But I may disagree with other people, and it's just because they have a different style of investing. They're trying to maybe they're just trying to get a 50%, or maybe just trying to get 50% or 100% on a solid company. In which case, this could be a perfect fit. I don't know. It's just not for me. I don't see it for me. That's all I mean. That's why, in general, you got to be careful critiquing others' work because you could be playing two different games. You know what I mean? If that makes sense. So usually I'm not critiquing other people. Sometimes I can tell if analysis isn't good. Someone like Jeremy Raper, he's a terrific analyst. Probably, I mean, that's what I mean. Probably better than me. I think he knows his credit analysis shit too. But for me, the returns I'm trying to get, I couldn't see it with AirCap. But for I know some people like I don't know about here. Other people like compounders and stuff. You want those companies that are gonna crush it over 10 years. And I know that's like the Buffett way too, but isn't that super difficult? I feel like that's way hard. Like I would never have the conviction in my analysis of an industry and plenty of people do this, by the way. I'm just and they're successful, but I remember in the early days I read all the Buffett books and all that stuff, right? And compounding and blah blah blah. And I just thought if Buffett that's Buffett's style right now, and it's hugely successful. That's the thing. Even the shit he was buying in the 90s and buying Coca-Cola, those are big companies then. They're still huge, great companies. You can clearly see there's definitely a legitimate strategy there. But I remember thinking, if he were younger and he didn't have as much capital, he wouldn't be doing that. Those aren't the companies he would buy it. And so why would I be buying that stuff? Maybe I'll work up to that point, but right now I'm going for 50 to 100%. And if you're going for 50 to 100%, I feel like it's tougher to be going compounders. Maybe people disagree. I don't know. But if you're making 50 to 100% and you're investing in compounders, I'd love to see that because I'd be so curious about your process and your style and stuff. And it seems so tough to me. And I just think I think the alternatives are superior. Personally, I don't know. Maybe in years I'll think, now, you know what, what I was doing wasn't worth let's say the emotional toll it takes on some people. I feel like it takes less of a toll on me, but which could be part of the edge. But maybe I'll look back and I'll be like, nah, that wasn't really worth it, what I had to do. Or maybe looking at these spreadsheets right now isn't worth it. I don't know. So I keep an open mind about this stuff. I do. And so that's a long way of saying I just couldn't see it with AirCap. So I got it. Don't get me wrong. I got it. The Roaring Kitty portfolio, I would say in general, I'm taking a little bit less risk because, for example, you're not going to see any call options position. Well, you might actually. Usually, like the calls that I'm buying are outside of this Roaring Kitty portfolio. But But in this itself, it's usually a little bit less risk. But at 30, or AirCap was trading at like $10. I mentioned that in one of those super crazy long videos, and I saw it this day. This was the 18th, and I said, "What?" And I thought, now it's cheap, sick, and I put in the order at like $11 that day. So I didn't pull the trigger on everything, but AirCap I was not dialed into, but watching pretty closely because I was so impressed by this sell-off. I'm like, what the hell, what the hell, what the hell, what the hell? And I put in the order, and it didn't get executed. I'm like, what? And then it closed at 15, and I was pissed at it. I was like, what the hell? Everything was down low and then up that day. And it was up the next day, boom, 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 boom. And I feel like I bought at 18 or something. And it's cheap at 8. It was cheap at 10. That's what I was waiting for. And you can wait. What I find with these levered companies is that you just wait. It's like it's not a good fit for me right now. But what do they say in London? You want to wait for it to not rain or rain, wait 10 minutes or something like that. That's how I feel with these levered companies. I'm like, oh yeah, that could be a good fit for me if it takes it on the chin and then it sells off. So this was a great opportunity to buy it, because if it is indeed such a well-run company, then at $15 it's a no-brainer. But even still, it's only a double from there. You know what I mean? That's what I mean. It could bump back to 60. But then there's the whole risk of the industry. It's above. I saw Buffett sell out of airlines, and I guess I'm curious what Raper thinks about it. I haven't been following it that closely. I assume he's still bullish on this, right? You gotta be. But what about the long term, the risks associated with this? I don't know. But boy, what's the earnings? What was that? Yeah, it trades at half a book. What's the earnings yield on there? 26%. That's not bad. That's cheap. That's cheap. I mean, I don't want, that's the thing, even though we're kind of a little bit out of the woods for March and April, it's not like I want to layer on all these super risky positions at this point, you know what I mean? Then you'll know what will happen is the market will come right back and it will give back all the gains. I'll look like an idiot. So that's what I mean. Like a position like AirCap is a good position because I kind of trust Raper that his analysis of this company, I doubt he would mess this up. I need to check up on his updated analysis. I should look into that. Can I do it right now? He doesn't post on. He's got his blog. I think I gotta go check that out. Oh, don't I have a Oh, that was May. Avoid AirCap. I had seen his analysis on Gamestop, but I didn't think it was that bad. I thought it was okay. Wow. Oh wait. Well, this looks prescient. It's flat since this article. Oh, I'd have to read this too. Okay. Oh, too bad Raper didn't comment on this. I'd get right to the point. Yeah, that was just, so I see these in January and stuff. Oh, here you go. Yeah, does he talk about Eric? Oh, here it is. Oh, he's got a new thing there. Oh yeah, doesn't he have like a pro thing now? Oh, does that mean he's not posting about these? Oh, that's a bummer. All right, maybe I'll look into this later. I was just hoping I could. Oh, Mark, catching up on Yan. That was May. Okay, so this is May. This might work. Anything in here? To gain access? Ah, bummer. All right. I guess that's over. Too bad. Yeah, no. He's good analyst. Damn, that's a shame. All right, I guess I'm passing on AirCap. What's the market cap? 4 billion. See, it's not that small either. I could read this. I'm not going to read this now, but maybe I'll check it out later. What's the chart doing? It's kind of just bumbling around doing nothing. The debt, I don't know what to say. What are the bonds doing? What? I mean, it trades at a discount to book, and first of all, it's just too big. It's just too big. 4 billion? I'm not adding. I can't. That's what I mean. Am I parking cash? That's it. Yeah, I need to decide. if I need to raise cash, but I still want to have the exposure, maybe I'll put an air cap. That's the thing. But the debt, it could be, it fell to $10. You know what I mean? That's crazy. But it was temporary. Paper losses, right? It was at $20 in no time, so that's not that big. I'm exaggerating. Hyperbole to scare myself out of it. All right, at least I just feel like I looked into it. I just... Oh, the numbers broke? Shit. They'll come back. I don't know. Yeah, why does it keep breaking on me? Huh? Is it such a well-run business? Return on invested capital, that don't look that great. Here, I'm just going to... Oh, look at those net margins, though. Sick. Yeah, I mean, they're leasing their planes, right? Oh, 20%? We talk about 10%. 20%? Oh, all right, this is a good business. So, yeah, return on invested capital might be declining, but it's going to happen as you grow. Revenue's still growing. As I recall, first of all, I'm pretty sure I would just trust Draper blindly on the quality of the management team in the history of the business, because as I recall, he was definitely more dialed into it than I am. But I'm just trying to see what he was seeing, and I see the strong, solid equity growth. That's terrific. You know who also I think owned this was Greenlight Capital. I think they were the ones who put it on my radar first. Back, it leaped up. It was like, wasn't there like an acquisition or a merger or something? It like leaped up one day and it never looked back. Here, I remember this day. I remember that. Wow, geez, that was December 2013. And like overnight, it went from 20, and then it was at 40, and that was it. And it never looked back. I feel like it was a merger or something, and then it came back down 2016. Did I own it? I may have bought it. I may have bought it around there because I had been following it because of this part. These were my earlier years. But it never got that cheap, and then you got it down to 10. That's crazy. But the chart kind of is indicating a solid growth, but some pullbacks at times. But that's going to be the nature of that type of a business. Net margins, though, 20%? No shit. That's no joke. That's no joke. 23%? Wait a second. How come I only have through 2019? What the hell is that? This is oh, is it? No, it's not a U.S. company, is it? Damn. Is it Ireland? Is it Ireland? Oh, it's Ireland, isn't it? Shit. I'm kind of missing these 6 months. Damn. All right. Oh shit, so book value could be lower, couldn't it? Damn it. What do we got for... Now, let me just calculate book real quick. What do we got? Equity. Jesus, what is this? This is billions? Wow, big company, huh? That's what I mean. So I'll be dealing in like this sweet spot of market caps, right? Say from like 100 to
What's up,
30
chat?
million or something like that. And then when I go lower, I get thrown off. When I go higher, I get
how's
thrown off.
Roaring
I'm like, wait a
Kitty?
second, what the...
How's Roaring Kitty treating you? How's he treating you? Good, man. My hair's getting too long, bro. Shit's becoming a hassle. I might have to cut this shit. The stock he's talking about, AER, was $26 and it's $124 now. Because he's the GOAT. There's a lot of stocks like that. If you actually like go and watch those streams and pay attention to all the stocks in his portfolio and like what he talks about. There's so many stocks that were up like 5, 10x. You know, whether he's holding them still, that's very debatable, but who knows? Feels good, Chad. I hope you guys got some exercise. I hope you went to the gym or something. I don't know, did some push-ups, went for a run. I don't know, man. I hope you did something. It's good for you. It's good for you. Fuck, I just inhaled the liquid IV, bro. I'm gonna get fucked up on this liquid IV, man. Oh, shit. I'm getting fucked up on this liquid IV, bro. Woo! How was Jim? Oh, Jim, he's an attractive man, bro. Jim's an attractive man. He's sexy, bro. He's sexy. I love Jim. I love Jim. Me and Jim, we go way back, bro. Me and Jim go way back. I made a TikTok last night, but I'm probably gonna delete it because I don't know. I was thinking on the stair climber. I was like, because the reason why I downloaded it because I've been watching that Jinxie's podcast and he has like streamers on and stuff. And then when I downloaded TikTok, it's literally nothing but AI. Like, of course, there's some actual videos on here, but like, it's mostly AI. And I'm thinking like, I honestly just think these streamers are like plants for TikTok almost. Like, I don't know, you know, it's just a theory. But I think these streamers are plants for TikTok because I posted one and it didn't even get any views. And I doubt it even has views now. And it's like, if you can't even get views on, granted, they're not good videos, you know, they're just the videos I've been posting on fucking YouTube, but like, you'd think you would at least get like a couple views or something. I don't know, it just makes me feel like, it makes me feel like they're just trying to get people on TikTok so they'll get fucking addicted to it. I don't know, I just have a weird feeling about it. I mean, I'll see if it has views now, but what did I miss? Oh. It's fucking weird, man. It probably doesn't. Because this happened last time I got on TikTok too. No views. Although the very first time I downloaded TikTok, there was one video I posted that actually got views, but that was like when TikTok first came out. I think it's a lot different of a platform now. I don't think it's really the same as it used to be. I mean, I'm sure you can still go viral on it, of course. Like, I would never say you couldn't go viral on TikTok, but I just feel like it's weird. You know, your experience may vary, I guess. Yeah, 0 views. That's so odd, bro. That's so odd. So I'm just gonna delete this shit. I'm not gonna fucking...
English, we need some massive here.
My bad. I'm not even gonna deal with this shit, bro. I don't even care. I don't even care about
English,
TikTok.
we need something massive here. Come on.
So I would delete that shit. Can you delete your account pretty easily? Oh, nice. Hell yeah. Because TikTok is literally just like the brain rot of life. It's the brain rot of life. I'd rather just stick to YouTube, I think. And you know, maybe TikTok just doesn't want to promote my videos, which is fine. Like, that's understandable. They're not good by any means, but you would think you would at least get like a couple views for, like, you know, you would think the algorithm would try to push your video a little bit to see if people actually like it. But not a single, not even one view. Like, that's crazy. Like, if there was 5 or like 10, you know, I'd have a different opinion. I'd be like, all right, maybe, you know, maybe I'm just not posting the right content. I don't know. But I ain't fucking with TikTok, bro. That shit's stupid. That shit's stupid, bro. TikTok is dumb. All right. Let's get right into it here. Let's see what we got going on today. Even though I was already here earlier. Do you guys like that I start the stream early and then come back later? Like, would you prefer me to just start the stream when I'm back from the gym, or like, I just don't know, because like yesterday there was a bunch of people in here like talking. I felt like it was worth it because you guys can chat, because we don't have like Discord or anything like that. But then at the same time, it's like, it's kind of nice when everyone comes in at the same time. It seems like a lot of people leave when I start the Roaring Kitty stuff, so I don't know, I'm just curious. I like it on, but I'm always here. That's fair. That's fair. And at least Roaring Kitty's like educational, and it's not like super boring. Like, I feel like all those videos are still relevant today. Like, the education is pretty relevant still, I feel like. I'm just listening as I work. That's fair. That's fair. I think that's what a lot of people do. Everyone be working. Which is good. Working's good. Whew. That liquid IV, bro. That liquid IV hit different. Did I miss anything while I was gone? Minute you go, it's gonna pump. Well, it didn't look like it pumped, but at least it's still holding. Who's cooking? I feel like I've seen Cookie Monster in here before, but I don't know. Come back swole. I didn't even lift. I just did cardio and chilled in the sauna. A Wordle goes on the stair climber to smoke a cig. I haven't smoked in a while. It's actually probably why I feel so good, honestly. Fuck. I just spilled liquid IV everywhere. Whoops. Whoops. Alright, it wasn't that bad. I thought it was... We're good. We're good. Hi, kitty. What you doing, kitty? Big old fat kitty. Can you guys see the big old fat kitty? I don't know if you can see it on the ground. I don't know if the camera picks it up. Big old fat cat. Oh no, it doesn't pick it up. There's a big old fat cat right here. You can't see it, but there's a big old fat cat. A big old fat kitty. Alright, so I didn't miss anything. We already went through the economic data. No surprises, it looks like. Everything looks fine. Those refinances are the thing that got me interested. The refis. Dude, energy's up again, dude. Holy shit. Again? Energy is crushing, bro. I mean, I don't think it's like oil. I think it's just like your smaller cap energy stocks that are just fucking ripping. Like, what was that? There's that UEC, I think. UEC? Yeah, I think it was this. Dude, that's still ripping. Wow. I guess it pulled back a little bit, but that's still up massive. 26% on the month. Crazy. I don't remember all the energy names, but that's crazy that energy's up again, dude. It's been up 2% every day this week, except yesterday. But it was still up yesterday. Fucking crazy. Crazy. I think anyone might have access to Power Packs now, is able to get in, load card info, and everything on an alt email that hasn't got the invite. Really? Did you try to buy, though? That's the real thing, is you gotta try to buy. Didn't actually pull a card. Yeah, I think you have to... I think you would have to buy to know for sure. Because that was the issue yesterday. I forgot who it was. Someone said they thought they had access to it on their girlfriend's account, and then they tried to buy and it didn't work. I forgot who it was. Might have been Ruben, but I really don't remember. Not much going on today. Let's see. I can't remember. Did we read this one? I can't remember what articles we've read so far. I don't remember if we read this one or not. Goodness. I can't remember. I don't think we read this one. If we did, that sucks, but I don't think we did. Alright, GameStop rallies as it starts to look like more like a value stock than a meme name. Yeah, I don't know if we read this. GameStop jumped 7.5% early trading on Wednesday after the retailer showed improvement with revenue, operating income, and EPS with its second quarter earnings. The plus 20% revenue jump during the quarter was driven by strong collectible business and Nintendo Switch 2 sales. On Seeking Alpha, analyst Florian Mueller said it was increasingly unclear what GameStop plans to do with its huge pile of cash. Company only funneled about 6% into Bitcoin. Meanwhile, investing group leader Julian Lin said GameStop is successfully pivoting its trading cards as a high-margin secular growth business with strong execution and growing collectibles revenue. Lin expects GME to continue to see margin improve as it delves further into the trading card business. Baird analyst Colin Sebastian was more cautious. While we note clear product-related catalysts, we remain skeptical about GameStop's ability to restore sustained year-over-year growth and positive core operating cash flow over the long haul. He warned GameStop has been thinly covered on Wall Street ever since the meme phenomenon on 2021 sent sell-side analysts scrambling. Short interest on GME stands at 15.2%, which is still considered a higher level, although nothing resembling the position ahead of short trader Massacre of 21. On a quantitative analysis basis, the Sinking Alpha quant score on GME is higher than the retail sector average. It just goes to show how clueless people are. Like this dude, skeptical about GameStop's ability to restore sustained year-over-year growth. Like, what? Like how clueless are, like, you're an analyst. You're an analyst for Baird and it's unclear? Come on, bro. Come on, bro. It's not unclear. Like, or you're skeptical? Like, you're an analyst, you get paid to be an analyst and you're skeptical? Okay. Okay. What's up, Barley? How you doing, bro? Was success, floodgates may be open? Interesting. Did they post anything on Twitter about it? No, nothing. Very odd. We didn't take a thumbnail. We need to do a thumbnail real quick. I guess I'm gonna be wearing the wife beat in the thumbnail. Aren't wife beats usually white? I don't know. Spam the emotes, you know. Do your thing if you want to be in the thumbnail. Do your thing. Do your thing. Oh, Lord. My back kind of hurts. I don't know why. It's partly why I didn't lift today. I don't know what's going on. Alright, that's it. That's all. Just Mooma. Just Mooma spamming the emotes today. That's fine. That's fine. I'll give you a couple more seconds. Oh, I didn't turn ads off. My bad, dude. I completely forgot to turn ads off. That's my bad. That's my bad. But you guys also didn't remind me, so it's also your fault. It's also your fault. You didn't remind me. What am I doing again? Oh yeah. I just like completely, my brain just stopped working there. That was crazy. That was crazy, man. Can't believe Nessa Darps came in the stream yesterday. That was wild. I feel like I haven't talked to her in so long. $38 Leafeon on the starter pull, so double win. Nice. Fire. Fire. Well, that's cool. I guess betas. No, yeah, that's weird though. I thought they would. You would think they would have added more cards before they closed the beta. Like there's. I really want them to add Magic, even though like I'm not really interested in Magic. I just want them to update it. I just want something new, man. I just want something new. That's all. That's all. Just something new. When did the marketing campaign come, you think? Or there isn't one? Maybe there isn't one. Maybe they don't really care to like flood it. You know? Looks like all my cards lost value. It's kind of interesting. Did anyone pick up any cards today? Like think about that Costco earnings call we listened to yesterday. I don't know if you guys were actually listening to it. But the CEO said they don't do advertising for Costco. And I never knew that. All their like members, it's all word of mouth. And that's so interesting. And I think GameStop's probably going to do the same thing. Is they don't really care, you know? It's all going to be word of mouth advertising, I would think. I don't think they care about advertising straight up. I really don't. I think GameStop kind of will advertise itself at some point. I mean, look at, bro, the volatility lately is crazy. It's going to advertise itself. I don't know how I feel about having Game Radar on rotation. What? What is this? I don't know what that is. Diablo 4 is crossing the streams with StarCraft cosmetics. Oh, that's sick, dude. That's actually sick. You know how dope it'd be to play as Kerrigan, bro? Fucking Kerrigan. Kerrigan's goated. That's a dope. That's probably like one of the dopest video game characters. You play the skate game? Nah, I haven't gotten a controller. And I'm not gonna play it by myself. Like, if Nessa Darps doesn't want to play, or like Matt Romano or any of you guys, like, I'm not gonna play it, dude. I'm not gonna play video games by myself. No way, no how. The only reason I would play it really is to play with Nessa and maybe some of you guys, but other than that, like, I have no interest in playing that game, I'll be honest. JagXCO, he's happy to take revenue hits to fix RuneScape 3's microtransaction and integrity problem. Well, maybe you shouldn't have ruined OSR, or yeah, maybe you shouldn't have turned RuneScape 3 into RuneScape 3. Habbo Hotel is coming out. Didn't someone talk about this in this chat like a month ago? How Habbo Hotel was coming back? I can't remember. I swear someone was talking about that. Borderlands 4 latest patch triggers a flurry of performance complaints, but Gearbox says new stuttering problems should resolve over time as the shaders continue to compile. Metal Gear Solid Delta's multiplayer mode, first properly new Metal Gear experience since 2018, releases October 30th. Oh, that's sick. Battlefield 6 devs are putting the final touches on a blank slate map for its Forge-like portal mode. Microsoft blocks Israeli military from some services after investigation finds evidence that supports allegations of mass surveillance in Gaza. Didn't we read about that yesterday? Or we didn't read about it, but I swear I looked at that headline. Not much new. This fucking bro, Fridays are so boring. Fridays suck. If it wasn't for GameStop being up 5% today, it'd be a boring day. Pokemon TCG Pocket Deluxe Packs, EX Countdown Timer. I don't know. I doubt anyone here plays Pokemon TCG Pocket, but looks like you got 3 days, 13 hours. Oh yeah, here's the announcements at State of Play if you guys missed them. You had Saros, that looked pretty good. Zero Parades for Dead Spies. I can't remember what that was. Flight Simulator, that looked pretty interesting. Just the visuals on Flight Simulator are so impressive, but it looked like they're adding like other stuff you can do. Battlefield 6 campaign, Deus Ex Remastered, another Halloween game, that looked kind of interesting. Last Epoch, I can't remember what that one was. Oh yeah, that looked okay, I guess. It's kind of like a Diablo type game. 7 Deadly Sins looked okay. I think that was just a turn-based game. I can't remember what this was, actually. Sonic Racing, they're bringing Mega Man DLC. Neo 3. I think this looked okay, if I remember right. Or, I don't think they had a gameplay, actually. I think it was just a trailer. Code Vein. If I remember right, this was okay looking. Kind of like a Souls type game. Let It Die Inferno. I actually don't remember seeing this one. I don't remember watching this one actually. Crimson Desert. I can't remember if they had gameplay or not. Oh yeah, I remember this one. This one looked interesting. The Pulse Elevate speakers looked kind of cool. PlayStation Plus updates. Gran Turismo sold 100 million units, which is crazy. Kratos DualSense controller. God of War 320th anniversary. Wait, oh, it must be a typo. 20th anniversary. Why did it say 320th? Must be a typo. Obviously, Wolverine looked pretty crazy. Why? What happened? For some reason, that website... Destructoid always crashes. It's a weird website. Resident Evil Requiem. Let's see. Anything else? Don't think so. How's the Tessie? Oh yeah, I was gonna ask him about that. I forgot though. Yeah, I'm curious how the Tessie goes. I've never actually like. I mean, I've seen obviously a million Teslas, but I've never like talked to someone who owns a Tesla. And well, that's a lie actually. I think I've talked to like 1 or 2 people who own a Tesla, but I've never gotten like the day by day update of like how you feel about the Tesla. Meta announces paid subscriptions for both Instagram and Facebook in the UK. Well, UK announces plans for digital ID cards. That's interesting. Seems a little sketch, but... Call recording app Neon goes offline after security flaw uncovered. President Doug Bowser's stepping down from Nintendo at the end of the year. Meta has a feed for AI slop. Trump signs executive order saying the TikTok deal is legal. Google asks Supreme Court to rescue it from Epic's lawsuit. What? Magic of the Gathering designer apologizes for misogynistic card from 27 years. What? A misogynistic card? That's awesome. What do you mean? Why would you apologize for that? That's sick. I don't get how is this a misogynistic card? Bro, the internet is stupid, bro. How is that? I don't understand. I don't understand the world. I don't think. I think I sit inside too much. I don't understand. I don't understand anything anymore. Like, what is life? Like, what is... I don't even know, bro. Let's see. It's too much fun. I'm gonna get a speeding ticket, but it's also sad as hell. I never hit the brake pedal. Yeah, but it has the auto brake or what, or the... I don't know what it's called, but it brakes without pressing the brake pedal. It has the regenerative braking. I think that's what it's called. I think you can turn that off, potentially. I don't know. Or you can, like... I'm not sure. I think you can turn that off, though. There's got to be a way. How's the charging been? It's also safe. Ah, I see, I see. Did you set one up at your house? No way, Nintendo had an exec called Bowser? Yeah, that's where Bowser came from. That guy's been there for, you know, 30 plus years. That's where the name came from, was Doug Bowser. Charging is chill. The apartment building has outlets outside for you to plug in, get like 10% an hour. Oh, nice. That's fire. You'll have to keep us updated how it is in the winter. I'll be curious. I'll be curious how the performance is once it starts getting like hella cold. Charging is chill. Oh, I read that. Can supercharging at full battery in 45 minutes. Oh, that's fire. Supercharging costs money though, doesn't it? Free. The grocery stores also have free chargers. Yeah. I love the regen brake. It's amazing and no maintenance like oil changes. Yeah, that's fair. Don't the tires wear like super fast though? And like the tires are pretty expensive potentially. I mean, obviously, you know, you're a new Tesla owner, so you probably don't know, but that's just something I've heard. Damn. There's a lot of dope arts in the mega box. Lots of dope arts. What? Pokemon took over a major wrestling event and it ruled? What? No way, bro. Is this where Jesus was? Yo. This is a Pokemon event? What a sick Pokemon event. Let's see. I actually want to read this article. That's crazy. Remember last month when Game Freak revealed the Halucha would get a mega form in Pokemon Legends E-A? With an animated sports drama starring the luchador bird and a Machamp, well, Nintendo partnered with real luchadors to bring this fight to life. Last night, Pokemon took over Consenjo Mundial de Lucha Libre event in Mexico City that had several luchadors dressed in Pokemon-themed costumes, including two who referenced the rivalry between Halucha and Machamp. The Pokemon and Consenjo Mundial de Lucha Libre collaboration was a 2-hour event full of drama, mayhem, and references to different Pokemon in both costuming and in the set dressing. The ring and the bouts took place including Legend Z-A branding, or Leyendas Pokemon Z-A as it's called in Spanish. Attendees were given paper hats of Halucha and Machamp to wear in the stands, and Pikachu and Eevee mascots were hanging out the whole time. If you want to watch the whole thing, it's on Pokemon Latam's YouTube channel, but do keep in mind this was a Spanish event. I don't speak a word of the language, and the vibes are still pretty great. Those who attended the event were gifted a Pokemon home medal featuring art of Halucha and Machamp squaring up. As of right now, there are no plans to distribute this anywhere else outside the event. No way, that's crazy. For those of us who couldn't make it out of Mexico City, the VOD is still really fun intersection of the Pokemon and specific culture. Lucha Libre wrestling and its aesthetics have been featured in Pokemon before, both with Halucha itself and the Pikachu Libre cosplay variant in Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire. This event takes the energy to a new level, and it's fun to see people in the crowd playing into the crossover with their own costumes. Huh. It's Togepi! Togepi? That's so sick. Umbreon mask? That looks creepy. That looks creepy.
Halucha wins the fight thanks to its mega evolution in the trailer, so if Machamp wants to stand a chance, it'll probably need a new form of its own. Seems unlikely to get one when Pokemon Legends E-A hits Switch and Switch 2 on October 16th, but maybe Mega Machamp will be revealed in the upcoming Mega Dimension DLC. The Umbreon mask, bro. Oh, this is awesome, though. What a cool event. There's so many people in the crowd, too. Like, that's so impressive. That's so awesome, bro. I love that. I love that. That's so cool. Let's see. Haven't used it. I think that costs money. Yeah, I think Supercharger's kind of expensive. Not really, though. I've heard like it ranges depending how you drive. These are fast, so if you want fast turning, yeah, you're probably going to use your tires up. It's an instant conversation starter, but I was plugged in at the store yesterday, went to go shopping, and another dude charging started telling me about him. Interesting. You're part of Elon's community, bro. You're an Elon warrior now. An Elonite. Elonite. But if you like in a non-snowy area, I'd recommend a rear-wheel drive only. I've heard it drastically improves your range. Interesting. For range example, I got the car at 60%. I put on 124 miles, went to 34, and I was in sport mode ripping it. Damn, that's impressive. That's pretty good range. PS5 is Sony's most successful console generation ever, and it's not even close. Really, it surpassed PS4? Oh, wow. That's crazy. Yeah, PS4 is a 107 billion, it looks like. Let's see if we can get a blow up here. Yeah, PS5 is 136 billion. That's crazy. PS3 is still the best console, though. PS3 is number one, bro. Never forget the PS3, bro. Free online. Beautiful thing. It is a beautiful thing. $2.6 million Kickstarter. Kazi Games wipes its website. Ghosts its backers. No, a scam? A scam? What? Is this a scam? What's up, Be Smooth? How could a game with a name as fluffy as Puff Pals, Island Skies ever do anything wrong? How could a company called Fluffnest be anything other than the cuddliest love bunnies on the internet? It's too implausible to even consider, except launched on Kickstarter in April 2022. Puff Pals Island Skies promised to bring the experience of a game like Animal Crossings to PC with the very modest goal of 75,000. But people were excited, the project got a lot of buzz, and in the end it raised an incredible 2.6 million, quote, kinda. Today the website for the game is gone, backer refund requests are being ignored, and multiple lawsuits against the company behind the project have been lodged. Two people, David Pentland and artist Us Lily, started Fluffnest, also via Kickstarter, in 2020. As superbly documented by Majun on YouTube, it became an instant success, creating gorgeous plushies that developed a large fan base, with hundreds of thousands of followers on social media, and a drop-based store that meant each plush was only available for a limited time. In 2022, the pair began the project to create a game set in the world of their plushies, an Animal Crossings like cozy game with all the fishing, farming, and friendship that cozy gamers crave. That 75,000 figure may seem like a warning sign from the start. It's not enough to develop the loading screens, let alone a game. But over the years, that's kind of how Kickstarters become. Projects don't receive any funds at all, and if their target isn't met, so if you put your actual forecast cost, say 5 million, as the target, you almost definitely not raise and it not get a penny. So developers come in very low, ensuring that they get something with stretch goals in place to encourage more pledges that could actually deliver the game. And that's obviously a disastrous model, meaning games that need 5 million might raise 100,000 and then clearly be unable to deliver, resulting in abandoned projects and furious backers. It happens all the time. But in the case of Puff Pals, it seemed to work. 75,000 became 2.5 million, more than double their top stretch goal figure. As Majun reveals, however, a lot of that figure was extremely fudged. You could back the project for $20 to get the game on release, but afterwards there were add-ons where you could pay another 40 or so to get a plush toy too, and those plushies were ones that had sold out and were highly sought after by collectors. The money still counted toward the Kickstart total, but a significant portion of it was going towards the toy and its shipping, which is to say the 2.6 million figure did not remotely reflect what they had actually spent on the game. Had to spend on the game. The project began to follow the failing Kickstarter playbook to the letter. Updates started to slow down, promises would be forgotten or explained away, and wild excuses would be given for why communication had been bad, all always accompanied by new promises that these things would improve. Classic scammers, bro. Classic scammers. You'll always get the 6-month silence followed by the sorry, we've been quiet, we've been working hard, update accompanied by a few GIFs and a bunch of concept art to prove it, to quote, prove it. And then of course a promised alpha build will get delayed and delayed. Each missed milestone accompanied by an excuse that contradicts the last. Next you get the heartfelt apologies and promises to improve communication, along with a boast that the build is just moments away, before another stretch of silence ending in claims that the build due years before is on track. It's also painfully common. But the Puff Pals debacle took it to an whole new level by seemingly not only messing their Kickstarter backers around, but customers of their main business too. During the waits, Reddit sleuths spotted Puff Pals trademarks had expired a year ago, and that the game seemingly being entirely created by outsourcing company Room 8, while the plushie side of the business started having its own major troubles, with customers not receiving shipments, claiming they'd been overcharged, and delivery prices being almost triple. It then became apparent the company was being sued for failure to pay back business loans. The thing even got worse. Fluffnest was going out of business, blaming rising shipping costs. The company declared it was coming to an end, and yet even here in this statement it said Island Sky production is secured and will not be affected, which, given it hadn't given any substantial proof of life in years, and it had already been revealed that the entire game was being created by outsourced companies, was quite claim. The last update of Puff Pals appeared on May 21st this year, and it was an extraordinary screed of excuses and blame laid at the feet of the company they'd paid to develop the game. And of course every word of it contradicts the promises made in the previous posts, even as recently as a month earlier. Today, the game's pre-order page is an expired domain landing page. The Kickstarter has been abandoned for 4 months, and people who worked on the game have reported going unpaid, and obviously no one's getting a refund. But it's important to remember that Kickstarter backing doesn't guarantee a delivered project, so that's always murky ground. Various lawsuits reported by Majun shows judgments being made against Fluffnest, ordering the company to repay owed money totaling hundreds of thousands of dollars. Meanwhile, the company hired to actually make the game, Room 8, is now suing Fluffnest and David Pentland for $1.9 million. While the various litigations drag through court, it's impossible to know how a super cute, cozy game became such a multi-million-dollar disaster. Was this begun in good faith before collapsing around their ears? Was it a deliberate scam? Was Alpha 2 ever actually a thing that existed? We don't know. And given court dates stretch as far away as summer 2027, we likely won't know for a long time. Either way, it's astonishingly unlikely anyone will get any of their money back, whether a backer or a developer hired on the project, or even a bank providing one of the many loans. Meanwhile, people will just have to play one of the other 72,482 Cozy Village Life games on PC instead. Bro, that's crazy. Scammers... Fucking scammers, bro. The worst people. They're the worst people, bro. The worst kind of person is a scammer. I changed my profile pic. The Tessie, bro? The Tessie? Too bad we can't really blow it up. It's just a nice basic white Tessie, bro. Nice. Bro, that looks nice. That looks nice, bro. I'm jealous, honestly.
I'm honestly jealous. I mean, the only reason I want a Tesla is for autopilot, but I'm jealous. A Spider-Man video game cutscene believed to be lost forever was just found 24 years later by a digital hoarder. What is it?
A girl will make a try for it. Next time, it could be Ultron, or someone even heavier. First things first, though. Now, what's this all about? Bernie beat the bad guy and saved the day.
By my enchanted Guru Manatyolir, I sense disturbances in the furies that are the providence of the noble son of Asgard and none other.
Hi, Thor. Nice of you to show up. Little late, though.
Spider-Man, surely thou doth not possess power enow to make the very heavens shake as they did?
Not me. He doth. I mean, or did.
Once again, thou hast proven thy mettle as a warrior born. Fare thee well, webbed one.
Thanks for the cameo, though, really.
What the heck?
Fuck your gods. Huh? Oh, thanks! Hey, a little warning next time would be nice. You're not looking so hot, Electro.
That's odd. Xbox handheld finally has a price, and it costs more than an Xbox. Wow. The 24 gig 1 terabyte is $1,000. The 16 gig 512 SSD is $600. Crazy. Forza Horizon 6 has the franchise's biggest open world yet. That's cool. That should be a good game. Didn't we watch this already? Yeah, they gave a terrible trailer though. Viral anime GTA clones ditching gacha, but not being shy about ripping off Spider-Man? Ananta? What is that?
Get a little closer!
Aim for the driver.
Adios!
Music.
Like we got more goons waiting for us.
Perfect.
Gonna need to borrow this. Hey, quit hurling stuff, would ya? Your aim's terrible anyway.
What an odd game. Looks kind of cool though. Microsoft will no longer allow Israel to use its tech for mass surveillance. I think we read that yesterday. High school takes action against football player who fractured opponent's spine in viral clip. Oh. Ugh, I don't want to watch it, but I got to.
This crazy wrestling move during a JV football game sent a player to the hospital with multiple fractures to his spine. Dude had to be at least 350 pounds.
Big old fat guy jumped on him, bro.
Gets up and tries to flatten him. The play drew flags, but still the player on the ground suffered 2 fractures in his back and is currently recovering.
Bro, that's scary. There's a sneaky way to get USA Network and watch the Ryder Cup for free. Shoot him, McGaffin. You can get a 5-day free trial to DirecTV.
YouTube offers a 5-day free trial as well. Okay. So you just get a free trial of something. That's not very enlightening. Shoot him! Shooter! Man breaks world record with fingernails longer than draft neck. No way, someone broke that record? That's disgusting. Oh, I can't watch the video. What the hell? Nails measured over 19 feet in total. Holy shit. That's crazy, dude. I can't believe someone beat that record. I remember reading about that record when I was like 13 or something, maybe even younger, bro. I can't believe someone beat that. Jimmy Kimmel monologue goes viral again as Disney investors seek answers into suspension. I wanted to read this even though I don't care about Logan Paul. Let's see. Logan Paul's filed an injunction against Heritage Auctions as he reportedly has some concerns with a $600,000 Michael Jordan signed floorboard. Over the last few years, Logan Paul, blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. Let's see. According to ESPN, Logan has filed an injunction. YouTuber had won the auction with a bid $562,000, but he wasn't allowed to inspect the item before completing the payment. He also alleges he was told by Heritage that he would lose his rights to the floor if he did not meet the deadline on October 25th. Paul's temporary injunction has been granted by the judge with a court date of October 8th. Heritage told ESPN that they believe the injunction has no merit, that they offered Logan the chance to accommodate any in-person inspection and reasonable efforts for additional review. Injunction claims that the item does not match the court from 1995 to 98. As a result, the court either being replaced or, as Heritage claims, repainted and resurfaced. Logan has not commented. Viral app Neon that paid users for their phone calls goes offline after exposing user data. I had a feeling about that when we read that. I had a feeling. That seemed very suspect. I Show Speed Stream Sniper commits hit and run as new helicopter catches the whole thing. Wait, another hit and run? I Show... Bro, what? Someone else... Bro, this is new? Someone else got hit?
On this side.
Ow, bro, you stepped on my fucking arm.
It's right there, right?
Yeah.
All right, look, I'm saying hi to her, right? Hey, y'all see the helicopter? Go! 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 It's fucking green! Go! Go! It's fucking green! Oh, this dude is dumb, bro. Go! Go! It's green!
Oh my god. Okay, that wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. That seemed kind of more like a staged clip. That kind of seemed like a staged clip.
What the? He just ran over. This dumbass. Oh.
I thought it was going to be way worse than that. That seemed very staged. You just can't, like... Everything on the internet's fake, bro. I swear to God. I swear everything on the internet's fucking fake, bro. Twitch finally catches up to YouTube with highly requested stream rewind. NASA considers nuking city killer asteroid before it collides it with the moon. Asteroid dubbed 2024 YR4 is about 300 feet long and once carried a small chance of striking Earth directly. It's sparking alarm earlier in 2025 when it briefly topped NASA's Century Impact Risk Table with a record 3.1% probability of impact. Follow-up observations reduced the odds of an Earth collision to nearly zero, but the rock still has a chance of hitting the moon on December 22nd, 2032. While a lunar strike might sound harmless, scientists warn it could create a debris cloud weighing more than 100 million kilograms. The material could drift towards Earth within days, pelting satellites with meteoroids for years. To prevent that scenario, researchers are considering 3 missions, including a Renaissance flyby and a deflection attempt. Last option, literally the nuclear option, involves detonating up to 200 kiloton nuclear device, each several times stronger than the bombs dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The plan calls for a kinetic disruption mission, where the first bomb would shatter or divert the rock, and a second device would serve as a backup. If unnecessary, it could be detonated safely in deep space. NASA says building and launching such a mission could take 5 to 7 years, with the next available window following between late 29 and late 31. Scientists argue the mission wouldn't just protect satellites, it could also prove a blueprint for defending Earth against future asteroid threats. Proposal comes at a time, blah, blah, blah. Okay, I don't want... Stranger Thing creators shut down big season 5 finale theory. Wait, hopefully it's not the finale. I want them to keep making it. They shut down the theory about a grand finale. Every runtime I've seen post online is inaccurate. Each episode's basically a movie. I don't want to read this. No spoilers, no spoilers. I just can't wait for Stranger Things though. That's gonna be some good shit. Chris Struckman wants to direct Nintendo's first Metroid movie. Asmongold warns women not to attend TwitchCon and slams Twitch CEO of safety concerns. Oh yeah, this shit's crazy. I thought this was fake. But world champion skateboarder breaks 2 world records on side of a skyscraper. World champion skateboarder Sandro Diaz has set 2 new records after completing the world's highest skateboard drop in Porto Alegre, Brazil. The 50 years old, what a boss. The 50-year-old descended from the side of the Centro Administrativo Fernando Ferrari government building, riding down a specifically constructed curved ramp. The drop measured 70 meters, with officials from Guinness prevents to verify the attempt. The ramp was built using plywood panels to fit the building's architecture, with air fences installed at the bottom to help Diaz land safely. He wore protective gear, including a spine protector and custom equipment from Prada Linee Rosa. He also broke the skateboard speed record, having gone 95 kilometers per hour, or about 59 miles per hour. Bro, that's insane. Down the ramp during the 65-meter drop from the side of the building. The record-breaking stunt was streamed live on Red Bull TV and Red Bull's YouTube channel. Diaz, known as the King of the 540, has previously landed a 900 in competition. Was the first Brazilian skater to complete the trick in 2019. He successfully dropped 30 meters from the Estadinha Bridge in Sao Paulo. Alongside his professional career, Diaz also runs the Sandro Diaz Institute, which promotes skateboarding access for young people in vulnerable situations. Interesting. I want to see. Why? Can't watch anything these days. What the heck? I guess I gotta look it up on YouTube. Red Bull skate. Yeah, this shit's gonna be crazy.
Brazil team. Deep breaths. Skate shopping.
This guy's
into
a
their-
psycho. This guy's a legitimate hard. But to fucking push your brain to forcing yourself to do that is actually crazy. Like, to be able to block out that fear, that, like, it doesn't seem like it would be hard or anything, but the fear aspect of it has got to be insane. Like, dropping in's not hard, but man, that's fucking crazy, bro. Now this stream's gonna get clapped, but whatever. It is what it is. It was worth it. It was worth it. It's a slow Friday anyway. Nobody's even here. I got nervous dropping on a 4-foot. What are you guys talking about? A one wheel? 30 miles of range, hypercharger for it. Can charge it 0 to 100% in 90 minutes. I didn't know you had a one wheel. Have we talked about this before? I don't remember. Avoid using Uber Eats, so a few miles at a time. Don't need to charge much. Might be fun to have if I want to do something while at a charger. This actually made me nervous watching. Yeah, that shit's psycho, dude. That shit's actually psycho. Fridays are slow, man. I forgot how slow Fridays are. Market's up a little bit, though. Money manager Howard Rubin arrested for sex trafficking charges. Tech should stay out of politics. FAA to let Boeing sign off on 737 Maxes and 787s after years of restrictions. Oh man, that's not good. We're gonna get some planes crashing soon. U.S. to impose a 100% tariff on branded, patented drugs unless firms build plants locally. The global wealthy are lining up for Trump's $1 million gold card. What the hell is that? Oh, immigration thing. Slashing the price of the gold card from $5 million to $1 million. Trump has created one of the most coveted deals in the global visa market, with demand already surging among the world's wealthy. Announcing the official launch of the gold card, which will cost $1 million and grant residency in record time, he said. When he first announced the gold card in February, the price was $5 million. While the gold card website also touts a future $5 million platinum card, which he added tax benefits, platinum card wasn't in the executive order and wasn't mentioned in the press event. That's interesting. Yeah, that's very interesting, actually. With its new discounted price and promise of speedy approvals, the gold card has instantly become one of the most sought-after golden visas in the world, with a price below many other countries. Singapore's investment visa program, for instance, costs nearly $8 million, while New Zealand's new program is just under $3 million. Even Samoa is more expensive, requiring a $1.4 million investment. The gold card is almost too cheap, said Reyes Jaffrey of international law firm Withers. You get access to the U.S. education system, healthcare system, banking system, and financial markets, all for $1 million. It's a pittance for many of these families. I think they should have kept it at $5 million to make it special. The global wealthy are ready to write the checks. Jaffrey said he was speaking at a family office conference in Singapore this week and was approached by 3 families, 2 based in China and 1 based in India, who immediately expressed interest in buying a gold card. He said he expects his firm alone will help process hundreds of applications once the program is off the ground and proven. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick said the government plans to issue 80,000 gold cards, together with the potential platinum card and the new H-1B fees, which were raised to 100,000. He said the programs are expected to raise $100 billion in federal revenue. That's crazy. The gold card still faces obstacles. Despite the announcement at the White House last Friday, there's no way to apply for this visa yet. Website announcing the gold card that went live in June asked for basic information from potential applicants, including their name and country of residence. So far, people who registered on the site said they haven't received any updates. The program is likely to be challenged in the courts and potentially by Congress because immigration laws set by Congress. The president created the gold card through several legal workarounds, including using the existing EB1 and EB2 programs as the infrastructure or the basis for the gold card. The $1 million fee is officially labeled as unrestricted gift to the government rather than an official fee change. The tentative legal status may also give the overseas wealthy pause at first. According to the immigration attorneys, many applicants will likely wait to see the first gold cards awarded and granted before spending the $1 million, and some may even wait longer. These things always take a little bit to ramp up. People don't want to be the first one to try it. The majority of our clients like to see the program up and running for 3 to 6 months and see the outcomes before they commit. Volek said he's already had a number of inquiries from clients and expects the program to attract at least 5,000 to 10,000 applications a year. God damn, there's that many rich people in the world? Like, that's, I mean, it makes sense, but that's wild, bro. There's a lot of rich people. From a price point perspective, it's definitely more attractive at $1 million instead of $5 million, and if that's as quick as they say, it becomes even more attractive. The gold card also comes as an opportune moment in the global visa market. As geopolitical uncertainty, wars, and political tensions rise across the world, the ultra-wealthy are buying alternative citizenships and residencies for a plan B or a hedge against their home countries. An estimated 142,000 millionaires are expected to relocate to another country in 2025. According to a report from New World Wealth and Henley and Partners, the U.S. is one of the top destinations, with 7,500 millionaires expected to move into the U.S. this year, ranking only second to the United Arab Emirates. Most of the millionaires coming to America are from Asia, the UK, and Latin America. Bro, this is insane to read. Demand for the gold card has likely come mainly from China and India, according to immigration advisors, yet applicants for those countries may be disappointed. The EB1 and EB2 programs, which form the basis for the gold card, already have large backlogs of applicants from China and India, stretching for years. If gold card buyers are allowed to skip to the front of the line because of their $1 million donation, the applicants who have been waiting could file lawsuits. At the same time, gold card buyers won't be willing to spend $1 million if they're forced to wait years for approval. Dramatically expanding the number of visas available through EB1 and EB2 programs would also likely require approval from Congress. India and China are actually excluded in a way from the gold card. The EB1 and EB2 routes already have a significant backlog for China and India, so immediate access to the gold card may not actually work if you're born in one of those countries. Gold card also has downsides compared to the other golden visa programs around the world. The $1 million donation isn't refundable, while visas in other countries are structured as investments that could generate returns, and unlike most other countries, the U.S. taxes its citizens and residents on their worldwide income, even if it's earned overseas. The Platinum Card is designed to partially avoid the taxation issue in the exchange for a higher price. According to the White House, the Platinum Card would allow holders to remain in the U.S. for 270 days a year without paying taxes on their overseas income. Currently, overseas nationals are subject to worldwide tax if they're in the U.S. for 183 days during a 3-year period, using a complex IRS day accounting formula known as the Substantial Presence Test. Some advisors say the Platinum Card will be tougher sell than the Gold Card, since it doesn't lead to a green card or citizenship, and has limited benefits for the ultra-rich who already spend time in the US. It will not sell well, said David Lesperance. Few will consider it worth $5 million just to spend an additional 91 days in the US. Others say the gold and platinum cards will appeal to different types of overseas rich. The platinum card may be appealing to the ultra-wealthy, say billionaires from Asia or Middle East, who want to be in the US but want to shield their companies and income from US taxes. Jaffrey said he's already received inquiries about the platinum card from 4 Brazilian family offices. Gold card is more fitting for the sons and daughters of the overseas rich who want to go to college in the US and become more competitive in the US job market after graduating. A lot of the kids overseas billionaires don't want to run the family business and want to be architects or doctors or engineers and have regular jobs. Or maybe they want to create a startup in America. Gold cards are very attractive for that group. Given the relatively low price of the gold and platinum cards, Jaffrey said, the White House should consider eventually issuing a black card. They could charge $20 or $25 million, exempt the buyers from the estate tax, he said. That'd be a game changer. I bet 1,000 people would do it, and they would bring all their assets to the U.S. That's a interesting article. That was good. That was crazy. I didn't even know that was a thing. Let's see. Shares of Packard, Peterbilt, and Kenworth owner soar after Trump's heavy truck tariffs. Packard? I didn't know Peterbilt had a thing. Packard, PCAR, up 5%. Damn. That looks nice. That looks nice. I kind of want to put that in the spreadsheet just because I know it's not in there. You know, I'm not going to look it up or anything. I just want to throw it in here. What do you mean? Should be saved. There we go. That was weird. Former FBI Director James Comey indicted after Trump called for charges. Well, that's all the news. That's a rip. That's a rip. What's up, ladybugs? How you been? Good. Good to hear. Glad to hear it.
It only just recently dawned on me, a huge eureka moment, that I haven't been reviewing any of the games that I've been playing. Like, I've reviewed them on stream, but I haven't done, like, a video, like a pseudo moist meter on any of them for, like, the last month or so. And I've played, like, every major release over the last month. I have, of course, posted all of them to my gaming channel, which I do give, like, a review once I've finished the games. But I haven't done like an actual formal one here, so I'm going to play a little catch-up because gaming journalism has never been worse. And I don't say that lightly. Some of the scores I've seen recently, whoo boy, I don't know what the fuck has gone wrong at some of these outlets. Maybe the chemtrails theory is real, but it's localized entirely to gaming journalists. It's fucking baffling, some of these scores I've been seeing. So, in the glory hole that is game reviews, there's only one cock you can trust. So I want to give you my thoughts on some of the most recent AAA titles that I've beaten, starting with probably my favorite, Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater. So when this came out, I was a little tardy to the party. I saw a lot of people were shitting on it. They were saying that it was like really bad because it was kind of one-to-one with the original, and also apparently it had like day one performance problems. But since that farty got sharded without me, when I arrived to the shindig, it kind of was just fixed. I didn't have a single hiccup with this game. There was no performance issues at all. And I'm really happy that it was like one-to-one with the original, just like upgraded with some quality of life improvements. That's like exactly what I want. But admittedly, I do kind of understand it, because if you went into the game under the impression it'd be like Resident Evil 2 Remake, where it really does feel like an entirely different game, like that is, you know, deviated from the OG, but still like faithful, then I could understand being a little disappointed that this one is so close to the OG. But for me, I love that. I played the original when I was younger, but I know for a fact I didn't beat it. My brain couldn't fathom the Kojima vision and the genius behind the design of the game, and I know for a fact I never saw those credits roll.
That's crazy. I beat Metal Gear, like, no joke, like 15 times. I was obsessed with that game.
So, coming out here in my 30s, I knew this time around this was probably going to be special, and it was even more special than I imagined it would be. The game is just so fucking fun. It is this beautiful playground of just insanity that you can pull off. So, like, towards the end of the game, probably my favorite example of that. You can defeat one of the bosses, one of the major antagonists, and you get his camo. When you defeat them using CQC...
Charlie doesn't know much about this game. Every single boss has a camo you can get. Every single one. And, it's usually if you kill him with the stun gun. But there's a couple other ones that are different.
Or using only, like, non-lethal, you get a special drop from them, usually camo. So that's how I did my whole playthrough, and when I got to that boss and I got that camo, and the camo is two-sided. On the front, it's the Volgan fit, so as long as that front is facing enemies, they don't shoot at you, but on the back is an American flag, so if they see that, they'll shoot at you. So the final scene of the game, wearing this camo, all I would do is I would make sure I was angled towards all the bad guys, so they'd shoot a few bullets, and then I'd turn and stare at them like with the Medusa stare, and they'd just stop, because they thought I was their commanding officer. So it was just so fucking amazing. Just look at this. Pull me up next to them. I have some strong words for them.
Pick him out!
I don't need to.
What the hell?
They understand.
I never
objective.
used that camo before.
It's
That's
to not
funny.
hurt me.
Snake, behind you!
Eva, step on it. The mind control is working. Eva, give it some gas. Eva, let's get out of here. I feel like if I take out my gun, they're gonna shoot at me. Eva, please. I feel like there's only so long this can work. Alright, I'm gonna go for it. Oh no, we're fine. How about a thank you, boys?
I don't want to watch this. I'm good.
So I just saw Him. This is a movie that a lot of people are clowning on. It's not doing too hot right now. People are taking their turns spitting at it. And now that I've seen it, I'd like to weigh in. Is everyone blowing it out of proportion, or is this film really as bad as everyone claims it is? Kinda. Like, it's not a good movie, but I don't think it's, like, unwatchably horrible. There was real potential here. The concept alone...
I'm not in the mood to watch Charlie, bro. Just not in the mood. There's only 2 people here right now. What the hell, bro?
Hello, guys and Gap.
Fridays are always so dead, bro. Everyone's, like, busy on Friday, it seems like. crazy too, because this is like the biggest update you've had on GameStop, and there's nobody here. Like, that makes me excited, personally. I'm pretty excited for that. I love that nobody cares. I love it. I love it. I actually want to look at a chart, I guess. I have no clue what we're going to do for the next 2 hours. So we'll probably end the stream early, most likely. But kind of weird. Kind of weird how GameStop's up 5% today and not a single person fucking cares. It's actually insane. Pretty wild. Like, look at that. That's massive. You're feeling, bro, look at, oh my god, that looks so good, dude. Oh my god. Like, it could sell off, you know. Obviously, you got you're retracing the old resistance up here. Like, it could sell off, you know, consistently through time. This resistance line is sold off like 60% or more. So, like, it could sell off, but the fact that it's fucking, you dropped below the old resistance lines and immediately bid back up, and now you're trading volume on this resistance line again, bro. God, that looks so fucking good, bro. That looks so good. Man. That's a massive bid, too. That's a massive bid on the 30-minute. Even on the hour. Like, when have you had a bid like that? That's a 5.2% candle. Like, when have you had that in an hour? You haven't. I don't think you've had that in a while. The 4 hour or whatever. Let's see, what was this one? Like, this one was 4.68, so that's a pretty massive bid right there. This one, what was this one? This one was only 3.5. It just seems like the volatility is like slowly picking up. So interesting. Excuse me. Let's see. This one was probably like 2%. Yeah. Same with this one. 2.5. Like, literally, the volatility is doubled in the past, like, week or two. You haven't had a 5% candle in an hour. In, like, I can't even find one. That one's 1%. That one's 1.5. Like, you haven't had this. This is crazy, bro, and not a single person cares. This one, maybe. No, even that one's 3%. Like, nuts, bro. Absolutely nuts. You know, I don't know what's going to happen or anything. I don't know what's going to happen, but god damn, bro. The volatility is nuts, bro. You have not seen this. Even up here, you never saw a day like this. I mean, 4.7%. You know, the tail, it went 7%. Like, this was a massive day. But that was also earnings and a lot of hype around Bitcoin. And that was, what, like a month ago? 4 months ago? Or, you know, let's see. 1, 2, yeah. 4 months ago is the last time you saw, like, a massive candle like that on the hourly. Like, that's wild, dude. That's actually wild. And as you guys, you know, some of you guys were, there's literally 4 people here. I'm sure you guys were here, like, there was 400 people in the stream that day. 400! There's nobody here. Fucking crazy, dude. Fucking crazy. I mean, even this down candle. How much was this down candle? Oh, yeah, that was a massive down candle on the bond offering. Let's see. How about this one? Like, even that one was only 3%. This is the only, like, massive one. But it's just because of the tail. And this was after hours, too. I wouldn't really... After hours pricing is always weird. So, like... You know, I wouldn't really even count this 7%. Like, I would maybe count the... I'd maybe count it as, like, a 5% candle, maybe. After hours is weird. You can always get, like, overextensions and stuff, you know? Just because there's no liquidity. So it's a little weird, but, like... You have not seen a day like this in months. In literally months. If ever. Like I said, that's that's a pre-market, or not after hours. That's a pre-market candle. That's the only time you've seen this. You have not seen a 5% day in like a year. No cap. It's been like a year since you... Well, this is a pretty massive day right here. When was this? When was this? This was a pretty massive day right here. When was that one? Doesn't say, because we're on the hourly. So it's been like 7 months since you've seen this. It was somewhere around here, I think, is the last time you saw a 5% candle in an hour. Well, besides this one, but like I said, that's pre-market, so it doesn't really count. Yeah, it's been like... I mean, how many months? 1, 2, 3, 4... So 5 months. You haven't seen a 5% candle in 5 months to the upside. Wild. Everyone's day trading in 2025. I was here that day. It was a lot of people. The day trading hype is only going to get worse. They're getting pattern day trading removed from small accounts. Volatility is going to be insane when people are jumping in and out of stuff all day long. Then Robinhood's pushing the 24/7 trading as well. There's already 24/7 trading though. Well, not 24/7, but 24/5 on certain stocks. But yeah, that's what I think as well. I don't think all the Reddit, all the Twitter, you know, all the things you see on GameStop, those people are not real investors, bro. There's no fucking way. There's no fucking way GameStop just had like the biggest day that it's had in 5 months. And nobody cares. There's just zero chance. I don't believe it. I think everyone who posts about GameStop is full of fucking shit, dude. Straight up. I don't think they're actual holders. And if they are, they probably have like a couple hundred shares or something, which isn't a big deal, you know? They're invested in it, but all the people who like act like they're whale, like, I don't know, man. I would just expect today to be very hyped. That's all. That's all I'm trying to say. Today should be like mega hype, but it's not. There's nobody. This is literally the slowest stream we've had, or this week in general is the slowest streams we've had since I started streaming. Fucking nuts, dude. Fucking nuts, man. Like, there's one person here. There's one person here right now. Wild. I mean, unless YouTube's lying, but there's literally one person here. That shit's fucking crazy, dude. Crazy world we live in. Crazy world we live in. It's whatever. Fine by me. You know, I don't really care. I just think it's weird. How do you go from having 400 people in your stream, like, to this? I love it. I love it. I love it. I think I'm just gonna watch videos though. I don't know what to do at this point. Maybe we should just end the stream. There's literally nobody here. I don't know. I don't know. Honestly, might not even stream on Fridays. Straight up. This is crazy. Fridays are always dead, bro. Always dead. I really don't know what to do. I think we can look on Twitch, I guess. See what people stream about. See what people stream about. I don't know. I don't know, man. Weird times we're living in. Damn, the numbers on Twitch are low, bro. Like even I Show Speed only has 4K viewers on Twitch. That's wild, bro. That's actually insane. Oh, he's in Vegas right now? Is he on the road? I'm gonna watch the YouTube one.
Alright, moving along.
How does I Show Speed only have 4K viewers on Twitch? That doesn't make sense. A lot of people don't stream on Fridays, or if they do, it's late at night. That makes sense. That could make sense. I never have luck. I've noticed, I've streamed on the weekend before. Of course, I stream every Friday, but yeah, as soon as Friday hits, the stream is always dead. But you got to think, like, a lot of my viewers are foreign, so like right now is probably 5, 6 p.m. for a lot of those people. So their weekend's already started. I that's probably the issue, honestly. I don't have very many Americans in my chat, which is crazy. But I honestly never thought about that until now. It's mostly foreigners in my chat. But yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. He's got 21K on YouTube. I've drove on that road. I think. Wait, is he in... Where is he? That doesn't look like Vegas. I'm sure it is. Been a while since I've drove out there. A lot of Americans still don't mess with stocks. If they do, it's an ETF or something. That's fair. Are you American? I thought everyone's invested. I mean, I thought so too, I thought so too. I thought, like, I really thought, in the beginning when I first got into GameStop, I really thought there were like that many holders, that many investors, but as time goes on, the more time that passes, I'm really starting to realize that there's no like investors in this stock. Like, there's not, bro. There's really not. Tennessee? I see. I see, Tennessee. Well, welcome, bro. I'm pretty sure I've seen you in here before. I'm the only one in my family who invests. My brother has an account, but he's just putting money in the S&P. Yeah, most people only invest through their 401k, which is the S&P most of the time. not many people take like control of their 401ks and invest what they want to invest. But yeah, good point, man. I don't think there's a lot of investors either. I mean, from my experience with this stream, a lot of people, even before I streamed about GameStop, like I used to stream back in 2021, and a lot of the people were like from India and stuff. Like, of course, you know, you get an American every now and then, but you're 100% right, bro. It's a lot of foreign people, and I don't think there's really people who actually invest. I mean, of course, you know, there's people who invest, but yeah, very interesting. A very interesting thought. A very interesting thought. I'm from California. I finally got my parents and mother-in-law in the market. Oh, interesting. Very interesting. India's huge for trading, and Saudi Arabia as well, because they just have a ton of money. Yeah, for sure. And there's probably not many jobs out there, I would imagine. So, like, you're kind of forced to trade in a lot of ways. Like, if you don't have, like, an online business, how are you making money out there? Really? You have to have some sort of online business or something. Like, I don't know, though, because obviously, you know, I've never been out there. Like, I don't know, but maybe. Maybe. Yeah, nobody I know invest. Well, you know, I know people who invest, but the only reason they invest is because of me. But other than that, I don't know anyone who invests. I know a couple traders, but nobody invests. Crazy. Actually crazy. Same. Yeah, it's weird. It's very weird. But I don't really, you know, people live in the moment. I feel like a lot of people just live in the moment. They don't necessarily care about the future or like the future of the people around them either. And, you know, that's something I really care about, is the future. Because I've lived in the moment, you know, I've lived in the moment enough. It's never benefited me in any way. Like, I don't know. I don't think, personally, from personal experience, I've never had any benefit living in the moment and just doing fucking degenerate shit. Of course it's fun, you know. Of course it's fun, you know. It's fun to live in the moment, you know. You don't have to think about anything. Nothing matters. So, like, I get it, but found out my brother-in-law trades penny stocks recently. Pretty sure he hasn't made any money. Probably not. Most people who trade penny stocks don't even know how to trade penny stocks properly. And it's hard to find the right ones as well. I actually know quite a bit about penny stocks, but you just got to find the right ones, which is really hard. If you don't have like a network, or if you're not already in the game and you don't know what you're doing. I mean, even if you do have like the network and you know the stocks to find, and if you don't know what you're doing, you're going to get clapped. It's like penny stock trading is a very specific style, and it's not easy. Making a pile of cash in a few minutes or seconds is a rush, but it basically involves fortune telling at the end of the day. Yeah, luck. I mean, yeah, luck too. In a lot of cases, most people who make a massive pile of money, it's completely random, you know. Or they took a ton of risk, or they took exponential risk and got lucky that they didn't get clapped. But yeah, I made a lot of sports. I made a lot of money sports betting, so I know what that rush feels like. I know what it's like to hit like a crazy bet. But man, there's nothing like being invested in something that you know is gonna make you a millionaire. I don't know. That's how I feel. I feel like there's just nothing better than having that feeling of like, in 10, 20 years, it's a very high chance I'm gonna be a multi-millionaire. There's not many things like that in this world. Unless you start like a successful business or something. And, you know, investing's not guaranteed either, but historically it's proven itself for sure. You'll see dudes say, I knew this was going to happen, blah, blah, but in reality, they're just super lucky that the news hit when they bought. Yeah, exactly. And then they sell their Discord course or some shit because the next, like, 10 trades they lose, but they make all the money back from selling you a course or fucking a Discord or something. Whole, like, marketing thing. It's a whole fucking marketing thing, bro. It's a constant cycle of fucking... You know, people going in because they see you win, and then they get fucked, and then it's just a complete, like, circle. It's just a complete circle of new, fresh meat, I guess, is the best way to put it. Fresh meat! Get some fresh meat on the table, you know? Unsuspecting customers, exactly. Exactly, bro. Crazy world we live in, bro. Especially like the trading aspect, or like just gambling in general. Whether it be at the casino, sports betting, you know, crypto, stock trading, like all that stuff is so like heavily misrepresented. I don't know if I said that right, but you get what I mean. It's like fucking technical analysis and all that stuff. Like everyone, I don't know, man. You just get sold the wrong information, I feel like. Oh, they have the short of the drop-in?
That's the biggest skate ramp in the world. Yeah, that ramp is as tall as a building. And you can watch him drop it live. But there's a lot of preparation needed for this one moment.
I mean, this is the kind of thing you can't just go and hope for the best. You have to go in knowing you're capable of all of the elements of it.
I was hoping they had the first person cam of it. That'd be dope. No way. Ty Lopez sued for $112 million Ponzi scheme? Is that real? Hopefully we can watch this guy. I've never watched this guy.
Ty Lopez, my business advisor, my mentor, and the guy who taught me how to buy a Ferrari so I could flex it on social media just to get...
Let's see, I used to listen to Pennies Going Raw. 2 dudes / grifters who eventually got busted for tricking their listeners into buying stocks and then pulling the rug on them. Yeah, that's a very common thing in the penny stock world as well. Very common. Because it's easy, if you get a following, to pump a stock. It's very similar to like altcoin, like pump.fun, you know, like the shitcoin investing and shit. Like it's easy to pump the price and get people to FOMO in if you have like the attention to it, I guess.
Some views is getting sued, and it's really bad. I think my mentor might be going to prison. It's a sad, sad day. I feel like it's appropriate to start with a Facebook ad, considering Ty and his business partner are the kings of social media ads.
Congratulations are in order. Alex, my business partner, if you saw the news, last month, he just sold his company.
Yeah, bro. I remember Zach Morris, bro. Fucking Saved by the Bell. I remember on Twitter when he was fucking going and shilling his coin, bro. He was going out in the real world and shilling the fuck out of his coin. And he got so many people to buy into it. So many people, bro. Crazy. Yeah, bro, that shit's crazy. That shit's crazy. I remember that. That was like my first I mean, I didn't invest in it, but that was like the first time I saw an actual like shilled coin, I guess, if that makes sense. And then fucking Tate did it. Iggy Azale did it. So many people did it. So many people. I think Zach Morris and like Tate were some of the first ones though. It's happening a lot this year, especially the Chinese. They'll pump 200% in the pre-market and drop past previous close. Yeah, that guy was a POS. I knew right away not to trust him. Yeah, Hawk2a was crazy, bro. Hawk2a was crazy. Because from, you know, my analysis on it, that was potentially a plant by, like, FaZe Banks. Because FaZe Banks is a well-known scammer, I'm pretty sure. And I'm pretty sure Hawk2a was a plant from that, like, group. And that was, like... Yeah, that was wild, bro. That was Hawk2a was wild because everyone was obsessed with Hawk2a. Absolutely obsessed with Hawk2a. And then the coin got Hawk2a'd. Well, then they created the coin. They created the coin after Hawk2a went viral. That's the crazy part. That's the crazy part. It went viral after the coin. Or after she went viral, I mean. I'm holding Melania coin. Oh, I'm sorry, bro. Even Trump did it. Even fucking Trump did a pump and dump, bro. Crazy. I completely forgot about Trump. Bro. Even Trump did a pump and dump. Wild stuff, bro. Wild stuff. It went south when the kids started saying it. I was joking. Fair enough. Melania coin actually wasn't Trump's coin though, I don't think. There's a video about it. I think it's on Voidzilla, Coffeezilla. I don't remember. I think it's Coffeezilla. I'm pretty sure it's Coffeezilla. He made a video about stealing 21 million from Melania Trump and MAGA. If you haven't seen that video, that's actually any video by Coffeezilla is hella good. Any video by Coffeezilla is super good. But yeah, that shit's nuts, bro. That shit's nuts, man. The only crypto I've bought was Bitcoin and ETH. Yeah, that's the way. I mean, I don't really like crypto personally, but if you're gonna buy crypto, it's gotta be Bitcoin. Yeah, Trump coin. Coffeezilla. Yeah, bro. Coffeezilla is the best YouTuber, I think. I'm sad he doesn't really upload anymore. I think he's going through a lot of, like, legal trouble right now, so I understand why. But, man, I love Coffeezilla's videos. Even The Void. The Void has good videos, too. You know, they're less, a lot less in-depth, but even The Void has good videos. The Void.
For 255 million, 250? 255. You can Google Alex Mayer.
I found this TechCrunch article about Zeusk showing that they had raised $60 million. And I found the S1 filing for Zeusk showing that Alex Mayer had a 12.4% equity stake. The reason why I know this is because many years ago, when they first started raising money, my buddy Tom Nash, he's a fellow YouTuber, and we made a video together jumping on that call. I'll show you that video at the end. And we figured out, we did some math. Tom Nash more than I did. He's really good at this. He kind of figured out that after venture capital was paid off, after they paid off debt, Alex had a 50-50 split between cash and equity. We found out that it might have been $5 or $10 million. While very successful, not taking anything away from him, if you watch these ads that Ty and Alex were running, it was all about he sold this company for $300 million, and that is what enticed investors to invest. If you found out that he only maybe kept $5 or $10 million, it's a little different than the claims of $300 million. I'm going to show you this ad real quick because this is how investors found out about this investment offering.
It's interesting. I've been telling people to co-invest with me in deals for the last 12 months. Some people have listened to me, some haven't.
So the news is out. Last week, Ty and I...
You know, that's what I love about Ryan Cohen, bro. He doesn't give a fuck whether you invest in GameStop, bro. He doesn't give a fuck. He doesn't need to make you, like, feel some type of way. Nothing, bro. That is one thing I do appreciate about Ryan Cohen is it's, you know, it's fully your decision whether you're going to invest or not. It's not like it's not some scam. It's not like some get rich quick scheme. I don't know.
Bought a major American clothing brand called Dressbarn, brand with over $740 million of annual sales.
I'm taking it online, closing down 650 department stores.
Hopefully you guys remember what they did. Basically, they took on some of these companies that were going bankrupt, and it sounded good. This was March of 2020, and so they were going to raise money, go and buy these distressed businesses, build them up using their expertise in digital ads, and then eventually sell them for a massive profit. One thing I really don't like is when Tai Lopez was posting that you could invest $300,000 and they'd pay you $60,000 a year in monthly payments. For those without a calculator, that would be 20%. I really dislike this, and I remember at the time seeing this, and I started going, oh, this isn't good. My spidey senses were saying this isn't good. Only for accredited investors, return not guaranteed. I love the claims at the bottom. Invest at your own risk. I absolutely love these because they mean absolutely nothing in court. Please, all of you understand out there, when you hear someone say, this isn't financial advice, invest at your own risk, return not guaranteed, it means absolutely nothing, as Ty's about to find out. He still got served with the complaint by the SEC. In March of 2023, I found this New York Post article, and there was a statement about Alex Mayer. He was sending emails saying the same thing. 300K invested will send you up to $60,000 a year. He also made the claim that they've paid out over $25 million to investors. He forgot the important second sentence, which is that wasn't from profit, that was from other investor money. The complaint alleges that they raised a total of $230 million. Approximately $112 million went to their 8 Rev retailer brands. So Rev is the company, the fund essentially. That was the company that went out and bought these distressed brands.
Hold up, I'll be right back. I want to watch this video, so I'm not gonna leave it running, but I'll be back here in a second. Okay.
Alex and Ty raised money for each specific brand in order to essentially buy it. The green dollar figure you see is the amount they raised for each brand. The bodybuilding.com does not have a number. That was not listed in the complaint, but I very strongly believe that they bought that brand as well. You can see that this is a lot of money that they were able to raise. Charts like this definitely make you a little squeamish. Annual interest rates, they were promising 12 to 25%. Monthly dividends of 1 to 1.5%, up to 2%. You may ask, why were they promising this? Ty claimed he was acquiring the businesses so cheaply as the reason that they were paying such high returns. What's confusing to me is the equity should come at the sale, not from the cash flow. The cash flow should be from profits. Take note of these dates. September 2022, there was a news article. Tuesday morning, a big brand gets a lifeline from Pier 1 owners. This is Rev, Ty, and Alex. They buy Tuesday morning, September 2022. I get this article sent to me February.
You're trying to take over a massive resistance, bro. Like, it's not just gonna go straight up. This is massive resistance up here. Anyone who did buy the past, like, day or two, you know, they're up massive, so they're gonna take profits. I think even back, like, a little while ago, like a few months ago, I think people ignore that mostly everyone has bought this stock in the higher 20s, in the 30s. So anytime anyone gets break even
or a little bit of profit in their account, they're going to take it. There's a lot of resistance up here. So I don't agree. I don't agree. I don't think it looks weak at all. I think there's just a lot of resistance, and it's all about patience. But we'll see, you know, we'll see.
February 15th, 2023. I remember seeing this. I still remember the day. There was someone I know who had actually been in litigation who had sued Tai Lopez before. He sent it to me and said, hey, this is alarming. And I remember seeing this going, oh, this doesn't sound good. 5 months later, that company's already filing for bankruptcy? Despite investors' repeated requests around February 2021 for the financial statements for Dress Barn, one of the brands that they invested in, Tai Lopez said the company was cash flow strong and not operating at heavy losses. This was false and misleading because Dress Barn, listen to this, everyone, they were experiencing losses of nearly $13.7 million and $10.7 million for the 2 years, 2020 and 2021. That is significant. But even worse is that the internal financial statements for Steinmart, another brand, show that they were experiencing net losses of nearly $1.7 million and $5.7 million for the same 2 years. So Tai was not showing the financial statements to investors who gave him money. He was saying that they were cash flow strong, clearly a lie, not operating at heavy losses. My friends, $14 million a year to $11 million a year, that is a huge financial.
I know, I'm talking about the ultra short term as well. Like, I disagree. It's not. It's massive resistance. People FOMO'd in 26, 27, and then the stock dropped like 4%. And now the stock's up 5% it was up 5% in a day. Or literally in an hour. Like, anyone who FOMO'd in at 26, 27, they're selling. They're not holding. Like that, I'm talking about the ultra short term as well. I disagree. It doesn't look weak. It's just resistance. This is the stock market. Not everything nothing goes straight up. Especially with a stock like GameStop where so many people FOMO in at the wrong time. There's always going to be resistance whenever there's a move. So, I'm talking about ultra short term as well. I don't think it looks weak at all.
Loss. Alex and Tai boasted to investors of Rev that they had never missed a payment to a single investor. In particular, during a May 2022 investor Zoom call, Tai stated that Rev never missed a cash payment or preferred payment since inception. Notice the date, May 2022. Here's the most important part of complaints like this. Defendants were aware. Those 3 words are incredibly important. They were aware.
I always like to bring people back to this when people are worried about like resistance levels. Let's take a trip back in memory lane. Let's take a little trip. Take a little trip in my little rocket ship to June 7th, 2024. A nice little trip back in time. Let's see. Where is it? It's like right here. What's that price? $28.92, $27.65. So $27.65. Do you see what the volume says right there? I don't think you can see it. 210 million shares traded hands on this day, June 7th, 2024. You don't think those people that FOMO'd in at these prices aren't taking profits whenever they see them, or whenever they're losing less, or whenever they're at break even? Like, this is something a lot of people tend to forget, is there was billions of shares that traded hands. Maybe not billions, but like, billions of shares traded back and forth. There's only 400 million shares, whatever, but those shares traded back and forth like multiple times, like 5-10 different times. So billions of shares traded hands, if you get what I'm saying. So whenever you see these higher prices, you're going to see resistance because there are so many people stuck at higher prices. So many people. So I just, when people talk about like the stock being weak at these higher prices, it's not weak. It's just, there's so many people trapped in this stock who haven't done the research and don't actually believe in it as an investment. They think it's just going to squeeze one day and they're going to make this bag. But as time goes on,
their confidence slowly dwindles. And then whenever they see profit, or they see break even, or they're losing less, they take it. They take it off the table. Like, nah, you're good, bro. I'm just trying to explain, like, the way I look at it, because I don't look at charts, really. Like, I find charts irrelevant. I find technical analysis irrelevant in a lot of ways. I think about traders. I think about other traders and their emotions, how they feel, where they're positioned in the market. And on both sides, downside and upside, I'm always thinking about other traders. I don't care about the chart. I don't care about the number on the screen. I'm constantly thinking about other traders. And when 210 million people traded hands, or 210 million shares traded hands in one day at 30, higher 20s, 40, anytime I see those prices, I expect resistance. And it's not because the stock's weak, it's not because it's bearish. It's because traders, to say it in not a nice way, traders are fucking stupid. I think traders are not very smart, personally. And that's all I'm just, that's all I'm trying to put out, because I'm always thinking about other traders constantly. Then I'm debating selling for today. I use charts and TA a lot, so I guess I see it differently. I just mean, for a look, we might drop below 26. We might, but it doesn't matter, At the end of the day, there's no difference between 25 and 26 if you're looking out on a long enough time frame. If you're trying to trade, I get it, but you had your opportunity to take profits at the high, or so, like, I don't know. I don't like the short-term mindset thinking, because I'm a day trader as well, but the reason why you're feeling this way now is because you didn't sell at the top and the stock hasn't moved in fucking 3 hours. That's all. That's is what it is. It's all emotion. Like, the stock chart is, I always say, the market's not efficient. The market's effective. The market is effective at making you act or not act. The chart is just a psychological tool to make you second guess what you think or know or don't do or do, I guess. I don't know if that makes sense, but that's all the chart is. It's literally just a play on your psychology. I want to watch this video, so I'm going to watch this video.
That neither Rev nor any of their brands were generating sufficient revenue to cover costs, yet failed to disclose that to investors until mid-December 2022. So investors up until that point, that sounds like it was possibly 2 years of being in the dark. They were being lied to. The defendants were aware that things were not going well, and they did not disclose that to investors. That, my friends, is the heart of this complaint. On October 31, 2022, keep in mind these dates, the 12 months preceding that, the Rev retailer brands incurred monthly net losses ranging from $3.8 million to $12 million. Over a full year, that's roughly, $45 million to $144 million? They raised $112 for these brands and were incurring monthly net losses annualized up to $100 million. How in the world were they this incompetent? What am I missing? They raised a bunch of money. Did they take some money for themselves? We'll find out in a minute. Defendants knew that the retailer brands were in financial trouble. That, my friends, is when everything turns for me. When I read these complaints, I come from an objective point of view, try to figure out what is going on. What's the story here? Whenever defendants know that something is going wrong, they know that an investment is going wrong, they know that the business is cash flow negative, and they still promote that it's going well, they lie to investors, and they still raise money, that is where, in my eyes, the DOJ should step in and turn this into a criminal complaint. This is just a civil complaint, everyone. I think the DOJ should turn this into a criminal complaint. So the three defendants, Birkenroad, we'll talk about her in a second, Maya Birkenroad, Ty, and Alex, they discussed the overall financial situation with themselves. They believed that they needed to raise additional capital, prioritize vendor payments, and triage investor payments. Despite these financial struggles, they continued to promote new offerings by touting the success of the brands. That is where everything changes for me. That is when I think it needs to go from civil to criminal. I don't know the exact law on this, so someone can help me out in the comments. In my opinion, this is where everything should go criminal. You know things aren't going well. You've lied to investors. And the worst part about it is you try to go raise new money from new investors in order to pay off old investors and try to make these floundering businesses look successful on social media to keep raising new money. That is criminal in my eyes. And it kept getting worse. That is what was really interesting about reading this complaint is in my eyes, it just kept getting worse. Like up to that point, I'm like, oh, it needs to be criminal. But it got worse. November 2022. I hope you guys are keeping the dates in mind. So they held an investor conference in Las Vegas, and I'll show you a post. This is from Baller Busters, but they saved it. Ty Lopez had a post. This is a September 30th conference in Las Vegas. I don't know if they're exactly the same ones. This is November 2022, but for all intents and purposes, probably similar. Okay, so despite making statements about the financial success of their business strategy, they failed to disclose the financial struggles. They failed to disclose that the brands had in fact
one last thing I'll say about trading though. If you didn't have like a point where you wanted to sell before you even placed the trade, I would argue you're not trading properly. You should know your exact risk and your exact gain on every single trade. You shouldn't just be YOLOing and hoping it's going to keep going up or hoping that it's going to work out. Like, you should know exactly what you're doing before you even press the buy or sell button. And that's the last thing I'll say about trading, because if you don't know exactly what you're doing, I don't know how like you're going to be successful long term in trading. That's was above 27. Well, you should have an exact number. You should have an exact number. You should have an exact risk to reward ratio. And that's the last thing I'll say about trading. There shouldn't be any second guessing or thinking. You should know exactly what you're doing.
Miss some investor payments. So picture this. Ty, Alex apparently are probably on the stage. He can run a lot of ads. I imagine there's a lot of people that attend these conferences. He's a very popular guy on social media. So in front of big crowds, he's lying to these people. They did not disclose that these brands were losing what, $30 to $100 million a year. So instead of disclosing that, they said, hey, times are good. If you want to invest with us, I imagine, as the next paragraph alludes to, they got their email address and they immediately sent in November, right after the conference, November 2022, they solicited investment via email. Remember, during the middle of that year, they were already aware, they were made aware that the brands were struggling, that there was no cash flow to pay off investors. And in November 2022, they held a conference and lied to investors again by not disclosing the struggles of the companies, and then tried to raise money via email. But my friends, it gets even worse. However, immediately after the conference and post-conference emails, defendants stopped making investor payments and hosting investor calls altogether. So 1 month before, they're trying to raise money at a conference, they're soliciting via email, and then a month later, when this whole time they've known that these brands are underwater and they're not able to pay investor returns, they just shut it down and walk away? On December 15th, Ty finally showed up to an investor call that he had missed for several weeks, and he disclosed for the first time to investors that Rev and the retailer brands and the portfolio companies were in financial trouble. So he's finally letting everyone know, not in February 2021, not in middle of 2022, not in all the months where apparently maybe every several weeks they had a call, not during that entire time, but finally on December 15th. My guess is he believed he finally raised the final amount of money he could raise. He finally disclosed that they were in financial trouble, they were unable to make investor payments, and that Rev's management was exploring restructuring or selling one or more of the portfolio companies. The scheme is finally toppling. Here's MentorBox's website, a company that Alex and Ty were running. I don't know the success of that company, but I think they were bringing in pretty legitimate revenue. And Maya Birkenrode, we're going to talk about her next. She's on the executive team. She was the chief content and process officer for MentorBox. She is also Ty's cousin. They dedicated an entire section just to Maya because it's important to note that she was listed as Rev's president, COO, chief risk, funny word, chief risk officer, who also served in an executive capacity for 2 companies. She was described on the website as having over 10 years of experience managing multi-million-dollar companies. The problem here is that there was no proof. Paragraph 58, the years before working as Rev's president and COO, Maya worked as a substitute preschool teacher, a promoter at a radio station, as an assistant to her cousin Ty in his online education company. It doesn't sound like she was managing multi-million-dollar companies. It sounds like she was just an assistant. I think some of you know what's coming next. The defendants improperly commingled investor funds to perpetuate the illusion that they were huge financial successes. How much, Spencer? How much were they taking? $16.1 million for themselves. I think this argument, this complaint changes a little bit if the defendants never take any money from themselves. If they don't enrich themselves, they never take money for personal use, they never commingle funds. I think that changes the argument a little bit, and I think the punishment is less severe. But once you find out that they take $1 or more, I think it changes when you have these companies that sounds like they were struggling massively, massive financial losses, massive negative cash flow every month from the beginning. Within a year or two, these companies were darn near bankrupt. And yet they took $16.1 million. By my basic calculations, that's what, 15% of the money raised? 15%. Companies that were negative cash flow, that were going bankrupt, heading to bankruptcy, they took around 15% of the money raised, not of cash flow, of the entire money raised, 15%. They did it for themselves. What? To fly private, to have the nice car, Spencer. Duh, who doesn't want a Ferrari? That, my friends, is fraud. And that's where everything turns for me. That is where this absolutely becomes criminal. This next ad is something that Ty was running recently. He's throwing a mansion party. Tell me if this is LA to its core.
At the new house, I put a link below. Mansion party, pool party, business mastermind, all in one. Here, I'm gonna put a link below. Got 3 different rollers flying in, entrepreneurs, big personal brands, not just to have
a lot of beautiful. There weren't many men pictured in that, were there? There's a big mansion, $100 million house, beautiful women, and then Ty. You know what's funny is I used to house hack, this thing where you buy a house and then you rent out all the rooms and you essentially live for free. Very good form of investing. Co-living is another word for it. What's ironic is Ty is house hacking his mansion, but just in a different way. Instead of having roommates, he throws parties. Do I think he can afford it on his own? Maybe, probably.
Yo, that's actually genius. Holy shit. That's crazy. That's actually kind of smart.
He sold like $100 million when he was a course selling guru, and he's obviously stolen like $16 million from investors. So 100 grand a month in rent can be affordable if you take $16 million. I just find it funny that in LA, this is a party in Beverly Hills, $100 million house that he's paying 100 grand a month for, but it's all from like investor money, selling courses, and it's all about business success, and I'm going to teach you how to run your business. But this guy's getting sued for $112 million by the SEC. It's a bunch of beautiful women. Come out and pay me to join my mastermind. Is there anything more LA than this? But it gets even worse. The complaint just kept going. Now we're into paragraph 69 and 70. This is where it explains that Rev was sharing money in between the companies. So paragraph 69 is that they, in February of 2022, remember that date. Remember everyone, in May of 2022, he was saying, no, everything's good, everything's good. November 2022, he was trying to raise more money through emails. In February 2022, they made 5 transfers. Essentially, they had money in Radio Shack's bank account, $1.41 million. They transferred it to the parent company, the Rev, I'm guessing just the single bank account, the Rev bank account. And then they needed to total out $1 million to these 5 other brands. My guess is those brands needed to pay out investors. You gotta keep them quiet. So you take money from Radio Shack's account to pay out investors over here for those 5 other brands. Paragraph 70 gets even worse. In November 2020, when I'm reading this, I keep getting thrown off by the date. So November 2020, 1.7 million in investor proceeds was transferred from Radio Shack directly to Steinmart. The defendants transferred at least 5.9 million in investor proceeds directly between portfolio companies. That was as early as November 2020. So they started raising money March 2020, and just 5 or 6 months later, they were already running a fraudulent business. So the reason why this matters is because these individual companies, they raised money on the individual companies. Ideally, those companies had cash flow in the investors who gave them money. They make their returns through the cash flow. But as you guys are probably, figuring out if you're reading between the lines here, they're raising money for all these different businesses, and in order to pay out investor money, they needed new money. What does that sound like, everyone? Then we get to the section titled Ponzi-like payments to investors. I just explained it to you, but this lays it out perfectly. In order for the older investors to be paid out, they needed money from new investors. And they share that all 3 defendants approved these payments to early investors. Ty, Alex, and Maya, they should have been knowledgeable enough to know that you can't pay out investor funds with new investor money. They need to be cash flow from the businesses. This is about as clear cut as it can get. In my eyes, this is a criminal complaint. This should be criminal, and the defendants should serve jail time. Again, lawyers, please comment in the section below if I am off here, but I don't know how you can only get hit with a civil fine. This is criminal. In another lawsuit, I was able to find the list of creditors here, and I'm under the impression that they're all accredited investors.
I just read the funniest comment, bro. Here in my courtroom with the judge here, he's pissed, but you know what I like more than judges? Lawyers. That's so fucking funny, dude. That's the funniest comment I've ever read. Holy shit. I've heard of that before. Problem is if you can't afford the mortgage on your own and all your roomies bail, you SOL. Yeah, I know about the house hacking, but I was thinking of more of the throwing like parties, you know, having like a, maybe not even a mansion or something, but having like a decently sized house with like a nice backyard, nice big backyard. Like you could literally house hack with parties. Like I've never thought about that. That's kind of interesting. Lawyers rent it out for weddings. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's crazy.
And we know the amount, 112 million, but it's different when you see a name and a number. So I'm going to scroll here on the screen. Some of these people put $1 million in. Some of them as low as just a couple grand, some of them 50, 100, 250,000. And it's just really sad because to my knowledge, these people lost everything. This is a lot of money. You can only hope that they lost money that they could lose, that hopefully all these people are multi-millionaires, and this was just fun money that they give to that social media clown, and maybe it'll turn into 20% returns. But these people lost a significant amount. Of interest, of note, Tai Lopez actually put in over $1 million, which I thought was interesting. But here's the list. My buddy Tom Nash, one of my closest YouTube friends, we made this video, I can't remember, maybe early 2021, and I'll kind of skim through. It's an older video. It's no longer on his channel because he's pivoted and he took down some of these older videos. But we ended up jumping on these investor calls. Now, it's a little longer video, so I won't play it for you, but it was really interesting. So we jumped on the call, and I'll show you here in just a second. And we were messaging Alex. He was doing these live streams, and we kept messaging him. And Tom, initially, he's really skilled at this, at valuing businesses. And he was asking very strong investor questions, like expert level, that I wouldn't have even thought of. And Alex kept getting triggered, and he kept kicking us off the call. And so we would then change our names. And after 2 or 3 times of getting kicked off, then we started ultra trolling because we realized, like, this is not good. What was really fascinating at this time, it was probably early to mid 2021. What was really fascinating is everything seemed good. They were running all these big ads about he sold a company for 300 million and it's Tai Lopez and they can generate these great returns for these businesses. But I remember getting off the call and Tom and I had a discussion. We chatted on the phone after we kept getting kicked off. We looked at each other. We're like, hey man, this doesn't sound good. This is really odd. Like, we don't have a good feeling about this. And to his credit, Tom did a really good job explaining at the end of the video all the reasons. He spent about 4 minutes disclosing, hey guys, you should really be skeptical of this investment. I would highly advise you not to invest in this company. And that's when he looked into Alex's background. We found that, the 300 million, not quite as successful as he claimed. And our ultimate conclusion was stay away. I've certainly been more right than wrong in this YouTube career, but I can't deny that it kind of feels good to be really right on this. This is certainly not the place to be like, I told you so, because that's not the intention. But looking back, it was really fascinating to have this experience in real time, feel like this is a really bad investment and that I was really skeptical. And then you start seeing the bankruptcy news articles on CNN. Oh, wow, the Pier 1 guys, Alex and Tai, wow, that company's going bankrupt. Over the years to see it each go bankrupt. And then I ultimately made a video in 2023 about this scheme and saying, like, dude, I'm skeptical, a little skeptical. I don't like the investment. And then here we are in late September 2025 to see an SEC complaint be the result of this. Really fascinating to see. Hope you enjoyed the video. Thanks so much for watching.
I've never watched this guy before. Oh, he makes good videos. Damn, he makes a lot of dope videos. How long has he been making videos for? This is the first time I've ever heard of this guy. He's been making videos forever, man. Good lord. This guy's been on YouTube forever, man.
How house flipping stars are flopping. A story about survivorship bias. Damn, this guy has a lot of interesting content. I kind of want to watch this one. 5 years ago. Back when Gary Vee was hype.
I just don't think people believe me.
This critique of Gary Vaynerchuk begins with a man named Abraham Wald. Abraham Wald was a Hungarian mathematician born in 1902 who graduated from the University of Vienna in 1931 with a PhD in mathematics. During Nazi Germany's annexation of Austria in 1938, Wald and his family were persecuted as Jews, which led to his immigration to the United States of America. During World War II, Wald was a member of the Statistical Research Group at Columbia University, where he applied his statistical skills to various wartime problems. The military presented Wald with a problem to solve. We are experiencing a lot of our casualties with our fighter pilots. How can we apply mathematics and sampling inspection to reduce our casualties? The military researched the damage received to their planes returning from conflict. They found that the wings and tail were receiving more damage than the engine. Logically, it would make more sense to better secure the wings and tail since that's where the bullets were hitting, right? Wald realized that this line of thinking was incorrect. We needed to armor the engine since we should be focusing on the planes that weren't returning home to better handle the damage inflicted by bullets, not on the planes returning home since those planes proved that they could handle the current bullet damage. This led to the creation of the term survivorship bias. Survivorship bias is the logical error of concentrating on the people or things that made it past some selection process and overlooking those that did not.
Hey, it sounds like traitors. It sounds like a lot of the things I talk about. I'm sorry, we'll keep watching. That's the first thing that pops in my mind is like traitors and gamblers and stuff. First thing that came to my mind when I...
Typically because of their lack of visibility. This can lead to false conclusions in several different ways. Here's an example. All successful people who have reached the highest levels of socioeconomic status in society will tell you that they reached their position by working really hard. If working hard is the main criteria for financial success, then why doesn't everyone who works a ridiculous amount of hours become a multimillionaire? There are plenty of people who work multiple jobs and work just as many hours as Gary Vaynerchuk, but will never become wealthy and seen as successful as entrepreneurs. So Gary Vaynerchuk focusing on hustle and hard work as the only elements to success is undermining all of those people who have worked hard for decades and are just getting by. What he's missing is all of the people who did not succeed who worked hard as well.
So to me, hustle would be putting all your effort into achieving the goal at hand. And for me, that means making every minute count. So look, you need a break? Good. Get your break. But the bottom line is every minute that you can apply to your game, you need to.
Gary Vaynerchuk's audience is young and aspiring entrepreneurs. He is amazing at grooming his audience into a specific mindset of always focusing on working, as you can't beat someone who outworks you. He places work and hustle above all else. My issue is that...
I mean, work and hustle is very important, but it is what it is. We'll keep watching.
Success doesn't come from hard work only, which he positions as the only thing that matters. Success in business comes from finding the right product or service to offer the market, delivering it in a way that the market will accept and purchase, entering the market at the right time, having the right skill set, and experiencing luck. Let me provide a quick two...
That was a good point. Very good point.
Examples of luck. In the middle of the year 2000, plenty of Enron employees had worked really hard for the company they loved and watched the stock experience a meteoric rise. They invested their hard-earned dollars in the company that employed them. Some even had their entire 401ks with Enron and watched as their entire retirement money evaporated by the end of 2001. Second, many adults worked hard for years to save up money for their first house. They did all of the right things to qualify for a home, including the necessary down payment, cash reserves, solid work history, and low debt. They purchased their home in December 2006, and within 12 months, their nice and new $350,000 house was now only worth $120,000. In both scenarios, hardworking Americans fell victim to unfortunate timing and bad luck, even though they may have worked hard and hustled for years and maybe even decades. Now, back to Gary Vee. Finding your lane is going to be the most important variable to success. This is going to be your unique path to succeeding. Where Gary Vee gets it right is that you should become obsessed with that one path and outwork everyone else. If the timing is right, if you pick the right market, and your customers are ready for your product or service, then you have a chance of succeeding. I'll provide a personal anecdote. I will make 4 to 5 times as much money this year as I did last year. Did I work any harder? No. I picked the correct place to invest my money, and a couple of investments worked out due to factors outside of my control, such as Las Vegas's massive appreciation, having a friend ready to sell his house hack at the exact same moment I was looking for a new place to move, and a few other factors that I could not control. If you are someone who consumes Gary Vee videos, then realize that his commentary is very applicable when you have found your lane and you're going all in on something that fits you best. You can't hustle your way to success if you're attempting to run a business in something that doesn't fit you or the market doesn't want what you're selling.
Hustle is putting it all on a line. Hustle is waking up one day, the day before you die, and realizing you gave it your all into the parenting of your children, the building of your businesses, the philanthropy that you wanted to do. Whatever you define, it's just, all in, emotionally and executionally, in theory and strategy and in execution.
Obsession is what you will need when you have found what you're going to pursue. Using personal anecdotes, I have seen some wild amounts of success within real estate investing, and everyone who experiences this level of success is obsessed with their business. Obsession.
Seems pretty simple to me.
Gary Vee preaches about obsessing about achieving what you want, whatever the cost, and I think this is gold advice. What Gary Vee provides to the market is the constant injection of a motivating mindset shift to help you keep pushing when you're feeling down. This is why his content has blown up over the past few years. Whenever you need to pick me up, his content enters into your veins like a hit of heroin.
Do I believe that hard work is an essential part of the kind of success that people define? I do. Do I think working so many hours that it burns you out that you need to retire or quit or you're unhappy in perpetuity is bad? Of course I do. I think this is a self-awareness game, and actually I think it's a much more interesting game of do you know why you're working or what are you trying to achieve? I would go crazy sitting on a farm in middle America or doing 28 weeks of vacations. Not what makes me happy, but I unbelievably am happy for the people that makes it happy. I love the process of building something the way I want to build it. I would go crazy having all people working remotely the way 37 Signals does. They would go crazy managing 1,000 people under a roof. I think it's about self-awareness.
Self-awareness is key to the hard work. To validate my point, self-awareness will help guide your ambition and energy. What he gets right is his constant preaching of your need to be self-aware of what you are good at. When you find what you are good at, then you can apply his preachings of hustle, hard work, and non-stop obsession.
I think you can maximize your talent. I feel like I have a certain amount of, basketball talent in my body. Sure, I can play every day, but can I really get to that extreme level where I could be on a basketball card? Just punchline? The answer is no.
His self-awareness, in my opinion, is one of his most valuable traits and something that I'm very happy he alludes to in nearly half of his videos. He presents hustling as the means to end suffering, but hustling in and of itself is nothing. You may be stuck on a treadmill to mediocrity or failure if you select the wrong path to take and the wrong venture to pursue, which may lead to more discontent than when you first began. The point I'm trying to make is that it's important that you figure out what you're good at and what the market needs, and then focus on hustling like he preaches. I want everyone to keep in mind that he has the ability to hustle 16 or more hours a day because his job is mostly spending time giving speeches, talking about himself in interviews, answering phone calls, and answering people on social media. He classifies this as work, but everyone watching this video could have this schedule and work 16 hours a day. Example, I work in software development. You simply cannot write computer code for 16 hours a day, all day, every day. You can have all the motivation in the world, but mentally demanding jobs have a time limit on how much you can actually produce in a single day or in a week. So I say that so that you don't get the FOMO feeling when watching his videos that you aren't hustling enough. His videos are meant to motivate, not to be taken as practical advice. He's living his life on his specific path. You are living life on your path. Thanks for watching.
Yeah, that video was 5 years old. That was good, bro. That was so good. I liked that. This guy makes fire videos.
the go to fooling you with sports betting. That's interesting. Bro, this is an interesting channel. I could watch a lot of videos on this. There's so many good looking videos. He made a video about Alex Becker. I've watched Alex Becker for quite a while, and I don't, from what I remember, I don't remember him ever like trying to sell something or something like that. So I don't know. I don't know about that one. Could be a good one to watch though. Get his take. We got time. Yeah, we got like another hour. We got another hour or so. I just want to find a good one, you know? Online dating scams. Dude, no way! He did a video on this? That's crazy. I kind of want to watch this one.
Stephen Liao loves big butts, driving expensive cars, making videos highlighting his 22,000 square foot mansion in Las Vegas, and talking about credit cards. He claims he has nearly $20 million in available business credit, and he accomplished all of this before he turned 24. Stephen is known on the internet as the...
For my knowledge, it's possible he actually does have this, because back in the day, credit card finessing used to be exponentially easier than it is now. But, I mean, we'll see.
Credit card guru. His Instagram handle is @credit. People who follow gurus like Steven are generally going to react in one of two ways. Either they see the material success he's had and think he's a business expert, or they see that he uses flashy means to sell a very expensive course in Mastermind and immediately think he's a scammer. The purpose of this series is to analyze gurus and judge for ourselves if they're real or fake. Let's take a deep dive. The credit card industry is run by an algorithm. We're all raised by parents who preach common cliches like credit cards are bad and only use a credit card as a last resort.
Credit's scary.
Yeah, absolutely.
In school, I learned like to stay away from credit.
But what if I told you that there's a community on Reddit with over 200,000 members that all focus on maximizing the rewards of playing the credit card game? If you aren't aware, the Churning subreddit is a community of people who treat playing the credit card game as a hobby. This involves becoming an expert at how to use the credit card algorithm to your advantage and receiving cashback rewards, free airfare, and reduced rates on 5-star hotels. Many of the all-stars in this community know how to receive years worth of free travel by playing with the credit card algorithm. This is where Stephen Liao comes in. He's an expert with the credit card algorithm, and he absolutely can teach you how to manipulate the banks and card issuers into increasing your lines of credit. With anyone in this community, he absolutely can drastically help you increase your personal credit score. He is someone who adheres to the philosophy of the Churning community. Because this series involves a lot of education, I'm going to provide a quick, simple roadmap for succeeding at funding your business with high credit card limits.
There's companies out there that are expired, that are inactive, that you can literally just swoop in and pay less than $1,000 and take over. Either, there are two things. You're looking for two things. Either
Forgot about that, bro. That's crazy. Yeah, you can literally buy like a distressed business for cheap. You take all their credit and then you can finesse the credit cards on that LLC. So crazy. I haven't thought about that in years, bro. Holy shit.
Either A, they have credit, either A, they have good credit but no lines of credit, or B, that they have a line of credit and they have good credit.
Step 1, buy an LLC that has a history of spending, a high credit score, or is aged, preferably at least a decade old. You can purchase these for $1,000 or $2,000.
One of the tactics I started doing was I used gift cards. I bought gift cards, cash equivalents. I would go to, malls, I would go to Walmart, and I would buy these Visa gift cards. Like, they're not just any like Applebee's gift cards, but these are like Visa gift cards. They act like debit cards. And you can take this debit card, spend $5,000 on these debit cards, use these to purchase money orders, put the money orders in the bank, and then use the bank to pay off your credit card debt. and now you're back down to zero. You don't owe the bank anything, but you still spent $5,000 or whatever. You got the bonus, you take the miles, and now you go spend it, and you go travel the world.
Step 2, treat manufacturer spend like your most important hobby. This is essentially legal money laundering. Borrow money in the form of credit cards, use the credit cards to buy something that sends money back into your accounts, then pay off the credit cards. The algorithm reads that you spent money and rewards you with airfare credits or cashback rewards. Whether this is morally or ethically justifiable is up to you. Step 3, open more credit lines. Your credit score is going to go through the roof since you're spending money and paying the balance to $0 every month. When you attain a high enough score, you begin opening numerous credit cards with various banks all over the country. Your credit score will continue to increase because your credit utilization will decrease greatly with the more credit availability. Step 4, ask for credit limits. Since the algorithm reads that you spend a lot of money every month.
I disagree with that. Asking for credit increases actually lowers your credit score, and it's honestly a waste. You don't even need to do it. What about taxes when it's time? You just pay taxes, but if your business, if the LLC doesn't make money, there's no money to make, or there's no taxes to pay. And no bank is going to give you a tax form for a sign-up bonus or credit card points or anything like that.
Month and you are very responsible with paying off your balance, you can call the banks and ask for credit limits. In Steven's case, he has scripts he uses to push the banks to increase the limits in substantial quantities. Step 5, reap the rewards. At this point, you've probably accumulated enough points towards airfare that you can then begin traveling for free. From all the cash back rewards, you will have some cash on hand to enjoy a fun vacation for free. And you have high credit limits to go by.
But yeah, I've only done like mostly cash back cards. I've done a few travel ones, but if your focus is travel, I mean, you can crush, bro. Like, you can do some crazy stuff if you get educated on this. I just have never been interested in travel, really, so I never went down that route.
Terrible fake guru products. Steven became a popular figure on YouTube from his claim of attaining $3.2 million in credit card lines by 20 years old. He even teamed up with Ty Lopez on Ty's credit course. Steven played the credit card game and won, but we need to dig a little deeper and see if there's something that we aren't seeing. One thing no one seems to be asking is where is the income to justify that much in credit card funding?
$20,000 in gift cards. What are you using these for? So that's actually that's a secret. That's a secret. We can't tell that yet. Okay, we won't tell you everything about it.
Steven was working at GE Digital and Yikek at this.
You get the credit, you get the gift cards. Well, I don't know if you can do this anymore, but there's this account. It used to be called Bluebird, and you would get these gift cards. I mean, he might talk about it in this video, but there used to be this account called Bluebird, and you would get these gift cards, and you could take the number on the gift cards, it's almost like a debit card, and you could turn around with the gift cards and transfer the money on the gift card into the Bluebird, and then you can take the Bluebird account and put that money back into your bank. And it's just this constant cycle of getting a new credit card, you know, buying a bunch of gift cards, put the gift card balances into the Bluebird, and then back to your bank. And it's just this constant cycle, and it's literally like an unlimited money glitch or unlimited credit card point glitch, I guess you could say.
Same time he was attending Stanford, so it's hard to say exactly how much time and energy he was devoting to any of the three. He's clearly a smart kid, but you can't be a high earner and only be working part-time. Yik Yak raised over $70 million of funding and ran out of money by April 2017. It's probably safe to assume that he made some money working at Yik Yak as a marketing lead, but I imagine it was more equity than salary for someone not a full-time employee. And the equity went to zero just a few months later. There was a 4-month gap between leaving Yik Yak and starting Moves Inc. Moves had some impressive download and engagement numbers, but Dun & Bradstreet shows an annual revenue of $367,000 for 9 employees. After paying expenses and salaries, I can't imagine there was much left over for young Steven. What I found interesting is that his @credit handle and persona was created before the creation of Moves Inc. My best guess is that he was able to leverage revenue numbers from Moves Inc. to ask for credit increases. As much as you can churn and manufacture spend, at some point you have to have enough income to support continual increases in your credit limit. You can't just demand credit increases until you receive $100 million in credit availability. At some point, The algorithm needs to see that you are making enough money to justify having so much credit available to a single user. With credit cards, the income is generally stated, not proven by tax returns. This is just my opinion, but my best guess is that there were some embellishing claims on how much money Steven was making. There's just no way to earn that much credit availability without some indication that huge revenue numbers were being generated. And Moves Inc. doesn't exactly sound like an app that can be monetized to the level of accessing over $3 million in credit. Rondi Lambeth is a YouTuber who runs a business credit funding company similar to Steven in that his goal is go out and maximize the amount of credit available to his customers. Here's what he had to say.
In order to get $3 million and 200 plus credit cards in a year as a 19 and 20-year-old kid at 580 credit score, he's doing some things that, in my opinion, is probably complete fraud. He's probably violating some federal laws with banking laws, with saying how much money he makes as a startup company. So realistically, can a 19-year-old kid, if you're 19 years old with 580 credit score, can you get $3 million in credit cards in the next 12 months? Probably not.
It's unfortunate that YouTube and the podcasting world is so full of softball questions that no one has asked him where the income comes from. I'm using his LinkedIn and numerous hours of listening to him talk about himself, and at no point has he been asked about his income in order to generate $3.2 million in business credit cards.
Let's talk about somebody who has some dings on their credit. What was that website you were talking about?
That's cfpb.gov. Stands for Consumer Finance Protection Bureau.
So this kid is using it. Now, there are companies out there that if you want your inquiries removed, they will go and on your behalf will break the law. And they'll use the CFPB website to break the law.
Rondi's opinion is that Steven was able to attain 220 credit cards in 1 year because he used the service to remove the inquiries from his accounts. That seems to be the only plausible way someone can attain that many credit cards in just 1 year without any form of income or income high enough to justify $3.2 million in credit.
And it goes up. You invest into deal. Like I'm invested in an oil deal right now that gives me about 15-20% a year. And my interest rate is 6%.
He's a savvy kid, and there's no doubt in my mind that he knows how to go out and make money. His entire strategy is 100% leverage at all times. Borrow money, use the money to go make more money, and you profit from the arbitrage. This is common in real estate, but it's incredibly risky if you don't have income high enough that it is greater than the cost to service the debt.
And you charge people $15,000 to $100,000 to coach them.
Yep.
So you're making money hand over fist.
Yep.
Steven makes a lot of money as a credit card guru. He holds masterminds periodically throughout the year, charging $15,000 for an attendee and up to $100,000 for personalized one-on-one coaching.
That's fucking ridiculous, bro. This shit is not that hard. You don't need to be spending $10,000 to learn this. It's fucking not. I mean, I guess back then the education wasn't as available, but still, it's not that hard to figure this stuff out.
He has worked with a few celebrities and a guy who drives a Lambo. I also noticed on one of his Instagram stories that he mentions that OnlyFans girls are making $50K a month at his castle. This is how he has access to all of these half-naked women in his Instagram. He's basically a modern-day pimp if his post is any indication of the business model he's running. Rent a large house, allow OnlyFans girls to use his house, and in return he makes a profit off of their business. Or maybe he just allows access to the women so that he can have them in his photos and IG stories. Steven is the real deal when it comes to credit and understanding how to maximize rewards, travel, and the credit card algorithm. But there's too much he isn't showing us that leads me to believe that there were some seriously unethical avenues he took to attain the credit limits he promotes, which is the foundation of his brand. Steven is able to afford the lifestyle he promotes now that he has multiple revenue streams and makes so much money selling his credit course and mentorship. But I can't seem to understand how he was ethically and legally able to attain $3.2 million in business credit without any clear indication of revenue to justify that amount. I'm confident that his course and mastermind provides a lot of value for understanding credit and beating the credit card algorithm. But the goal of this video is to show you how to always look behind the curtain at what these gurus are not showing you. Take the time to learn their industry and then judge for yourself if their brand is worth investing into. Even after hours of consuming interviews of Steven, there's no clear indication of any investments he has. The only investment he mentioned was an oil deal where he was generating a 15 to 20% return, and that was before the huge oil dip of 2020. Acquiring millions of dollars of credit lines is alluring, but he better be careful with what he's doing. This looks like a huge house of cards waiting to topple over. Thanks for watching.
I love this guy's videos. This is probably what I'm going to be doing all weekend, is watching this guy's videos. But, you know, whether he has the $3 million in credit, that's debatable. But the way he would have got it is through buying those LLCs. It's not like he personally has $3.2 million credit. He probably has, you know, 50 to 100,000, and then this business has like 100, 200,000, or this LLC, you know, then he has another LLC that has like 100, 200,000. Like, it's probably spread. If it's legit, you know, who knows? Who knows? But yeah, credit card finessing's the whole thing. There's actually a what's it called? The Daily Churn. It's this podcast. It's all about like finessing banks and stuff like that. It's a pretty interesting podcast. I used to listen to it, but I'm just not really interested in that stuff anymore. Even though it is interesting, like, especially if you're wanting to travel, like, learning about this stuff is so beneficial if you want to travel. I like how he has kind of like a unbiased opinion on the subjects too. He's not like automatically like, yeah, this guy's a scammer. It's like, I like the unbiased take. He did a CoffeeZilla video. What about that old Asian dude? The whole thing is getting rich off debt. Oh, like Rich Dad Poor Dad or whatever the hell. That guy's interesting. Sort of. Kind of. Not really. I think that's who you're talking about, though. I heard you're not allowed to showcase any weapons on your thumbnail. My bad, bro. My bad. My bad. My wife is really good at using her credit cards to get points, and so is my dad. I'll have to show them some of those videos. I mean, I personally have like over 20 credit cards, but all I do is like if I have like a expensive purchase coming up or something, I'll get a, like if I have like $1,000, $2,000 purchase or something, I'll find a card that has like $1,000, $2,000 sign up bonus, and then I'll, you know, spend it on the credit card, and then I'll just pay it off. You know, you'll get the $200, $300 sign up bonus, so it's like, in a way, you're spending $1,000 and saving like 20% if you do it that way, or, you know, that's how I've done it throughout the years. I've never gotten into it the way you can. Like, you can go crazy on that shit if you have the time and effort to do it. It's just a lot of time and effort. I'm pretty lazy, honestly. Yeah, I got a lot of credit cards. I got a lot of them. It's mostly cash back, though. I don't, like I said, I've done a couple travel cards, but I usually only do cash back cards. because I'm not like you know, I just don't travel. Like I'm not a traveling guy. There's too many good ones. I don't know which one to. I don't know which one to click on. Is that? Ah, shit.
Men, we are in a bit of a crisis, and I'm about to highlight a really big problem. See this lovely young woman right here? Men have given her over $50 million in the last 2 years. And here's her proof, a tweet.
Oh yeah, that's it. That's so, okay, it's not the girl I was thinking of, but still insane. I don't want to watch that one. I just wanted to see who it was. Maybe I'll watch it later, but I don't want to watch it right now. Unless you guys want to watch that one. Where'd the... I thought I saw one that I wanted to watch. You know, we'll just watch the Sophie Rain one. Why not?
Men, we are in a bit of a crisis, and I'm about to highlight a really big problem. See this lovely young woman right here? Men have given her over $50 million in the last 2 years. And here's her proof, a tweet showing her dashboard with $50 million, or half of $100 million in career earnings. Her name is Sophie Rain, and she is an OnlyFans creator. Never in a million years did I predict that girls could post on social media and make more money than a Super Bowl winning quarterback. But simps just can't stop sending these e-girls money. And they seem to fall for the bait that this girl is not like the others. Sophie claims to have never been with a man before.
Not a lot of people online claim that they're virgin. I think that it's really awesome that I still am.
Thankfully, this story isn't similar to American Beauty, where Angela, the youthful virgin, tries to seduce an older man. Ha! Just kidding. She followed up the first tweet with another showing that the $50 million was net. She's actually generated $63 million in revenue. The rise of simp behavior in men, young and old, is alarming, and I think Sophie is the best example of this disturbing trend. It's obviously not a surprise men are enamored with her physical appearance, but sending money to an e-girl is a level of being down bad I can't relate to. My research for making this video opened up my eyes to some alarming trends that I think you will find fascinating. We gotta first begin with the biggest simp in America. Who is paying for OnlyFans? She noted that her highest paying benefactor is a man named Charles. Between November 2023 and November 2024, Charles sent Rain nearly $5 million. This dude is a bigger simp than Ruby Rose's simp who blew up her phone and got a tattoo of her on his body. If Sophie could pull that much money from a dude, she'd fit right in at Cardone Ventures LLC. While she doesn't actually know the man personally, she noted that their relationship isn't completely strange to her. According to Rain, they talk often, though she doesn't know his age and avoids thinking too much about it. Did anyone catch that? Her saying her relationship isn't completely strange? A random stranger online sending $5 million to a borderline of age girl just for phone conversations is not exactly how I define a normal relationship. I try not to ask just for my own sake. I know he is just a little older. I don't want to know exactly how old my fans are just because I know a lot of them range from older. It's like talking to my grandfather sometimes when I find out how old they are. What she's really saying is, I know all of these men are buying into the fantasy of being the rich white knight loser arriving on his horse to sweep me off my feet with their pocketbook. Look, fellas, when a girl has posts like this on social media, and especially if she's objectively very attractive, you can bet that she has access to multimillionaires at a level you can't comprehend. This video is Sophie scrolling the screen showing all of Charlie's tips after he apparently was mentioned in a tweet. How
Bro, that's
down
fucking
bad
crazy.
do you have to be to send these messages to a girl you've never met? Social media influencers who are objectively attractive can become multimillionaires overnight through OnlyFans, the hundreds of men willing to give half of their net worth to them, or by just showing a little more skin than those other girls. I say that because your money is of no value to a girl who only knows wealthy men. OnlyFans reveals record-breaking revenue, raking in $6.6 billion last year. Only about 300 creators make more than $1 million a year, while up to 16,000 earn more than $50,000 annually. Protecting you from wasting your money on OnlyFans is important, but so is protecting you from hackers stealing your data. That's why I partner with Aura. My account from and submit to data was released to pass Aura. My data always offering my audience an amazing form. The number of creators earning a significant amount of money is far greater than those numbers. By 2023, there were over 4.1 million creators posting to OnlyFans. If the adoption rate stays the same, we will see around 6 million creators posting to OnlyFans by the end of this year, and over 305 million users worldwide in 2023. At that rate, we will see over 500 million users on the platform soon. Not every customer or creator is posting explicit content, of course.
Bro, 5 million creators and 16,000 of them make 50,000. That's I've said it before, but most girls who post on OnlyFans make $0. If they're lucky, they make like a couple extra $100. Like, crazy.
But it's the majority. The creator space is female dominated, with women making up 84% of all creators on the platform. So with these numbers, there are approximately 3.78 million women on the platform. Apparently, consumers prefer a beautiful woman to a naked dude. Why can't market dynamics be a little more equal? Sophie Rain's influence. Whenever someone posts their earnings on social media, the expected outcome is people flooding into that money-making opportunity. Whether it's Amazon dropshipping, real estate wholesaling, YouTube, crypto trading, OnlyFans. Why work a job making $5K a month when you could be making that per day with an easy system the influencer figured out? Sophie Rain posting her earnings will absolutely influence young women to pursue being a prostitute than a career society deems more appropriate. Why so many teen girls are planning on becoming OnlyFans stars? Get ready for a little anger. Many teen girls today plan on skipping high school graduation to join OnlyFans when they are 18. They believe they can start making loads of money immediately by creating explicit content for subscribers. How did we get here as a culture? The answer is pretty easy. We allowed it. It's America 2025, where all forms of degeneracy and crime are allowed. Why not allow older losers like Charles to send $5 million to some e-girl? What's the harm, am I right? This article was written by Heidi Olson, an SANE certified pediatric nurse in Kansas City. In doing this work for the better part of a decade, I have seen disturbing trends start to arise. Then he said something that stunned me. He stated that teen girls in his high school tell each other only ugly girls get diplomas. He was referring to girls in his school thinking that they don't need to graduate from high school because they can join OnlyFans when they are 18 because they believe they'll be able to build up a following and earn money from their subscribers. To Sophie's credit, she did post this on Twitter, which has received 5.8 million views. I do not want girls to think, oh, if Sophie Rain is making this, I should do it too. This career is not sunshine and rainbows 24/7. If you don't make it big, it will not be worth it. Anyone who is doing it, I wish you all success, but please don't quit your jobs for this. The only girls who won't regret doing OnlyFans are the top earners who made life-changing money. The bottom 95 to 95% are going to find out the downsides of this career path when they didn't make money and have the scarlet letter OF on their life resume. Content like this seems innocent and fun, but it's not. It's all a funnel into her OnlyFans subscription. It's free to subscribe to her OnlyFans, which has full sex tapes. When I was growing up, a sex tape being released led to a full-blown media scandal. Now girls can leave their teaching career and 50x their income.
Last fall, Brianna was a high school English teacher in suburban St. Louis.
My favorite part was teaching Shakespeare. I mean, the kids loved it. So we did Romeo and Juliet. I made several, like, $100,000 in the first month or so.
Several $100,000.
Yeah.
So like multiples of what you were making before.
Oh, yes. In the last year, I made about $2 million, so.
Showing yourself naked is the easiest career in the world, and you can make 20x the median income. Of course, this is going to influence a lot of people to become P-stars. OnlyFans star storms out of podcast after hosts ask what she's contributing to society with over $125,000 monthly income. I still can't wrap my head around just how many of these women are making insane amounts of money from OnlyFans. But don't be fooled because of what I'll share next. The reality of being an OnlyFans creator. Yes, there are tens of thousands of women posting their spicy links on their social media and making millions of dollars per year, but how much does the average creator make? This Reddit post is from an OnlyFans creator showing a chart of their monthly revenue after OF's 20% cut and their daily paid subscribers. One of the months she made $8,500, which is outstanding, but the average over 3 years was around $4,000 a month, or the equivalent of slightly below median income level job. With social media stars earning tens of millions of dollars on OnlyFans, some may see this as a way to make easy money, but the reality of OnlyFans is far different, with the vast majority of creators earning pennies on the popular platform. According to Variety, the average creator earns just $1,300 a year, or $108 a month. This probably includes girls who aren't really trying, so I imagine that data isn't the best, but let's give them the benefit of the doubt and say the girls putting in real effort make $1,000 to $3,000 per month. While it may feel more lucrative than driving Uber or delivering on Postmates, I can assure you that this low-paying side career has far worse consequences than the alternatives. One creator we interviewed is in the top 71% percentile, meaning she makes more than 71% of all creators on the app. She currently has just 2 active subscribers. Despite OnlyFans or content creators seemingly being the perfect career, understand that there's a huge mental burden on those of us not making millions of dollars per year. When this is your main income source, it's just as stressful as any other career path, but the income fluctuates, it can be incredibly unstable, and there's never downtime. You're always on. A 2022 study published in Sexuality and Culture found that sex workers were likely to internalize the stigma associated with sex work, feel lonelier as a result. The participants of the study, mostly women, also had low levels of mental well-being. It's also easy to find plenty of studies showing that women engaging in this line of work will be more dehumanized and judged than others. I'm certainly not the arbiter of morality and fairness, but I think it's important to recognize that there are consequences of certain lines of work. Why men need to stop paying OnlyFans creators. These girls absolutely do not care about their subscribers, despite pretending to do so. Do you really think Sophie respects this loser sending her money just because she's cute? Low status behavior turns women off, but they're good at hiding it if the guy is paying, which is how they're able to keep a smile on their face, pretending like they love their little simps. Another serious issue is that the largest creators, the type of girls featured in a video like this, have too many subscribers. So what exactly is the big deal? That means there's a 0% chance you're actually communicating with them, highlighted by an article like this. Think you're messaging an OnlyFans star? You're talking to these guys. There are account managers, says Kamal, who are assigned around 10 to 15 creators, and then beneath them there are chatters and social media teams. Most agencies have some full-time staff, but most chatters are outsourced. I'm based in Pakistan right now, he says. I know a lot of chatters here who speak English well. We also have chatters from India and the Philippines. One of the biggest scams right now is the large OnlyFans girls claiming to message their fans while it's actually some dude from Pakistan. How sad is it that these dudes are making these girls multi-millionaires and they're getting off by messaging another dude? In this one, OnlyFans stars are hiring professional ghostwriters to send their X-rated texts. However, a new Mel magazine investigation alleges that many subscribers may not actually be sexting with the stars themselves, but rather a team of hired professionals, many of whom are schlubby men. The sad reality is these guys are incredibly lonely, probably recently divorced or experiencing struggle with finding a girlfriend, so they turn to a large influencer in hopes of getting some attention. She stated it promises proximity to celebrity and a kind of girlfriend experience which blurs a line with people that are really lonely. Put it this way, if the OnlyFans girl you're subscribed to has a nice house and a Mercedes, you're likely messaging a dude. OnlyFans absurdity. Let's have some fun looking at how absurd this new reality is. Charlie Sheen and Denise Richards' daughter, Sammy, 20 years old, has already made over $3 million on OnlyFans. Apparently, she joined right after turning 18.
My friend Corinna, she's kind of had a side hustle going on that we all know about, but look how much she's made. I want everybody at home to please buckle in because this makes me want to vomit. This is absolutely insane. This is monthly. It
was a little blurry, but her OnlyFans monthly earnings were around $1.2 million to $2.5 million. Sounds crazy, right? Well, check this out. Corinna Kopp retires from OnlyFans after earning reported $67 million in 3 years. In late October, she decided to retire from the greatest get-rich-easy scheme man has ever created. How insane are these numbers? These girls are making superstar athlete money to show off their body and have a group of Pakistani dudes message their simps. Gen Z's OnlyFans Playboy Mansion stirs controversy over young women's X-rated content. Sick and twisted. Sophie Rain recruited a group of young girls to start a Playboy-style mansion group house called the Bop House. The problem is all of these girls are aged 18 to 22 years old. A bit young for this type of career, wouldn't you agree? Lily Allen shares husband David Harbour's reaction to selling pictures of feet on OnlyFans.
I have been creating foot content for the past week.
No!
So. My toe daddies are very happy with the content that I am supplying.
Scientists don't need to do any further research on why we're seeing fewer babies and marriage being pushed off. The young men are too busy paying for feet pics on OnlyFans. Amaranth is another OF girl who's grossed over $50 million. Here's a better look. She's probably grossed $65 million by now, similar to Corinna. The dystopian future. My fear is that we'll continue seeing a trend towards younger women believing OnlyFans is a desirable and lucrative career path. This is how a culture devolves into degeneracy. The OF game is cool when you're young and cute and think you can make $63 million like Sophie Rain because there doesn't appear to be any talent required to make posts like this. But it's not likely. Go to school or gain a skill, keep your clothes on, and please stay away from becoming a P-star if you're young and naive. Thanks for watching.
I don't like Ticketmaster.
That was wild. I mean, I kind of already knew all that stuff, but the Pakistan... I never thought about the Pakistani people, bro. I never thought about the Pakistanis making people fucking... That's crazy. Roaring Corey makes more off stream than 85% of OF girls. Yeah, pretty much, honestly. Which is crazy. I don't even have to show my cock. Imagine how much I would make if I showed my cock. I'm just kidding. I probably wouldn't make anything. That's crazy, though. That's crazy to think about. Next time you talk to an OnlyFans girl, be like, this fucking loser who streams about GameStop makes more than you. Holy shit. They're making bank. Are they actually, though? Are they making bank from OF, or are they making bank from prostitution? I think that's probably debatable. Have you seen the account numbers? It's just like fake traders, bro. I'd have to see the numbers with my own eyes. I would never believe someone just telling me something. What's up, Varley? GME of pimpin'. I like that guy's videos, though. Very, very good videos. I used to deliver Amazon package to a sleep streamer. They had a note and said, asleep on camera, please don't knock or ring the doorbell. It was crazy. That is crazy. That is fucking crazy. We live in a weird world, bro. We live in a weird world. I don't even know what reality is anymore. I'll be honest.
You all know that. By extension, Live Nation, because Live Nation owns Ticketmaster. It's a huge, messy web that I've clowned on and insulted numerous times now. And I feel like everyone probably shares that same sentiment. I believe in every human being's soul there is a spot reserved purely for their hatred of Ticketmaster to reside. I'm sure everyone has their own experiences and horror stories here. It is just an absolute dog shit business model that is becoming worse and worse all the time. And it's run by this, bear witness, worm person. This is Michael Rapino, more like Michael Rapinor, because this man is just a giant fucking wiener. He is the CEO of Live Nation, Ticketmaster, and recently, this is why I'm making this video, he went on to say he had the goal to claim ticket prices are actually underpriced.
Yeah, I mean, I think music has been underappreciated. I always joke, sports, it's like a badge of honor to spend 70 grand for a Knicks courtside. They beat me up if we charge $800 for Beyonce, right? So it's we have a lot of runway left, right? So when you read about the ticket prices going up, it's still average concert price is $72. Try going to a Laker game for that, and there's 80 of them or whatever the hell. So the concert is underpriced, has been for a long time.
If that isn't the biggest load of fish paste, what in tarnation, brother? Holy moly. There's so much to insult with this statement, like I don't even know where to begin. If you have been to any concerts or shows over the last, let's say, 10 years, you've probably noticed a trend where it's getting more and more and more and more expensive. The biggest complaint you will see anytime there is a concert is people talking about how they're priced out from attending it. Even the biggest fans can oftentimes not afford to go to it, or maybe they can only get like the nosebleeds or something, which...
I mean, it goes to what Glizzy said. They have foreign viewers. You know, if they're sleeping it, well, he says that she was sleeping in the day, but, or he/she.
Isn't usually even worth the price you'd pay for that, because also that is often expensive too. And they get away with this because they have fundamentally a monopoly when it comes to live performances, live shows like this. And there's always the huge issue with scalping, which almost seems encouraged by Ticketmaster. At least historically it used to. I don't know if it's as bad as it once was. I haven't noticed it to the degree I did a few years ago, so maybe they started to fucking put the nipple clamps on it and twist to try and stop that a bit. But since they do still have this monopoly, they still have, of course, like fees and also just an exorbitant price tag on attending these shows. Because they can. You don't have like an alternative to get the tickets or anything. And I hate that comparison he makes where he's like, oh yeah, some people will pay like 70 grand as like a badge of honor to sit courtside, comparing it to like a big sporting event where people shell out tons of clams. Brother, you just blow in from Stupid Town. How in any way, shape, or form does that even remotely associate with these prices for a concert? It's so night and day, I don't even think it's worth digging into like the actual meat and potatoes of the statement. It's just a false equivalence. And he tries to use it as a way to justify that there is still so much room to charge more for their tickets. And I think that is just sickening. So I've been to 2 shows recently. I went to a Deftones concert a couple months ago. Unfortunately, I did somewhat brown my trousers a bit there. There was a couple tiddlywinks of fecal matter, which I made a video talking about it. It was pretty embarrassing, pretty shameful. Fucking shit myself a little bit as a 30-year-old man. Not that I blame Michael Rapino for that. I know he didn't put poop in my butt. That's on me. That was my responsibility. Like, I get it. But anyway, I'm getting a little sidetracked. I'm starting to like pseudo-trauma dump on you here for no reason. Deftones concert was amazing. And then recently I saw a My Chemical Romance show here in Tampa. Also amazing. But you know what both of these had in common besides being extremely entertaining? Extremely expensive. And Ticketmaster gets to basically charge the moon for it if they want to. And they do want to, make no mistake. And it looks like they want to charge even more for it. They want the fucking whole kit and caboodle here. They want your entire piggy bank just to see your favorite artist perform once. And I understand concerts aren't like a necessity. No one needs to buy tickets to a concert. But you can see this trend that when Ticketmaster Live Nation kind of took over and got this like monopoly, they have been jacking up prices non-stop. And it's just spiraling out of control where it prices out tons and tons of normal people that no longer can afford to go see their favorite artist perform because they'd have to decide between spending the money for a couple of tickets to that event or like you could also just spend that money on like a fucking week-long vacation in a lot of cases because it is that fucking expensive. So it's just, I also think it's bad for the artist too, because then you're not performing to as many occupied seats. You're not performing to as many actual fans anymore. Like, I just think the whole model sucks now.
And who knows if they're actually making money. I mean, a lot of people stream to nobody. They just like, there's just, you know, it's the same thing with the OnlyFans. Like, it gets implanted in your mind that you think you can do it, so you just do it. I mean, it's similar for me, you know? I think I can do this streaming thing, but there's fucking 4 people here right now, you know? Like, sometimes reality is a little different than the perception, I guess.
You can see a huge change when Ticketmaster Live Nation took over. Tickets were far more affordable, and I get everything's gotten more expensive. I understand that. But in this sector specifically, this monopoly has been extremely awful for fans and artists as well.
Like, you gotta think, how, like, I bet a lot of people who are creators, even if they get, like, no views, like, how narcissistic are they? You know? Like, to the point where they have to put up a fucking note on the door to tell you that they're doing a sleep stream. Like, how? I don't know. That just seems weird, bro. That just seems weird. It just seems weird.
Is only good for Ticketmaster. And the CEO's out here like, well, actually, it's like super reasonably priced. In fact, it is underpriced. I need to be making more money. Meanwhile, last year he took home like I think it was like $32 million, like himself in total compensation. Like, I wonder why he thinks it's underpriced and why they should be charging more. What's the incentive there? Man, that's so interesting. I wonder why he would have that perspective. Any sensible, sane person will tell you the same thing. Ticket prices suck. And Ticketmaster super fucking sucks. So I definitely don't agree with Michael Rapinoe's assessment here that there's a lot of runway for more ticket price increases. He says that people beat him up for charging $800 to Beyonce. Well, what he doesn't mention there is that $800 to see Beyonce is to see her through like a fucking glory hole on like the 39th floor of the stadium she performs at. Like, you do not get good value even when you do spend a lot of money going to these concerts because everything is so fucking expensive. So I think his take on this is complete trash. Complete trash. But he does say something during this event that I think is an important thing to mention in regards to how important shows are to the artists.
Well, you know, the live show is, the artist is going to make 98% of their money from the show. The record label, all the other ways they made money is irrelevant now. The show is where they're making their money.
Now, in this section, he is actually correct. He did pin the tail on the donkey here. Record labels take the lion's share of what an artist makes, or what a band, group, whatever makes. I have heard some, what I believe to be, or should be, criminal contracts in the record industry where they will take sometimes like 90% of like streaming revenue, record sales, merch sales, that kind of thing, and thus the band needs to survive off just tours alone because that's where they make their actual money. The record label makes the rest through them on other things. They only see like a small percentage of it. It's fucking terrible. The music industry itself is so unbelievably corrupt. Ticketmaster is just a small component of that. But he is right. The actual shows, that is the most important part to the money that an artist brings in, which I believe is also contributing to the increase in ticket prices. Not always solely Ticketmaster, but there are cases where groups or artists have knowingly increased their prices as well, and like even agreed to like the surge pricing type shit, the like dynamic pricing model, because streaming revenue, record sales, merch sales, all of that stuff, the record label has got its filthy fucking paws in a big way. Thus, they need the tours to, bring in their actual chunk of change. Again, the system itself in the music industry is super fucked. Also, streaming revenue is not a ton for music. I feel like most of you have probably heard artists talking about how much like a song of theirs makes through like Spotify or something. And it's not overly incredible from the numbers I've been made aware of. And I guess from my own personal experience, I'm in a band, The Gentlemen. We are working on more music. Across our 2 albums, we maybe have like 100 million streams.
Wait, Charlie's in a band? Since when? I think I've seen a music video on his channel, but I didn't know it was an actual band. I thought it was just like a one-off video.
Across all the songs, and we even did do like physical sales. And in total, I believe what we've brought in over the last 6 years is like 120, 140K, somewhere in that general ballpark. So you divide that between 2 people over the course of 6 years, it's not, the biggest bag of money you'll ever see in your life. You're not talking Scrooge McDuck levels of wealth coming from like music streaming sales. At least not until you're in like the, I guess, hundreds of millions as opposed to just like the 100 million club. Again, I can only speak from my own personal experience and at least the other numbers I've become aware of and what artists have made from those. And we've never toured or anything. If we did, that would probably be where the bulk of the money would come from, because there's not a ton of people buying physical albums anymore. And streaming revenue through listening, through like just song streams, isn't like incredible per stream either. So he is right that these shows, these events, are extremely important for like the artist making their money, but his view of it is so distorted, where he thinks that because this is like the main revenue driver for a lot of artists, they need to be charging an arm and a leg for it, where it like prices out tons of people too. Like, it's very counterintuitive. There is no need for the prices to go as fucking Insano style as they have because of Ticketmaster's involvement. It's just completely unacceptable, and it is just point blank way too expensive. Ask anyone who's gone to a concert recently. It is just too expensive. And he is just entirely wrong by saying that it's underpriced. It's not. I really think the Live Nation Ticketmaster merger was just the worst fucking thing that happened to like live shows in general. That should have been slapped down. And the fact that that was allowed to go through has just been disastrous. I can't fucking stand Michael Rapino. I hate Ticketmaster. Shit sucks. Just wanted to yap about it a little bit because somehow he felt so confident to just let this absolute trash take fly like that about being underpriced. Anyway, that's about it. See ya.
Later, Varley. Have a good weekend, bro. I'll see you on Monday. God bless, bro. Thanks for always supporting the stream. What do we watch now? We're like on a video spree right now. This is literally all I'm gonna do this weekend. I'm just gonna sit and watch videos all weekend. It's gonna be boring. What are you guys doing? Is anyone doing anything exciting for the weekend? Golfing in 2 hours. Let's go. That's gonna be fun. That's gonna be a good time. Who's that? I don't know which one to watch now. There's too many good ones. I only got time for like one more. I mean, yeah. I'm probably gonna go when the market closes, most likely. I don't know which one to watch. Let's watch this one. NFT? Perfect.
The Nelk Boys made $23 million from their NFT. What did they do with all that money? 4 months ago, we unveiled their scam and failed promises. A few days ago, John Shahidi responded with a plan of action for the victims. What was once seen as a potential massive project has turned into an expensive joke for those who bought in. Even some of their
Is there ever news? I don't think so. Not really. I haven't looked at the news since earlier, but I don't think there's anything. We'll do a quick skim, but Fridays are always dead. Like we were talking about earlier, I think a lot of my viewers are foreign, so you know the weekend's already started for them, and you know I bet a lot of like the news networks and stuff have like foreign people fucking posting for them. Honestly, like if you think about it, so the weekend's already started for a lot of those people. Could be why you don't see like anything ever on Fridays. There's this. Electronic Arts stock jumps 15% on report company near 50 billion deal to go private. So that's new. That's new news for the day. I bet you had a live reaction on the stock too. Potentially. Unless they were just late to posting that. But yeah, look at that. Look at that reaction off that news. And it didn't come until... I mean, my times are all messed up, but... You know, that was news. Electronic Arts going private. That's news. And you get to see a nice little stock market reaction to the news as well. What else? There's probably nothing else. That's probably it, honestly. Spotify removes 75 million spammy songs as it cracks down on AI-generated music. What? Woman yawns so hard she breaks her own neck? Nah. That's insane. That's actually insane. What the hell? Chick-fil-A launching a new restaurant that they won't serve anything they're popular for? What's that? Chick-fil-A is preparing a test standalone restaurant that focused entirely on drinks. Oh, interesting. That's actually really smart. Those drink restaurants are massive where I live. Yeah, Saudi Arabia and other investors nearing $50 billion to EA. Social Network 2 coming next fall. YouTube Music's testing AI hosts that present relevant stories, trivia, commentary. Heard Mormons treat fizzy water like alcohol. Basically, there's a YouTube video about it. Actually, there's a whole documentary on the sugar addiction or something like that in Utah. I forget exactly what the video is called. Oh wait, I had YouTube right there. I didn't need to do that. It's like Utah sugar addiction or something. I can't remember. Yeah, it's this video. I investigated Utah's deadly soda addiction. That video is kind of interesting. Yeah, no news besides the EA news. GameStop getting a nice little bounce here end of day. That's what you like to see, bro. Bullish, baby. Bullish, baby. Bullish. All right. Let's watch the rest of this, and then the market will be closed, and then...
Biggest supporters have acknowledged publicly that they were scammed. The project's problems gained a lot of attention after numerous YouTubers spoke about it. I'd like to think we played a part in them finally responding. Their response is weird though. Half decent, half downright insulting. Their fans were promised the world before purchasing the NFT. Over 2 years later, and the team has finally given an update. What's their solution? Let's explore. NFTs were the latest get-rich-quick scheme on social media. A couple years later, we can now properly evaluate how much of a scam the industry was. It was hard to actually find a legitimate NFT project. In January 2022, looking to capitalize on the craze, the Nelk Boys offered their Metacard NFT for the mint price of 0.75 ETH, roughly $2,300 at the time. However, with the early demand skyrocketing, many holders bought in at much higher prices in the range of $4,000, with one guy spending over $8,000 for just one NFT. With 10,000 of their biggest fans buying an NFT, they essentially raised $23 million in a single day.
They also had the cyber card that was like 10, 20 grand or some shit.
Hey, that's not supposed to be profit because there were benefits attached to those who bought an NFT. There was also the promise, or at the very least expectation, that the NFT would hold its value or even increase in value over time. Watch my initial video if you want the full picture, but needless to say, Nelk contributed very little to their community after the mint. Their Instagram account has posted many benefits given to holders, but it's easy to forget that there are 10,000 NFTs owned by about 8,000 different people initially. While some have been provided a unique experience as a benefit of being a holder, we're still referring to a minuscule fraction of the holders. Philion made a video covering the story. Kavos made a video covering the story. And my video exposing the story has nearly hit 300,000 views. Before we unveil the ultimatum given to the holders, I'll show John's message to the group after my video was released. Some things that YouTube guy left out. I feel offended because my nickname is White Boy Spencer. I also want to point out that the communication to the members in the Discord was really poor, but within 3 hours he had a detailed message about the YouTube guy's video. He failed to mention the full send alien friends free mint. I'm not sure about all the details with this other NFT, but my opinion is still pretty much the same. They're worthless. There is no value. Someone may be willing to pay something for it, but that just means you're hoping to find a bigger idiot than you are. According to the OpenSea account, this NFT project has 1,000 items. This chart indicates only 647 unique holders of this NFT. There are 10,000 Metacard NFTs and only 1,000 Alien Friends NFTs, so the math isn't mathing. The utility of these NFTs is incredible. Think of how cool you must look to open up your OpenSea account at a party and show off your ownership of these JPEGs. Easily worth the price if you ask me. The Metacard event with Snoop was
I like showing off my GameStop shares, bro. I'm just kidding.
800 holders, not 300. The $23 million budget was apparently too small to get someone relevant or put on an event people would actually enjoy. Also, the holders are global, so one event means most won't be close enough to attend or have the ability to fly in. Despite the offer presented to the Metacard holders, something still doesn't smell right. The best way to ensure you smell right is by taking advantage of a subscription service like Scentbird. Click my link in the that's just today. Final number was not over $20 million since everyone held on to their ETH or bought NFTs like the Bored Apes and everything crashed. That's not how this works, John. 10,000 NFTs with a mint of around $2,300 equals $23 million. Whether you made the poor decision of buying other NFTs or holding on to ETH is irrelevant. Their OpenSea indicates the creator keeps 10% earnings. As I've been told, NFT creators keep that 10% on all future sales, so my $23 million number isn't including all of the money generated from sales. Their OpenSea
And you get, I think you get like a 1% or some. I don't know the exact amount. I'm sure it varies on NFTs, but I think you get a certain amount every time one trades back and forth as well.
Account indicates 17,809 total volume of ETH. If you take the average price of ETH over the lifetime of the NFT, they're somewhere in the ballpark of $3.6 million in royalties. Calling NFTs the greatest scam influencers ever pulled would be an understatement. As Nelk promotes all the benefits allegedly given to the holders, keep in mind that the $3.6 million in royalties is more than all the money they've spent on their holders thus far. I'm sure he missed out on more about meetups and other giveaways, but too many for me to keep track, so not gonna count. If you hand me $23 million plus $3.5 million in royalties and I give away $1 million, that doesn't make me a saint, nor does it dissolve my liability for operating a scam. Also, why not just list a few of them to make a point? Maybe because they...
What's the NFT website? I can't think of it. Isn't it OpenSea? I think it's OpenSea. Yeah. Let's see how much these things are worth now. Oh wait, not Meta. Nelk. Metacard. Or is that what it's called? Metacard? Yeah, right here. Yeah, bro. ETH's at all-time highs, and these are worth fucking 0.1. These are worth $40? No. $40? Bro. What? 40 bucks? Bro. These are 1,000. Bro, these were like 10, 20 grand. And the normal ones were like, holy shit, bro. That's crazy.
Don't exist. What he is not wrong about is, I do like to give credit where people admit mistakes, so props to John for posting this. Gyms and lounges were promised but are not happening. Anybody with an ounce of business knowledge knew that gyms and lounges were impossible. You can't run a business without income. The capital will dry up faster than the .com startups. So were they that dumb, or did they know the gyms and lounges were never coming from the beginning? Dealing with legal has been tough but is being worked out. That's because your legal team probably didn't approve of this in the first place. Let's see what the SEC says about NFTs. In the first video, I highlighted how Impact Theory was hit with a massive fine and told to shut down their NFT because it was considered a security. SEC charges creator of Stoner Cat's web series for unregistered offerings of NFTs. According to the SEC order on July 27, 2021, SC2 offered and sold to investors more than 10,000 NFTs for approximately $800 each, selling out in 35 minutes. $8 million raised for their venture, but the SEC said no, no, no. Here, the SEC's order finds that Stoner Cats marketed its knowledge of crypto projects, touted that the price of their NFTs could increase, and took other steps that led investors to believe they would profit from selling the NFTs in the secondary market. Let's see if the Nelk Boys did something similar. With how the SEC ruled on those two projects, we can assume they would rule similarly on the Metacard project, so John and the boys had to pivot in order to avoid penalties and fines. Here's their ultimatum. This portal message states that Board Jerky was released on April 20, 2024, and that today it is our distinct pleasure to announce the exclusive Metacard holder and Board Jerky program. Nelk had been posting about Board Jerky on social media and had mentioned the product a few times on popular podcasts. By all accounts, it seems to be a hit with their fans. We are excited to announce that we have reserved 40% of Board Jerky as a company for your benefit. This 40% is reserved only for Metacard holders and represents our belief in this community. This may seem like a huge benefit, but I'll break it down further in a minute. They label it as phantom stock, giving select people many of the benefits of stock ownership without actually giving them company stock. In their official phantom stock agreement sent to the holders, there is a vesting requirement. This is my absolute favorite part of this entire NFT scam. For those who may not know what vesting means, it's essentially the prerequisite for earning your equity. Vests in full upon the closing date, but only if, prior to the closing date, participant has referred 3 unique customers to Board Jerky LLC using participant's personal affiliate link. You have to sell Board Jerky to 3 unique people before you can earn your equity, so you paid them $2,300 for the scam NFT, or much higher in some cases, and now you have to refer more people to their products before you get your equity. I'm at a loss for...
Yeah, closes up 4.5% and there's 6 people here. You gotta love that shit, bro. That makes me hyped, honestly. That makes me hyped, bro. We're about to hit massive.
How brilliantly hilarious this scheme is.
I mean, maybe, you know, we'll see. Who knows? But I got a feeling.
Somehow found a way to create a new scam in response to their original scam. Bravo, future scammers take notes. They claim the base value of a phantom stock is worth a penny. Here's why I'm skeptical of this payout being lucrative for the holders. Let's assume Board Jerky becomes a massive consumer packaged goods company like Nut Pods and can sell for over $100 million in 5 years. No guys, Nut Pods is not a private place to jerk your meat, it's a plant-based coffee creamer. I think it's possible, but let's assume it happens despite there being a scenario where it doesn't. A $100 million sale means $40
fucking Nut Pods, bro.
million to the holders. Amazing, right? Well, not exactly, because there are 10,000 NFTs. Each NFT would theoretically earn about $4,000, which is magically around the same price that many people paid for their NFT. Not to mention, if they're forcing their NFT holders to affiliate market for the Board Jerky product, there's a chance that the company's sales figures are much worse than we know. Immediate revenue share through an exclusive Board Jerky affiliate program. Almost no one will make money doing this because they don't have an audience, but it looks good on this benefits page. And what's better than having a meetup in your living room pitching your friends and family on joining an affiliate program for beef jerky with an NFT on the packaging? This is one step shy of those old school Tupperware MLMs moms did in the 90s. I've also been told there's an affiliate program for merch and they're 2 months late on payment, so consider me skeptical. Semi-annual updates and presentations directly from the management team. The communication has been so poor with the Full Send leadership team that they consider presentations and 2 updates a year as a benefit. That should be the bare minimum after spending thousands on a stupid JPEG. Also, the only reason they even bothered to update their holders was because I made the video exposing them. Speaking of stupid, this is easily the dumbest thing I've ever seen. Worse than having a tattoo of your ex-girlfriend's name. Surprisingly, this is not a prank. This is a video of one of their holders tattooing the Metacard NFT on his arm. Do you think he'll get made fun of more for buying the NFT or for the tattoo? At this point, I can't tell which was the worst.
Reminds me of the fucking losers who get GameStop tattoos. Yeah, no offense if anyone here has one, but there's a couple losers out there who have GameStop tattoos, and they have like 10 shares. It's kind of crazy.
decision. He claims to have paid $2,000 for the Metacard and $1,000 for the tattoo. If you ever wondered who the people behind these NFTs were and who fall for influencer-driven scams, look no further. Their only success in life might be winning a Darwin Award. When asked about paying $1,000 for a tattoo, the guy responded, "Yes, he did an amazing job. I also owed him some money." The next guy said, "It's like all you know how to do is get ripped off." The reason why I'm not sold on the phantom stock idea is because A, the liquidity event may never come, or B, you may have to wait 5+ years for the sale, and C, how much of the pie do you really have? I do think John and the team have shown enough effort in their brands and products to believe they will pay out the holders in the event they sell Board Jerky, but I'm hesitant. They now have a massive incentive to not sell. It basically says we owe you money in 10 years, or if there's a liquidity event, whichever comes first. There's a chance the holders don't see a dollar until May 2034. Nelk promoted their Full Scent supplement line pretty heavily when they first released. This is the supplement's official website now. If you follow the link to the Amazon store, you'll only find one product. All of their former products resemble this page where the product is unavailable. This isn't meant to knock on a failed business, I'm just pointing out how a supplement line that was getting pushed by a YouTube channel with millions of views and a perceived pretty good audience product.
It's not a failed bit, bro. It's not a failed business. It's taking advantage of hype, bro. It's taking advantage of hype.
Product fit didn't work out. Board Jerky is far from a guarantee of working out, let alone selling for multiple 9 figures, the bare minimum for holders to recoup their money. I think John Shahidi and the team he's built have the capability of succeeding in the CPG space. Happy Dad is undoubtedly a massive success, and Board Jerky could be a success too. The only problem is that Happy Dad is promoted everywhere with Nelk, while Board Jerky isn't. Nelk has a gravy train on the way to a potential 10-figure exit with Happy Dad, so they absolutely will not be substituting Happy Dad with Board Jerky. Do you really think they're going to replace Happy Dad as the sponsor of their podcast with a jerky? I highly doubt it. That massively limits the upside potential of the jerky, as the eyeballs won't be the same as Happy Dad. For those who do not wish to participate in the Board Jerky program, we are happy to refund your Metacard purchase, and we'll even throw in interest. I do want to point out that John has offered a partial refund to the holders. If he fulfills his promise, I do want to highlight this. They have given a rescission agreement to the holders, which is basically an offer to trade their NFT for a refund and no class action lawsuit. The refund is allegedly going to be $2,300 cash. If they follow through with a refund of $2,300 and actually deliver, I do want to recognize how important this is. Does this make all of the holders whole? Of course not. Many bought into the hype at much higher prices, but it's a pretty big payment for a failed project. This is why the work I and many other YouTubers do exposing scams is so vital. If we had not brought Nelk's scam to light, I do not believe they would be offering refunds at all. First problem with the refund is that it's in USD, making it challenging for non-USA residents to recoup. I've been told they need to open a US-based bank account to receive a refund. Second, the refund is not in ETH like when purchased, so the Metacard holders missed out on all of the ETH appreciation in the past 2 years, which is about 40%. Third problem I have with the Metacard NFT is I believe they use the money generated to act as startup capital for Happy Dad. I'm sure they'll disagree, but I have a hard time believing the Metacard money just sat in a bank account to be used later for NFT holders. I'm not buying it. Now that Happy Dad is probably printing cash flow every month, they can afford to refund all of the NFT holders. We'll never know if they would actually be offering these refunds had Happy Dad failed. In this case, I think Full Send's morals were only as good as their financial capabilities. They only care now because the NFT startup capital created Happy Dad. That product took a few years to get going, but now that it's profitable, they can pay back the venture capitalists, aka the NFT holders. The catch is that the venture capitalists don't get a piece of the Happy Dad upside, they only receive a partial refund for all of their risk. Many of the holders bought their NFTs on the secondary market for far more than $2,300. So they gave Full Send a bunch of money, didn't receive anything, waited years for the benefits, watched as Kyle disappear from the project he believed in so much for about 2 months, and then only received a partial refund after Happy Dad became profitable. NFTs were the most lucrative legalized scam on social media possibly the world has ever seen. Well played, Nelk. You may have written the playbook for future scammers. Thanks for watching.
Bro, this guy makes fire videos, bro. But I'm out of here. You guys have a good weekend. The 2 or 3 of you that are still here, God bless you guys. Thanks for always, supporting the stream, even when literally nobody's here. Like, it's still crazy to me that even on a day like today, there's fucking anyone here. So thank you for supporting the stream. I'll catch you guys on Monday. Have a blessed weekend. I think it's literally just, it's Moose, Ruben, maybe Muma. But you guys have a good weekend, bro. God bless you. And I'll see you guys on Monday.